A gentle breeze with her as the center spread out, and a faint light flashed. However, Elder Zhao obviously wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the situation around her. With just a brief glance, his heart overflowed with anger. "Beast, Zifeng, you beast! What are you doing to my disciple?" Elder Zhao, who was already drunk, shouted loudly in anger. Starlight rushed forward and hugged Elder Zhao tightly. "Master, don't be rash. Someone come quickly and hold Master together." "Yeah, Master, look clearly. Junior is meditating on the Tao, Zifeng is doing her a favor." Elder Zhao didn't care about anything else as he accumulated his qi in his dantian and shouted loudly. "This time, no matter what you say, don't stop me. I will definitely. However, when he was halfway through, his expression suddenly changed and he came back to his senses. What? He's comprehending the Tao. Could it be that I have wrongly blamed this brat? His heart trembled, and he even woke up from the alcohol. His eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at the two of them, unmoving. Ugh! After a while, with his experience, he quickly understood the truth of the matter. It doesn't matter that he has comprehended a martial soul, but even Qi Xian has to be controlled by him to figure out what kind of Tao she has comprehended. Bastard, why is it that he only has so many evil thoughts, and yet I met him? While he was lamenting, Qi Xian's body suddenly floated from the ground into the air. It was as if her entire body was enveloped in golden light. Elder Zhao was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Zifeng's eyes brightened and a light smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Done. A moment later, Qi Xian's beautiful eyes, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened. At this moment, the howling wind reached its peak. Zifeng saw her hair fluttering in the wind. She was rather graceful, and was not as bashful as when he first met her. At the same time, the air within 7 feet of Qi Xian was completely refreshed. She slowly raised her hand and the spiritual energy around her was drawn towards her palm. Zifeng, this is. What? You've comprehended your own Tao, are you still not clear on what this is? Zifeng replied with a faint smile. Qi Xian lightly patted her forehead and said with some doubt, but I feel like I've had a very long dream. In the dream, I can use the spirit wind to purify the filth and dust of the world. As she spoke, she gazed at her hands. Suddenly, she froze on the spot. That dream had actually turned into reality. Could it be that this wind of purification? Qi Xian looked at Zifeng in shock. Not bad, this is the Tao you comprehended just now, Zifeng smiled. Elder Zhao's expression changed drastically as his heart turned cold and his entire body sank into the ground. What kind of existence was this wind of purification? It was practically unable to raise Qi Xian's combat strength. It should be known that Elder Zhao and his disciples had always emphasized on combat strength. In the celestial sect of wonders, it was considered as one of the main schools for cultivation. Now that Qi Xian had comprehended a Tao of purification, she could only assist others. As a member of the main battle faction, wasn't this just a joke to others? Sigh. Come back with me, don't worry about Qi Xian. This girl didn't listen to me, so she asked for the loss herself. Next up, let's go discuss the matter of the martial soul awakening storm. Yes, Master. Everyone's face turned solemn. Elder Zhao gave a heavy snort and led the group out of the forbidden area with a flick of his sleeve. Wait, Shifu, I want to stay here to see it. The star landed at the end and suddenly said. Elder Zhao frowned and casted a sidelong glance at him. He was so angry that he trembled. Starlight, you. Someone pulled at the star radiance, indicating that he should calm down and not anger Elder Zhao at this time. Starlight stared at Elder Zhao. I think Zifeng might really be able to awaken his inherent skill, so I think. To witness that moment. Elder Zhao took a deep breath and humphed. Whatever, since you are so stubborn, I'll let you go. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, he heard a burst of exclamations coming from the surroundings. Look, he ate it. Yifeng really did eat that, the bedevilment pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274. Child Time. Within the blue flame on the spiritual altar, a towering murderous aura spread out. It was just like a black cloud that covered a city in dense layers. Elder Zhao, who had originally planned to leave, couldn't help but stop when he saw such a strange scene unfold. Bedevilment pill. What pill did you say earlier? He held onto a person's collar tightly and said, "Tell me, what is going on?" That person was suddenly unable to catch his breath and immediately coughed. Taoist Master Zhao, please calm your anger. You exerted so much force that my shoulder was almost dislocated. Elder Zhao also realized that he had lost his composure. He put the man down and looked at him coldly. All right, you can say it now. Reporting to Spiritual Master Zhao, cough. That person straightened his collar. Those vicious beasts that Yifeng hunted are not only hunting for the crystal core, but also for the ingredients for the bedevilment pill, thus falling into an inner demon. Ugh! Falling into the devil's heart. Elder Zhao thought about it and felt a bit dizzy. Such a risky plan was simply courting death. This damn brat, his bad brain is already thinking of doing it himself. Master, what do we do? Then we won't be able to leave, someone said with a shy face. Elder Zhao pondered for a moment but still shook his head. Let's continue watching for a while and just treat it as accompanying Starlight. Accompany me. Starlight stared blankly. Didn't you just say that I was stubborn? Why did you suddenly want to accompany me? What? You have a problem with that? Elder Zhao glared at him unhappily. Starlight smiled awkwardly, of course not. The reason Elder Zhao said this was because he was worried about Yifeng's safety. If he died carelessly, it might cause his cultivation level to drop due to the connection between their spiritual will. At the same time, an ice-cold aura appeared in Elder Zhao's mind, heading towards the third floor of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. Since the bedevilment pill had appeared, not to mention Yifeng's safety, if he did not control it properly and went berserk, even his own disciple Qingxian would not be able to escape. Thus, this time, he had no choice but to personally step in. Yifeng, are you really heading towards the goal of awakening your talent? Elder Zhao's voice was as calm as the waves. On the other side, a moment after the bedevilment pill was consumed, the black murderous aura enveloped a large area around Yifeng, layer after layer. If he was far away from the ground, he wouldn't even be able to see Yifeng. Wisps of dark red blood began to flow out from Yifeng's body, making him look extremely terrifying. Why are they so scary? Qingxian covered her red lips, as waves of fear flashed across her beautiful face. Yifeng squeezed out a smile from the corner of his mouth. If it's not scary, how can it fall completely into the inner demon's heart? You should know that the ingredients for this bedevilment pill are all from those fierce and poverty-stricken beasts. Just how strong is the effect of this pill? You can think about it. Then, Qingxian pondered for a moment. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly thought of a way. Since that's the case, how about this? I will use the purification method and see if I can neutralize this evil aura and help you. Do not use it, Li shook her head, because it is not the time yet. But Qingxian froze upon hearing this. But I saw that you lost so much blood. Bleeding doesn't mean anything. Since I can still speak, it means that I still have some energy left to resist the corrosion of the bedevilment pill. Remember, once I completely fall into the inner demons, whether I can return successfully will depend on your performance at that time. Yifeng looked at her meaningfully. Qingxian licked her lips. She instantly felt as if the burden on her body wasn't light. But, aren't you afraid that after I comprehend the Tao, I'll ignore you and just leave? No, you won't. I can see your character, Yifeng said with a smile. Qing Xian was stunned as a complicated look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Furthermore, the most important point is that there is still a blood contract between us. When it came to the matter of the blood contract, Yifeng had kept a close eye on the matter and did not say which matter it was that helped him. Therefore, to Qing Xian, this was something that she had to accomplish. Qing Xian froze on the spot. After a while, she came back to her senses. She thought to herself, why is this Yifeng so inflexible that he wants to bring along the matter of the blood contract? Yifeng, I'm guessing you're not the type that's good at dealing with women. But soon, there was no time for her to think about other issues. The qi of the bedevilment pill became denser and denser, as if it was trying to assimilate the entire space. With Yiwen as the center, it started to spread out in all directions. The layer upon layer of dark clouds dispersed. After a long period of holding his breath, Yifeng accidentally inhaled a small mouthful. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. It was especially hard to bear. It was as if he was dead. Sweat poured down from Li's cheeks like rain. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the origin of the pain. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily, his face extremely pale. Wisps of pale air curled around his body like snakes slithering around his body. The wondrous energy aura lingered around without dissipating. Suddenly, Qing Xian froze in her heart, and then she immediately cried out in joy. Yifeng, that's great. Your forehead is the same as mine. It looks like there is something flashing. At this moment, Yifeng had already closed his eyes and frowned. This is not a good thing. I just stimulated the pill to its peak and it's still only at the level of enlightenment. It seems that it's still not enough. There was a light between his eyebrows. This was the precursor to comprehending the Tao. However, he still needed to find talent. With this, the crowd outside the Tianji Palace began to curse. Look, what is this Yifeng talking about? What does he mean by comprehending the Tao? Yeah, this person is a bit too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Isn't he a country bumpkin from Legacy City? The white-robed servant sneered as he glanced at them. He was the closest to the spirit altar, Blue Flame, and had observed Yifeng for the longest period of 3 days. What other people say or do is their business, that's their business. But if you guys still attack others as you please, then don't blame me for not being polite and sending you out of the celestial sect of wonders. You? Guhao, since you trust Yifeng that much, do you dare to make a bet with us, and bet on Yifeng to win? That's right. If you have the ability, then bet with us. Guhao was stunned. He then shook his head. No, since I am from the forbidden area of the Heavenly Mystery Palace, then, we must be careful with every word and action. We must not lose face for the celestial sect of wonders. But what a great saying, do not lose the face of the celestial sect of wonders. From what I see, you don't dare to gamble at all. The crowd burst into laughter. Many of them were friends of Wang Tianji or young Master Hua, so they naturally didn't think much of Yifeng. Alright, then I, Xinghui, am willing to bet in place of Guhao. I'll bet on Yifeng to win, how about that? Xinghui's calm voice sounded by his ear. He smiled as he walked to Guhao's side and stood beside him. Everyone's heart turned cold as they turned to look at him. After all, Starlight was a disciple of Taoist Master Zhao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Elder Zhao was surprised and hurriedly looked at Starlight from below the stage, indicating for him to come down immediately. However, Xinghui didn't seem to notice it at all. It seemed that he was determined to help Guhao and Yifeng. Alright, let's stop arguing. Hurry up and continue watching. Look, what is Yifeng doing? Someone suddenly pointed at the blue flame in the spiritual altar. He only saw the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. Yifeng thought for a while, and gathered the spirit energy at the blood veins on his arms. A light flashed in his eyes, and then, a monster made of spirit energy suddenly appeared on his palms. Guiying, help me devour the spiritual energy condensing at the center of my forehead. I don't need to comprehend the Tao right now. Immediately. There was only one person who would have a chance to comprehend the Tao. Since Qin Xian had already comprehended the Tao, even if Yifeng succeeded, it would be useless. Furthermore, all the preparations he had made were all to awaken his innate talent. That way, he would have to be careful at every step and not be careless. Okay, understood. Seeing that he was serious, Guiying immediately responded and moved to fight. As Guiying continued to absorb the spiritual energy from Yifeng's body, the remaining qi of the bedevilment pill began to rise in power. This way, the power of the pill could be seen even more clearly. When the extremely dense demonic qi seeped into Yi Chen's skin, it began to emit hissing sounds. Yi Feng's method of letting spirit shadow continuously absorb the spiritual qi between his eyebrows was undoubtedly going against the way of doing things, and could very possibly cause him to fall into an inner demon. However, he was different from the others. This was precisely the realm he pursued. A black seal wrapped around Yi Feng's body like a totem tattoo and slowly entered his arm. It rushed up Yi Feng's neck and face. How is it? Not bad, Yi Feng. If you can't hold on, I'll help you. Xing Shen looked at him worriedly, staring at the black mark on the right side of his face. She wanted to try out her new Tao of purification. Seeing that Yi Zifeng didn't reply, she added, I owe you this Tao comprehension. Forget about your talent awakening. But, don't lose your life. However, Yifeng still did not answer her and remained motionless. Could the pain have made me faint? A hint of panic flashed across Qin Xian's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to help Yuan up. Suddenly, Yifeng abruptly opened his eyes. With a vicious gaze, he viciously grabbed Qin Xian's throat and poured her onto the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275. A young girl was grabbed by the throat and thrown onto the ground. This scene, no matter how you looked at it, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. However, at this moment, there was no charming atmosphere. There was only a thick killing intent. With Yuan as the center, the killing intent spread out in all directions. Cold, murderous, bloodthirsty. Phew. Huff. Yi Feng's eyes were empty like nothing. He had reverted to his most instinctive thought. The black imprint wrapped around his face was as eye-catching as a totem. Xing Xian knew that even if Yifeng hadn't fallen to the inner demons, he was almost there. Her expression changed as she subconsciously struck out a palm towards Yifeng's chest, knocking him a few steps away. At the same time, her body shot out like lightning towards her surroundings. We won't wait any longer. Let's do it now. She took a deep breath, and a thought came to her. Layers upon layers of spiritual energy slowly gathered and formed into her palm the moment she raised her hand. If someone stood within 8 feet of her, they would definitely feel incomparably comfortable. This is the way of purification. Yifeng, although you said that you would only act after you had completely fallen into your heart demon state, I'm sorry. I still want to protect my life. Xing Xian let out a sigh as a glint flashed across her eyes. The trace of spirit energy, mixed with a refreshing coolness, enveloped Yifeng's entire body. No matter how many thoughts she had in her mind, it was just as Yifeng had said. With the restriction of the blood contract, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and help Yifeng. This is the first time I have seen the power of the bedevilment pill. I never thought that someone would actually refine it and even give it to me. Yifeng, he really does live up to his name. He is simply a madman. Fairy Feng faintly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned as she looked at Yifeng and said. A moment later, she still couldn't hear Taoist Master Lu Feng's reply. She was startled and quickly turned to look at him. Taoist Master Li Feng's expression was one of extreme astonishment, as if he had been petrified. Taoist Master Li Feng, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything? As he heard Fairy Feng speak to him, he woodenly turned his head. Fairy Feng, do you still remember? I just said that when I awakened my own talent, I obtained it through falling into a heart demon. That's right, so what? Fairy Feng was a bit puzzled. He paused for a moment and continued, falling into the devil's heart and spying on the origin of the Tao. As for Qin Xian's purification, it is to let him get rid of the devil's heart and escape from the Tao origin. This Zifeng walked the same path as me all those years ago, but it is because I have a senior brother who cultivates this type of purification that I helped him, and Zifeng is the one who has facilitated Qin Xian's purification. This. Could it be that from the very beginning, Zifeng had already planned everything? Fairy Feng's eyes glimmered. The two of them looked at each other. The surprise in their eyes was clear. Oh, that's right. Fairy Feng, are you going to absent yourself from tomorrow's morning class? Taoist Master Li Feng asked as he relaxed the atmosphere. It had to be known that, unlike Elder Zhao, Fairy Feng had come to look at Zifeng's situation. She had been watching him for 3 days already, and now she didn't even care about the morning lessons. An awkward expression flashed across Fairy Feng's face. Morning lessons, not good. I was careless and forgot about this matter. Wait a minute, why did I say again? Taoist Master Li Feng. After Qin Xian had comprehended her Tao, the purified spiritual energy was exceptionally fresh, causing one's spirit to rise. The long and continuous flow of spirit energy seeped into Zifeng's heart like a drizzle, slowly calming down his incomparably violent mood. At this moment, a trace of substance finally appeared in his empty eyes. Huff. He let out a long breath and looked up. Great. It seems like this Tao of purification is really useful. Zifeng, how do you feel right now? Qin Xian couldn't help but feel overjoyed when she saw that Zifeng could even recognize her when he spoke to her. Hearing Qin Xian's words, under Zifeng's crazed expression, there was a sliver of improvement. The black imprint that had spread to half of his face gradually showed signs of fading away. Qin Xian, you. Yuan raised his sharp eyes and stared at Qin Xian with a burning gaze. Qin Xian replied, and, what's wrong with me? This was the first time she had used the Tao of purification on someone else. She was already very satisfied with its effects. However, Zifeng's few words made her heart drop to the bottom of the lake. Quickly run! What? The smile on Qin Xian's face instantly froze. Just as he finished speaking, Zifeng's figure was like a ghost as he flew backwards. In the sky, a bright light circled around as it headed straight for Qin Xian. A formless pressure that was almost suffocating. So it turned out that Zifeng was still under the control of his inner demon. As someone who had fallen into his inner demon state, he would not be able to recover so easily. Bang! 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 Dot! Even though Qin Xian had barely managed to move half a body under Zifeng's reminder, her shoulder was swept by several strong winds, causing blood to blossom. At the same time, the black mark that had just faded by more than half reappeared on Zifeng's face. Again. Qin Xian didn't believe him and used the purification method for the second time. However, this time, Zifeng would clearly not give her any chance to display her skills. Every time Qin Xian took action, she would be interrupted by him. This. Qin Xian panted heavily as sweat dripped down her beautiful face. At first, she had thought that in terms of strength, as Elder Zhao's disciple, she had confidence that she wouldn't lose to Zifeng. However, she found that when Zifeng exerted his full strength, he could actually suppress her. How can he be so powerful? Before Qin Xian could accept this fact, another powerful force surged forward. Her strength was exhausted, and she was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before she could barely stop. A small mouthful of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Yifeng had an indifferent expression and his eyes were crimson red. He walked towards Qingxian step by step. Having fallen into the devil's trap, he was no longer able to differentiate between reality and illusion. He coldly approached Qingxian, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as a bloodthirsty killing intent burst out from within him. He pulled out the Wind King's dagger, and the golden threads in his hand trembled. His whole body exuded an incomparably cold aura. Suddenly, he dashed forward with unstoppable momentum. As everyone moved, the dagger had already flown in front of Qingxian. Under the great shock, Qingxian didn't dare to be careless anymore. Previously, due to her carelessness, she already had quite a few colors hanging off her body. She did not dare to meet him head-on. She immediately took more than 10 steps back and pressed her feet against the edge of a huge tree. She raised her head and saw an arc of light appear. With a kacha sound, a circular arc of light flashed where she had leaned against the giant tree. The cut was extremely smooth. It collapsed with a loud crash. If Qingxian had been slightly slower just now, she would have definitely suffered a heavy injury. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. However, this was not the end. Since Zifeng's attack was unsuccessful, he decisively threw away his dagger and quickly rushed forward. The monstrous killing intent that was contained in his palms seemed to be directed at Qingxian. Qingxian panted heavily. Seeing Yifeng charge towards her as if he was pursuing her, she barely managed to block his first palm strike. However, she could no longer avoid this second palm. She could only endure his palm strike. A black infernal energy entered her body and circulated through her internal organs, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Yifeng, wake up! A hint of panic flashed across Qingxian's beautiful eyes. Her chest felt stuffy from the opponent's attack, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She could only shout loudly. Hearing that, Yifeng paused for a moment. Ugh! He seemed to be thinking, judging, hesitating. However, after a moment, his expression turned serious, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. He still chose to make a move, and his spirit-rank dagger turned in a circle, fiercely stabbing towards Qingxian's shoulder. After he had completely fallen to the inner demons, if the opponent was Liu Bingqian, his subconscious would have tried to stop her. However, Qingxian's words did not qualify. Qingxian was greatly alarmed when she saw this. If this matter was confirmed, although she would not die, it would definitely not be good. At least she would not be able to get out of bed for half a month. My God! Right at this moment, an icy aura suddenly appeared in the third layer. As soon as it appeared, it directly drilled into Yifeng's mind. Even with Elder Zhao's spiritual will, Yifeng, who was controlled by the inner demon, had to spend a lot of effort to get into Elder Zhao's mind. He couldn't help but lose a bit of his cultivation base. Yifeng was shocked. His actions also froze on the spot. The dagger was suspended in the air and would not fall down. Elder Zhao's voice suddenly exploded. Stinking brat, you actually dared to attack my disciple. You don't want to live anymore? Who cares if you have fallen into an inner demon, you can still communicate through soul consciousness. Wake me up, do you hear me? A long time passed. This tranquil atmosphere caused Elder Zhao to panic a little. He thought that the other party's situation was very serious. Stinky brat, I told you to wake up, give me a reply. Suddenly, Yifeng's laughter rang out, Elder Zhao. Only after hearing Yifeng's voice did Elder Zhao calm down. What he was most afraid of was not that others would reject him, but that others would ignore him. Elder Zhao let out a long sigh of relief and snappily said, Smelly brat, pretend to be dead for me. Since I woke you up now, hurry up and put away your weapon and come back from that inner demon state. Otherwise, my disciple will be ruined by you. Yifeng smiled and said, Elder Zhao, what if I say no? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276. What did you say? Elder Zhao was at a loss for a moment before he yelled in anger. Yifeng, I'm warning you, don't go too far. If you hurt Qing Xian, I definitely won't let you go. I'll kill you if you don't believe me. Yi Wen laughed. Elder Zhao, are you sure you want to kill me? Elder Zhao was stunned. Yi Si's words stopped him from continuing. It was true that Qing Xian was one of his favorite disciples, but if he were to compare his own cultivation with Qing Xian's, he would definitely choose his own. He naturally wouldn't do something as foolish as killing Yifeng and lowering Elder Zhao's cultivation. I won't kill you. Do you really think that I don't have any other methods to deal with you? Are you doubting my will? Elder Zhao said with a calm voice after pausing for a moment. Of course I believe in Elder Zhao's understanding. Besides, my sister is still in your hands right now. If Elder Zhao wants to deal with me, he has 1,000 ways to do so. Yifeng laughed loudly. Elder Zhao snorted, Brat, it's good that you know this, but... Yifeng smiled and nodded. However, since Elder Zhao is willing to lose a few days' worth of cultivation and forcefully break through my barrier, this also means that Qing Xian has a certain amount of weight in Elder Zhao's heart. Elder Zhao twitched slightly. He felt a bit uncomfortable when he heard Yifeng's words. So what if I am? If that's the case... Yifeng slightly smiled, and his expression gradually turned cold. Zifeng hopes that Elder Zhao can lose a few more days of cultivation and suppress my inner demon. What? Elder Zhao's heart trembled. He did not expect Yifeng to have evil intentions towards him. A few days of cultivation was still acceptable in his eyes. Yifeng didn't ask as much as a lion to bring up something he couldn't do. However, he felt that he would lose face if he agreed to Yifeng. If Yifeng were to continue to fight with him like this, sooner or later, Qing Xian would encounter danger. Elder Zhao, I'll be waiting for your reply. Qing Xian and Zifeng, I will definitely remember what Elder Zhao gave me today. Yi Wen said with a faint smile. Elder Zhao grumpily scolded, I haven't said what I'm going to give you yet, but you brat, you like to talk to yourself. Listening to Elder Zhao's tone, do you think I can take it as it? Elder Zhao has already agreed to it, Yifeng pressed. Elder Zhao was stunned by Yifeng's shameless question. You want me to help you? Could it be that you are still hoping for that talent? Yifeng smiled faintly and did not deny it. Even now, Elder Zhao still didn't quite understand. It was already good enough for Yifeng to comprehend the Tao properly. Why did he have to use that talent for? The moon in the well may be beautiful, but if you can't get it, then it's just a dream. Forget it, I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you right now. Elder Zhao sighed heavily. Although he had suffered a loss, he didn't feel too sad about it. After all, it was not the first time that he had been cheated by Yifeng and got angry at him. Unknowingly, he had already started to feel submissive. I can suppress the inner demon for you, but at most, it will only take half an hour. In this time, whether or not you can succeed will depend on your own luck. After half an hour, even if I cripple you, I will still wake you up. Elder Zhao's voice was ice cold as he snorted heavily. An hour, huh? Enough, Yifeng thought for a moment, then raised his head and said with a smile. Then let's begin. Elder Zhao was a little worried for Qing Xian. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the strand of spiritual will went deeper along the edge of Yifeng's mind. With Elder Zhao's help, he suppressed Yifeng's inner demons. His thoughts were no longer cloudy, nor were they separate. His inner demons and bodies seemed to have become one, as if they had become one, and his consciousness coexisted in the same place. As a result, due to Yifeng's sudden action, Qing Xian had finally regained her senses. What's going on? It was obviously impossible for Qing Xian to know that her master had used her soul consciousness to help her. So, when she saw Yifeng suddenly stop, she couldn't help but feel incredulous. All of a sudden, Yifeng raised his head from the chaos. In the vast and boundless horizon, the sky was filled with stars. He looked around, and the dazzling light made it hard for him to open his eyes. Yifeng was shocked for a moment, and quickly understood what was going on. He then smiled. I understand. Demons in the heart are the self and the main body is the self. Only when the two are combined can one see where the Tao is. This theory was not hard to understand. The key point was that once one made a mistake, their life could be in danger. Yifeng, on the other hand, just happened to be the lucky one among the people who made the bet. He saw that there was a transparent and formless staircase that led straight to the bottom of Yifeng's feet. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes as he lifted his foot and stomped towards the sky. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. The formless steps that were originally transparent seemed to be solid, as if each step was a step on solid ground. Suddenly, Yifeng seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and stared closely at the stairs that he walked past and discovered that they had already disappeared. You won't let me go back? That's fine. I'll just walk this path. Yifeng was a bit surprised, but then he calmed down. There were quite a few people who had expended a great deal of effort, but when they were walking down the heart ladders, due to their unstable state of mind, they had caused the heart ladders to break apart. However, Yifeng did not plan to turn back from the beginning. His attitude was exceptionally resolute and was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Dazzling light shone on Yifeng's body one after another, causing a golden light to shine. Yifeng slowly walked up the stairs. He closed his eyes and stared at the light. Taking a closer look, that ball of light was not a magic treasure, nor was it a weapon. In fact, it was not even a concrete object. A divine light flashed in his eyes as he slowly approached the ball of light. He muttered to himself. If I'm not wrong, this should be the biggest secret of the 3rd floor. Outside the Heavenly Mystery Palace. The group of people looked at Yifeng's unconscious appearance and started to discuss with each other. Sigh. I thought this Yifeng would give us some surprises, but I didn't expect him to be someone who likes to boast. Don't even talk about talent, it's good enough that he can keep his life. It shouldn't be a problem saving his life. The key point is, can he regain his consciousness? I'm afraid Yifeng might really turn into a madman. Some people saw that the scene in the blue flames of the spiritual altar was somewhat boring. In order to find some fun, they smiled and looked towards where the radiance of the stars was. Hey, Taoist Master Zhao's first disciple, didn't you think highly of that guy called Yifeng before? You even spent 500 gold coins to buy his awakening talent. How about that? Now do you want to admit defeat? For Taoist Master Zhao's sake, I can give you a discount. That's right, Starlight. It's individuals who make a mistake. Don't be too dejected. If you admit defeat and apologize, then this matter will end here. Starlight swept his gaze across them and said coldly, No, I still insist on my original view. Yifeng, he can awaken his talent. This is also the reason why I am here. The person on the other side was called Chen Liang. He immediately became somewhat sullen. Starlight, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. What relationship does Yifeng have with you? If you want to support him, go against us. In fact, only Wang Tianji and Hua Xiao were among Chen Liang's group. They were very dissatisfied with Yifeng. It would be reasonable to say that they thought of him as a thorn in their side. Starlight shook his head and laughed. I don't have any relationship with him. I didn't even say a single word to him. Then why did you? Chen Liang froze for a long time. The two of them had no relationship at all. It's just a matter of fact, Starlight said solemnly. What a great matter. Take a good look at the scene within the blue flames of the spiritual altar. Look at the unconscious and motionless person. Does he still look like someone who can awaken his innate talent? Chen Liang chuckled. At this moment, someone tugged at Chen Liang's clothes. Bro Liang, this. Chen Liang frowned and looked at him with displeasure. I've told you so many times, I don't like people pulling my clothes. That's not it, Brother Chen. Take a look at the scene inside the blue flame on the spiritual altar. That person sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. What other change could there be? Could it be that after falling into the heart demon, Yifeng was able to have? There's been some progress. He raised his head and looked at the tip of the leaf. His words stopped there. His originally somewhat disdainful smile was now extremely stiff, as if someone was pulling at his face. In the blue flames of the spiritual altar, Yifeng's entire body seemed to be bathed in golden light. Strands of aura that could be seen with the naked eye seemed to be attracted by him and drilled into his pores, pouring into countless of his acupoints. The wounds on his body that were already beginning to heal slowly healed. Now, even a fool could see that Yifeng was completely fine. Moreover, it seemed that he had really met with some great luck. How could this be? Chen Liang was stunned, but his expression turned ugly in an instant. At this moment, Starlight's eyes were staring unwaveringly at Yifeng. Even though he said he trusted Yifeng, in reality, it was only because of his unyielding spirit. But now, his confidence had increased by a lot. Sure enough, within the blue flame spiritual altar's image, Yifeng's starry eyes suddenly opened and a majestic aura filled the entire space. An hour passed, no more, no less. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277. Yifeng walked closer to the resplendent light, and his face changed. There was nothing in the light. Just what kind of secret was this? After working so hard for so long, he had given up the chance to comprehend the Tao. He did not hesitate to fall into his inner demon and wanted to see the Tao source to awaken his talent. But now, where was the Tao origin, and how was his talent awakened? Even he couldn't help feeling dejected. Hold on. Yifeng suddenly thought of something, and the light in his eyes sharpened. He turned his head and glanced at the alchemy stairway. The place where he had stood the most was now far away in the sky. The birth of a single thought, the end of the world, the end of a single thought, the end of a single thought, the end of a long distance. So that's how it is. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Comprehending the Tao was the same as understanding talent. One had to rely on oneself to comprehend it. How could it be something that could be obtained directly from the outside world? Thus, this resplendent brilliance could be said to be the most valuable secret of the third floor. At the same time, it could also be said to be the most worthless secret. Being affected by the final result and thinking that he had failed, this was the most worthless secret. However, for those who are able to recognize this, restoring confidence is the most valuable secret. One's Tao is born, one's talent is close at hand, one's Tao is extinguished, one's talent is near at hand. Yifeng mumbled to himself and thought for a while, so, Tao comprehension and talent are the same thing, different levels. And falling into the heart demon is a way to improve one's Tao comprehension. If a person does not fall into the devil's heart, the path he comprehends will only be the Tao. However, if he fell under the influence of his inner demon, if he was still able to regain his confidence after walking the ladder, and suppress his inner demon at the same time, then the Tao he finally comprehended would be his innate talent, an extension of the Tao. However, amongst the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum Palace, how many could enter this forbidden ground? How many could charge up to the third level? How many dared to fall into the heart of the devil? How many could smoothly walk through this staircase? And how many could regain their confidence in the end? Mysteries originated from the unknown, so after so many years, only Taoist Master Lifeng was able to comprehend his innate skill. And today, it was Liu's turn. He had even thought through the process of comprehending innate talent. If the real people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were to know about this, they would definitely be greatly shocked. So that's how it is, I understand. Thinking about that, Yifeng's mood suddenly brightened up, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. In terms of comprehension of the Tao and the purification of Qi Xian's Tao, he was the one who had done it. How could there not be a reasoning behind it? Then, which talent should I choose now? Yifeng was troubled. An hour passed. Yifeng's starry eyes suddenly opened, and his entire body's aura moved. Multicolored light shone, shining in a circle around him. Streams of spiritual light shot out from his body, exceptionally resplendent. When his inner demon recovered, it was also the time for him to awaken his innate talent. This time, Qi Xian was a little more obedient. She retreated a few steps and maintained a certain distance from him as she timidly said, "Yifeng, you. Relax, I'm fine. Since my innate ability has been mastered, there's no longer a need to fall into my inner demon. I have already returned to normal." Yifeng glanced around and his gaze landed on Qi Xian. Quiet for a long time. Qi Xian looked at him dumbfoundedly. Countless people outside the heavenly mystery palace were staring at the blue flame and the spiritual altar. Taoist Master Lu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, completely at a loss. He was like a statue. "What, you've awakened your inherent skill?" Taoist Master Lu Feng's surprised voice could not help but shout out. His voice pierced through the heavenly mystery palace and directly entered the third-floor space, entering Yifeng and Qi Xian's ears. "Taoist Master Lu Feng, you speak too loudly," Fairy Feng reminded him. It was only when she opened her mouth that Taoist Master Lu Feng realized that he had lost his composure. His face was slightly embarrassed. However, what he just said was exactly what everyone was thinking. Qi Xian came back to her senses as she stared at him blankly before speaking. "How is this possible? In the past 10 years, the Heavenly Mystery Palace has never produced anyone who had comprehended a talent. 10 years is just an experience story. The more time passes, the more the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders will be brainwashed, the more they won't believe that they can awaken their innate talent." But Qi Xian seemed to want to say something else, but when she caught a glimpse of the confident smile on Yifeng's face, she finally started to believe it. She calmed her emotions. "All right then. Tell me, what kind of talent did you awaken?" Yifeng smiled blandly and did not immediately answer her question. He merely cast his gaze into the distance. "Taoist Master Lu Feng, I might have to ask you more about the insight talent in the future." Taoist Master Lu Feng was stunned. Not many people knew of his talent, at least Yifeng could not do so. Yifeng paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Fairy Feng, I didn't think that even you would come." Fairy Feng was startled. She looked around and thought Zifeng was looking at her from somewhere. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss in whispers. "Fairy Feng, why has she come as well? This isn't the main point of attention, is it?" Even if she came, Yifeng would still be locked in the Heavenly Mystery Palace. How did he know? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Yifeng looked towards the northwest, a disciple of Elder Zhao. "I have never met you before, but you trust me so much. If there's a chance, I think we can be friends." Hearing this, Xing Hui was stunned. He understood that Yifeng was talking about him, but it was unknown how Yifeng found out. As a result, after Yifeng's series of words, the astonishment in everyone's eyes became even more intense. Could it be that he really did awaken his innate divine ability? At the moment, this was the only explanation that made sense. Qi Xian was the closest to Yifeng, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. What is the name of this innate skill? How can it be so powerful? Yifeng smiled for a while. "I haven't given it any name yet, but since you said so, at least call it Soul Inherent Skill, but. Soul Inherent Skill, this ability that is similar to insight, what does it have to do with the soul? I'm afraid that it's not too good for you to use this name, right?" Yifeng smiled and closed his eyes. "About this. Suddenly, a cold aura came and Elder Zhao's soul consciousness went into Yifeng's mind. Elder Zhao's voice was incomparably sullen. "Smelly brat, I told you not to act against Qing Xian." "I kept my promise and did it," Yifeng replied with a smile. "But you did it to me." He was so angry that his voice trembled. "You took a part of that spiritual will just like at the heaven stairway. Did you use it to comprehend the Tao intent and awaken your talent? Yifeng smiled faintly. "I remember you saying that if you help me, I might help you reduce your cultivation by a few days." At that time, Elder Zhao also agreed. "At that time, I had promised you that I would harm your cultivation so that I could help you suppress your inner demons," Elder Zhao said as he gave a heavy snort. "Did you say it clearly?" Yifeng immediately asked. Elder Zhao was stunned. He suddenly became speechless and remained motionless like a piece of wood. "Elder Zhao, think of the best in everything." Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. "What do you mean by good?" "I've been feeling bad ever since I met you," Elder Zhao scolded. He forcefully adjusted his emotions. Hearing Yifeng's tone, it seemed like there really was something good going on. "Whatever. I'll listen to you and see what's so good about it." Yiwen laughed lightly. "Then, Elder Zhao, do you still remember that the soul telepathic thoughts exchange between us was discovered?" Elder Zhao's expression froze as his voice also became deeper. "Of course I remember." "Don't tell me you have a suspect?" "No, not yet." Yifeng smiled and shook his head. "However, in the future, to a certain extent, we can use this talent of mine as a substitute for our interactions. We don't need to worry about being discovered anymore." Elder Zhao was silent for a moment, then asked curiously, "This? So that's how it is?" "Right, I was just about to ask you, what exactly is your innate talent? Also, what did you use my soul consciousness to do?" Yifeng did not hide anything from him, and explained every single word. "Within 1 kilometer, I can release my spiritual will. Whether the other party accepts it or not, I can get some information from them. Whether it is your spiritual will or mine, tell me clearly." Elder Zhao replied snappily. However, he was still shocked by Yifeng's awakening talent. It was simply the best talent to scout out enemies and predict their future. At this time, Yifeng suddenly became serious. "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Taoist Master Le Feng is coming." With this newly awakened talent, Yifeng's sensitivity towards his surroundings had increased by more than several times. He could detect any signs of trouble after using his soul talent. "Greetings, Taoist Master Le Feng." Before the other party appeared, Yifeng had already bowed deeply towards the northwest direction. Taoist Master Le Feng and Fairy Feng appeared in front of Yifeng one after the other. As they saw the respectful bow in his eyes, they were shocked. However, even more than that, they were deeply moved by his high intelligence. One had to know that if others were to comprehend the Tao, they would be so excited that they would be unable to sleep for a few days. If they were to awaken their innate talent, they would be willing to celebrate for 100 days. However, the Yifeng in front of them had completely overturned their common sense. They could see the obvious joy on Yifeng's face, but it wasn't joy. "Yifeng, although you are only an exchange student from the martial house, you have awakened your talent and become the only person in the 10 years of being a 9th level Qi refining student in the celestial sect of wonders. Yifeng, although you are only an exchange student from the martial house, you have awakened your talent and become the only person in the 10 years of being a 9th level Qi refining student in the celestial sect of wonders. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 278. During this struggle for enlightenment, Yifeng fell into his inner demon and was able to awaken his innate divine ability. There was no doubt that this would cause a huge uproar among the low-level students and even the outer sect disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Although Yifeng had the celestial door pass, he could enter the normal areas of the celestial door. However, a forbidden land like the Heavenly Mystery Palace was controlled by someone like Taoist Master Li Feng. And now, he had obtained the right to freely enter and leave the forbidden land called the Heavenly Mystery Palace. Thus, when he just came out of the forbidden zone, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Everyone had originally come here to see the students of the martial house make a fool out of themselves. Who would have thought that they would witness the birth of a glorious miracle? The complex emotions in their hearts could be imagined. Zifeng, why don't you show me your talent? I'll pay you 50 gold coins. A youth in a green tunic squeezed in front of the crowd and shouted. Go, go, go. Do you think he's some sort of performer? A mere 50 gold coins, yet you want to bribe him? Zifeng, how exactly did you awaken your talent just now? Tell me. Let me broaden my horizons. The questions rose and fell as they continuously rang in Zifeng's ears. However, he did not answer everyone's questions. Instead, his eyes wandered around as if he was searching for something. When his gaze finally landed on Starlight, a smile appeared on his face. He pushed his way through the crowd, and under the gaze of the crowd, he walked in the direction of Starlight. What's your name? Starlight was startled. It was not something he had expected. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Starlight, the stars of the stars, the afterglow. After all, it was his first time meeting Zifeng and he was not familiar with him at all. Stellar Union? Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you for your trust. Zifeng faintly smiled, turned around, and was about to leave. A moment later, he licked his lips and said, Wait, go slowly. What's wrong? Is there something else? Starlight pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Master is about to activate the martial spirit awakening storm. Are you interested? Since a person could achieve such an achievement during the process of cultivation, such a talent would naturally not be mediocre in participating in the martial spirit awakening storm. Perhaps, he could even achieve such a feat during the awakening storm, and this was also the biggest reason why Starlight wanted to invite Zifeng. Oh. Zifeng suddenly stopped and stared at him. Someone pulled Starlight up, and his face darkened. Senior brother Hui, why are you telling him this? The quota for this martial spirit's awakening storm is set to be given to the inner sect disciples. No one would be willing to give it up. Yeah, it doesn't matter even if he's interested. It's not his place. Not to mention, he's only at the 9th level of Qi refining, he doesn't even have a martial arts master. The corner of Li's mouth raised into a smile. Martial spirit awakening storm, this. It seems like Elder Zhao has never mentioned it to me. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Elder Zhao's position. Nonsense, what does Master want to do? Do we have to report it to you? Some of Elder Zhao's disciples were slightly displeased when they heard Zifeng's words. Elder Zhao glared at him as he was secretly annoyed by Starlight. A person like Zifeng, who was everywhere, was simply a god of plague. If he couldn't avoid it, how could he invite him in? Therefore, Starlight had really given him a difficult problem. About this. Awkward embarrassment appeared on Elder Zhao's face. Zifeng, just like my disciple said, you are only at the 9th level of Qi refining, you are not even a martial disciple. How can you awaken your martial spirit? Zifeng was silent for a moment. In that case, when is the martial spirit awakening storm? Starlight replied, the first day of next month. There are still 4 days until today. Hearing this, Elder Zhao really wanted to kick Starlight's face. Who asked him to answer the starting time? When dealing with Zifeng, I definitely can't let him be interested. I definitely can't give him any chance. I have to kill Zifeng's thoughts right from the beginning. 4 days, huh? Breaking through to martial disciple stage. Zifeng muttered to himself and began to hesitate. Elder Zhao, if I can break through to martial disciple stage in 4 days' time, can you let me participate? His words shocked the surrounding people of the celestial sect of wonders. This was the first time they heard someone speak of someone breaking through a great realm in 4 days. However, Elder Zhao's words made them even more astonished. No, Elder Zhao answered firmly without even thinking. The matter of the Wind sect losing to Yifeng for 3 days to achieve a breakthrough was an example to him. If you make a mistake the first time, you can take it as a slight error. If you make the same mistake the second time, you will be stupid. Elder Zhao was not like that. Although he didn't know what method Yi Zifeng had to break into the martial disciple realm, he obviously wouldn't give Yi Zifeng any chance. Seeing how quick Elder Zhao's rejection was, Xing Xian couldn't help but want to speak up for Yifeng. Master, why don't you think about it? The martial spirit awakening storm has invited so many inner disciples. There is also Dong Tianrui from the Dong clan and even Wang Tianji from the martial house. There shouldn't be a problem if there's just one more person. Oh, Wang Tianji and Dong Tianrui are also participating. They don't seem to have reached the martial disciple realm. Yifeng smiled and looked at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao couldn't take it anymore. A talkative starlight was already enough for him. Now, even Xing Xian was pleading for Yifeng. Taoist Master Le Feng chuckled. He walked out from the gates of Heavencraft Palace. Beside him was Fairy Feng. Elder Zhao, if he can really break through to martial disciple stage in 4 days, then it means that he has some awareness. Why don't you let him participate? It would be a pity if he did not properly train such a prodigy. But Elder Zhao didn't expect that this time, even Taoist Master Le Feng would come over to advise him. If Taoist Master Le Feng had said that Yifeng was a prodigy before he comprehended the Tao, everyone definitely wouldn't have believed him. However, even Shen Liang, who supported Wang Tianji's side, had no choice but to agree with him when he saw this solid fact. The only person who had awakened a talent in the past 10 years. If he wasn't a genius, then who was? Elder Zhao, if you feel that Zifeng will cause any trouble, I am willing to swear a blood oath. You? Elder Zhao didn't want Yifeng to stir up any trouble during the competition, but now that so many people were trying to persuade him, he would be a bit angry if he refused again. Alright, Yifeng. According to what you said, if you break through to the martial disciple realm in 4 days, I can think of a way to get you a spot in the martial spirit awakening storm, otherwise, no need to talk about it. Yifeng nodded with a smile, of course. If I can't become a martial disciple, with my Qi condensation, even if I participate, my harvest will be very limited. Even if it is to maximize the benefits, I will work hard and break through to martial disciple. Elder Zhao nodded with a dark face. Good, then, in the next 4 days, work hard. If you succeed, come and find me after 4 days. As he spoke, he turned around and shouted to his disciples, alright, come back with me. You? Xing Hui and Xing Xian raised their heads and looked at Yifeng, as if they wanted to say something. Did you hear that? Leave quickly. Elder Zhao turned around and shouted at them with a cold expression. The two of them looked at each other before giving up. They then followed Elder Zhao's footsteps and walked away, disappearing from everyone's sight. After a long while, Fairy Feng walked up and looked at Yifeng meaningfully. After the battle for enlightenment ends, what do you plan to do? Where do you live and how do you want to break through? Yifeng had said that he didn't have a place to live, which was why he had the chance to comprehend the Tao. Now that the struggle for enlightenment was over, he no longer had a place to live. Fairy Feng, could it be that you've been moved by compassion and want to bring me back to Medicine Peak? A light flashed through Yifeng's eyes as he faintly smiled and said. Fairy Feng's face was stern, but her skin was flushed red. You wish. Then, no matter where I go or what I do, it has nothing to do with Fairy Feng. Yifeng faintly smiled, cupped his hands, and turned around, preparing to leave. Farewell. Fairy Feng's expression shook, and then she quietly cursed. Her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. You. This bastard. I have wasted 3 days of my morning class just to find out what was going on with him. He left just like that. He really has no conscience. Although her words weren't loud, Zifeng's senses were extremely sensitive. He could naturally hear her words more clearly than anyone else. If anyone wanted to speak ill of him in the future, they would have to keep it in their hearts. Zifeng smiled and did not turn around to look at her. Instead, he started to walk out of the forbidden area. His slightly smiling expression gradually became serious. He walked straight ahead without a care in the world. Occasionally, someone would follow him and ask him about his talent, but he would just give them a perfunctory answer to make himself look uninteresting. Then, he would go his own way. Actually, Zifeng understood that if he turned around and shamelessly begged Fairy Feng to let him stay at Yafeng, then she would definitely agree. However, how could he lower his head in anger like this when he was filled with pride? Moreover, he had not reached the end of the line. At the entrance of the Gate of Wonder, there were a total of 8 sword attendants in total. They were facing the leaf tip, their eyes were bright and full of spirit. The rainbow-colored sword tassels on their hilt danced in the wind, looking extremely majestic. Zifeng smiled plainly and took out a token of passage to the Celestial Gate. I want to make a trip out of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279. The Rules of the Celestial Sect of Wonders regardless of the inner disciples. Or was he an outer disciple? Without the permission of his master. None of you are allowed to leave the Celestial Gate without permission. However, Zifeng clearly did not have such concerns. Because he couldn't even be considered an outer court disciple. They could only be considered exchange students from the martial house. As for his master, that was even less. Therefore, possessing the Celestial Gate's entry permit, he was at a loss of what to do next. Of course, he could go in and out freely. He became one of the few unusual ones among the students in the Celestial Sect. Verification pass. Release him. Following that, the leader of the sword attendants said in an indifferent tone. Zifeng strode out of the gate of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. In the end, the Celestial Sect of Wonders is incomparable to the martial house. Even the gatekeeper. His standards are also better. Zifeng smiled. If he were to run into the guards of the martial house, he couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of his pass. After tossing and turning for a long time, he looked back. He watched as the Celestial Sect of Wonders rose in spirals around the mountain. In his eyes, a bright light flashed. Next time, he must return as a martial disciple. At a table, a cup of tea. A beautiful woman in a white robe. Her black hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were clear and her teeth were white. The face looked like clotted fat. However, above the oval face of her chin, with a very unsuitable beard, one couldn't help but frown at this sight. He couldn't figure out how this beautiful woman could do such a thing. Why did he have such a strange habit? It was actually old ghost Mu Yun. The current her. He was currently meditating in the pill refining room he had specially opened. Table of Contents. Report. The iron guards of the Mu Yun Manor hastily entered the room. Mu Yun had seen the most important point. His train of thoughts was interrupted. Immediately, she glared at him in annoyance. Newcomer. Didn't I tell you so many times? When I was practicing alchemy, I don't want to be disturbed by others. The newly arrived iron guard smiled awkwardly. Motionless. He didn't know what to say anymore. Yang Jing giggled as she pulled on Mu Yun. Open up for this iron guard. Old master. Perhaps some important guest had come. Let's hear what he has to say. And so, Old Man Mu Yun paused for a moment. He then adjusted his state of mind. His face turned calm. All right, go ahead. Just what kind of important guest is here? The top ranker of the pill competition last time, Zifeng. He wants to request an audience with Lord Mu Yun. Zifeng. Yang Jing and Mu Yun exchanged glances. Almost at the same time, he was stunned. How much time had passed? Why did Zifeng get the chance to come to the celestial sect of wonders again? In that case, is junior sister Bingqian here too? Yang Jing chuckled in a rather profound manner. She and Liu Bingqian were sisters. Naturally, he was more concerned about her whereabouts. No. That iron guard shook his head. He's the only one. He dares to come to my Mu Yun manor alone. Mu Yun's elegant brows slightly creased. Astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. Don't tell me he thinks that. After the last pill competition, are you already very familiar with us? She paused for a moment. A hint of impatience appeared on his face. And then he said, okay. Throw him out. Just say that I'm cultivating in seclusion. I can't see him. In the eyes of Old Man Mu Yun, with her status, it was definitely not something that someone like Zifeng could casually see. Even if he had achieved a certain result in the pill competition, it was only a struggle between the students. The Iron Guard let out an "oh." Just after taking a few steps, Qi Zimo rubbed his head. Qi Zimo turned his head and said, right. And he said, if he was rejected by Lord Mu Yun, just say that he's here to deliver some gifts regarding medicinal herbs. But Mu Yun's expression froze. After a moment, he returned to normal. Qi Zimo chuckled. So that's how it is. He had a lot of foresight. He was still thinking about how he had been given the cold shoulder. However, who does he think I, Mu Yun, am? Would you care about the gifts of the medicinal ingredients? He seems to have said it was. What materials for the soul-stealing pill? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly froze. It was the soul-stealing pill. This Zifeng. How did he know I was refining the soul-stealing pill? Mu Yun's delicate body froze. A bright light flashed before his eyes. Shocked, she and Yang Jing looked at each other. Surprise could be seen in their eyes. It could be described with words. Old master. Since you are curious as well. Otherwise, just let him in. Yang Jing came back to her senses. She smiled sweetly. She had only been with Zifeng for a short period of time. However, in any case, they also know each other. A place where you can speak and help. It's always going to help. Mu Yun pinched his beard. Frowning, he said, this. All right then. For the sake of the materials for the soul-stealing pill, let him in for now. Her heart was resolute. He looked straight at the Iron Guard. Listen. You take him to the reception hall. Just say that I'll be back in a moment. She paused for a moment. Wait. Change the way you put it. Just say that I'll come over when I have time. In her opinion, this was a good opportunity for him to make use of. Was it to frustrate the sharpness of the tip of the leaf? Yes. Lord Mu Yun. The Iron Guard replied respectfully. Mu Yun Manor. Within the guest hall, Zifeng stood alone in the center. Mu Yun's attitude was extremely cold. It was the attitude of the entire Mu Yun manor. Because, from beginning to end, no one came into the room to make him a pot of tea. No one treated him like a guest at all. However, he did not say much. It wasn't bad for the environment to be quiet. He took advantage of this opportunity. He could try out the talent that he had just awakened. In the entire Mu Yun manor, under the inspection of his soul, there was almost nothing that was leaked. Search everything. This is the innate talent of Soul Scout. It seemed like he would have to spend his spiritual force as a price. It cannot be used continuously. He calmed his thoughts. He continued to ponder, if I count myself as having 10 points of spiritual power in total, then a rough exploration of a radius of 1 kilometer. A little bit of spiritual force could last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. However, if you look at it in a little more detail, then I'll have to spend 2 points of spiritual force. As for when he used his innate talent earlier on, he had found out that Mu Yun was trying to refine a soul-stealing pill. In total, he used 3 points of spiritual power. While Zifeng was pondering, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because Mu Yun's footsteps had already reached his ears. Zifeng. Greetings, Lord Mu Yun. Zifeng faced the door from afar. He made a bow. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He thought his footsteps were too loud. However, she quickly regained her composure. He stepped into the reception hall. Yang Jing followed behind her. Zichin nodded and indicated with a smile towards Zifeng. Zifeng, you are as confident as ever. Why? This time, we have the chance to come to the heavenly lost city. She did not allow Zifeng to sit down. Yet, he had already sat down. Xiao Chui. Bring me some tea. The maidservant under her stepped forward and brewed a pot of tea for her. She took a sip. Zichin raised his head and looked at Zifeng, who was still standing on his own. He only served himself tea. Yet, he didn't serve Zifeng any tea. Clearly, she was planning to demoralize Liu's spirit. However, Zifeng's face was calm. He did not lose his composure after being angered by the other party. That's because it just so happens that there is an opportunity for students to interact between the martial house and the celestial sect of wonders. Old man Mu Yun's eyes became serious. Exchange students. In other words, you are indeed from the celestial sect of wonders with Bingqian. But I heard that there are only 5 spots in total. Exchange of information about the students. She knew from the letter Liu Bingqian sent her. The quota was extremely valuable. Zifeng laughed, yes. Among them is Zifeng. Old man Mu Yun looked at him with slight approval. It seems that you have learned quite well in the martial house. Come. Xiao Chui. Show him a seat. Thank you, Lord Old Devil. The place of a person in the eyes of others, it was related to his own strength. It was also related to a person's character and potential. Zifeng Dan martial arts, not arrogant, not impetuous, elegant conversation. When Mu Yun saw this, he was stunned. He rather admired it. It was worth it for her to get a seat. Right. The time you spend as a student of communication. If he could get the chance to study at Fairy Fang's Peak. Let her point out a few words to you when she comes to collect medicinal ingredients. Table of contents, it will be very helpful. Mu Yun chuckled. This was to give Zifeng some advice on cultivation. They talked about Fairy Fang. The corner of Liu's mouth rose into a faint smile. Fairy Fang's medicine peak. Zifeng had already gone there. Furthermore, The materials for the soul-stealing pill that he mentioned just now. Truth be told, it is from their origin of medicinal herbs. It was only a matter of time before Mu Yun found out. Then he might as well just tell her. Mu Yun's face froze. His facial expression suddenly changed. What? You've been to Fairy Feng's medicine peak. He even brought over the materials for the soul-stealing pill. This was impossible. Unless he was Fairy Feng's disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the share of these advanced pills. Yifeng smiled and said, before I leave the celestial sect of wonders, I will use the share of the disciples from Fairy Feng's side, in exchange for some ingredients for common medicinal pills. Part of it. It is precisely the materials for the soul-stealing pill. This was the reward from his bet with Fairy Feng. It provides that, other than the back of the mountain, which was the place of cultivation, there was nothing else. He could also obtain 3 times the amount of medicinal herbs as a disciple of Fairy Feng. As he spoke, he rubbed the spiritual energy on the ring. He started to take out the herbs. As he spoke, Lord Old Devil, please take a look. 1,000 golden vines. Illusory heartgrass, 1,000 illusionary jialan. Dragon soul of the 9 heavens. These medicinal ingredients. Isn't that the material for the soul-stealing pill? Mu Yun let go of his modesty. He walked straight over. Yi Zichen started to flip through the herbs on the floor. Every time I see one of them, the astonishment in her eyes increased. These medicinal ingredients. Only Fairy Feng's medicine peak could be cultivated to such an extent. Did you say? It's all true. She frowned slightly. He stared at the tip of the leaf. Looking at his smiling face, he felt that Luli wasn't here solely to send him the medicinal herbs. Yifeng, let me be frank with you. These medicinal ingredients were so precious. Give it to me. I was just in time to use it. But I don't believe that you would be so kind. Speak. What are you trying to do? Yifeng saw that she understood him. The light in his eyes hardened. I want to use the soul-stealing pill's medicinal ingredients as collateral. Loan me one of the best. True Yuan Dan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280. Other people's loans were all made in gold coins. It was the first time that Mu Yun had heard of this. Some people are here to make a loan. This was completely unheard of. You want a top-grade true essence pill? Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. On her pretty face, a playful smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh, I understand. You want to trade for the pills. To Bingqian. You wish to win the hand of a beauty with a smile. During the last pill competition, Liu Bingqian and Yi Wen were inseparable. She had a shy expression on her face. She had completely fallen into the eyes of her master, Mu Yun. Yifeng was slightly surprised. Yi Zichen looked at her in confusion. I want to borrow a true essence pill. What does that have to do with Bingqian? Besides, didn't she mention it when she wrote the letter? She was now. He is already a martial disciple. Wait. What did you say? This girl. He is already a martial disciple. Mu Yun and Yang Jing were astonished. They looked at each other. One must know that Liu Bingqian had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refining for who knows how long. Why did it only take a blink? Then he would break through. This is... When did this happen? Almost. Just before we came to the celestial gate. Yifeng replied with a smile. Mu Yan's charming face changed. After a while, he said, so that's how it is. Table of contents, in other words. You can come to my side and lend me this pill. It's for. That's right. I'll lend you this pill. Actually, it's all for my own breakthrough. Zifeng smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Mu Yan actually knew what Zifeng was going to say. However, these words really came out of his mouth. This feeling would be different again. It seems. What fortuitous encounter did you encounter? This is the only way for you to advance at such a speed. Mu Yan pondered for a moment. He frowned and said, all right. Your business. I won't ask any further. Tell me about it. The top-grade true essence pill that you speak of. What level was it at? If it's common or yellow rank. As she spoke, he picked up the tea that Xiao Chui had brewed for her. He took a small sip. Zifeng smiled and said, Earth-grade true essence pill. Mu Yan's eyes widened. A large mouthful of tea. He couldn't wait to puke on Yifeng's face. Zifeng actually skipped over the Xian grade Dan. He directly went to the level of an Earth rank pill. Master. Take it easy. Stop choking. Yang Jing hurried forward. Yi Zichen patted Mu Yan's back. Help her catch her breath. Jing air. Do you hear me? This brat. He actually wanted an Earth-grade true essence pill. One must know that. In the past, when I broke through myself. They are all Xian-grade pellets. Mu Yan said with a bitter expression. Young Master Yi. You are really. Hearing this, Yang Jing nodded. He also turned around and looked at Zifeng reproachfully. He also didn't understand. Why did he have to ask so arrogantly? Earth-grade medicinal pills. He was looking at the entire heavenly Dao City. It was even a supremely high-grade pill that could make people go crazy. Zifeng. What ability did he have? He actually dared to ask for such a pill. Zifeng smiled. If it wasn't for the Earth-grade pill, why would I need to lend a pill? This sentence. He was not overconfident. Previously, when his sister Yi Shui and Liu Bingqian had broken through to the Xin core realm, they had used a mysterious true essence pill. He was the one who had forged it all by himself. Mu Yan chuckled, but since you want the Earth-grade pill, I'm afraid. A material for a mere soul-stealing pill. You are not qualified, right? It didn't matter what kind of Dan it was. Even if it was an Earth-grade golden-headed pill. They were all existences that had been robbed by others. Not to mention a cross-border pill like the True Essence pill. I never intended to. He only used the materials from the soul-stealing pill. Would be able to move Lord Old Devil. Yi Wen smiled. Soon, a spatial treasure appeared. He forcefully pulled out a huge pill furnace. 32 scattered stars. The golden light that penetrated his body. It rose in spirals. Without a doubt, this meant that this was a Xian-grade pill furnace. A surprised expression flashed across Mu Yan's charming face. Mysterious rank pill furnace. Her large, watery eyes widened even more. He hurriedly stepped forward. He carefully examined the pill furnace's appearance. From time to time, exclamations could be heard coming from his mouth. This cauldron doesn't seem to be an innate expert. It seemed to be made of some kind of material. Table of contents, this pill furnace. Which alchemist gave it to you? Compared to refining pills. The crafting of pill furnaces. And it was also a huge piece of knowledge. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very skilled in this field, it would be difficult for him to create a pill furnace. Yifeng smiled. Who made it? It doesn't matter. The most important thing was, I am now willing to use this mysterious rank pill furnace. I'll also mortgage it to Lord Old Devil as a bargaining chip for an Earth-grade pill. Lord Old Devil. What do you think? My God. Yang Jing frowned. Her steps gently shifted. Yi Zichen pulled Yifeng to the side. Young Master Yi. Are you crazy? There was no need to spend so much effort in chasing after the Earth rank pill. Protect the mysterious rank pill furnace. This was the real deal. This pill furnace. This is the foundation of an alchemist. Yifeng smiled. Yi Zichen looked at Yang Jing. Therefore, the matter of the loan of the pill. What he needed to pay attention to was whether he could borrow some money to pay back his debt or not. The ingredients for the mysterious rank pill furnace and the soul-stealing pill. It was just a mortgage. I'm only doing it for a reasonable amount of time. Use reasonable resources. That's all. Mu Yun looked at Yifeng in shock. Suddenly, a voice that came from the bottom of his heart resounded throughout the entire guest hall. Yifeng. If I only listened to your words. Don't look at your face. I thought you were about my age. It was truly unexpected. You are only 20 years old. A light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. And then he laughed, hopefully. I won't offend Lord Old Devil because of this. Mu Yun chuckled. He waved his hand. Don't worry about it. I like your awareness. Since you've made up your mind to get this Earth-grade pill, it's not that I can't help you. However what? Hearing that, Yifeng seemed to have a change of plans. Now that he thought about it, he asked. It's just a pity. I only have the medicinal ingredients for the Earth-grade True Essence pill. There were no finished products. Even if he wanted to start refining it, it would probably take at least 5 days. Can you wait this long? Furthermore, don't say you can't wait. I can't spend a full 5 days. I will go and specially refine pills for you. Yifeng shook his head. He said resolutely, indeed. He couldn't wait. 4 days. I must break through to the martial disciple realm. Mu Yun paused for a moment. And then he laughed bitterly, then. Sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you. But objectively, I can't help you. Please go back. That may not be so. Yifeng suddenly looked up. He took a deep look at Mu Yun. Don't tell me. Do you have any other ideas? Ha! Mu Yun exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Lord Old Devil. What you just said. You were the one who refined the Earth-grade pill. It would take 5 days. Then, what if you add me as well? Yifeng looked up. Yi Zichen smiled. You? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He raised his head. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen from head to toe. How could you refine such a super high-grade Earth rank pill? No. I will. Yifeng looked at him with determination, and if the old devil trusts you, it could even be used as a medicinal ingredient for this Earth-grade pill. Leave all of them to me. If I succeed, then the matter of the loan will be settled. If I fail, then the ingredients for this mysterious rank pill furnace and soul-stealing pill, they were all dealt with by Lord Old Devil. In addition, I still owe Lord Old Devil an Earth-grade pill. During Zifeng's martial disciple stage, I will definitely return it. Yifeng's words To old man Mu Yun, it sounded like. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded like a bunch of nonsense. After all, this was an Earth rank pill. It was even an Earth rank pill that transcended boundaries. Don't talk about Yifeng. Even he himself. He was not very familiar with the refinement of this Earth-grade pill. However, to Mu Yun, this old ghost. Table of contents, and it was so hard to refuse. If Yifeng failed to concoct the pill, then he would have earned the Xian-grade pill furnace and the materials for the soul-stealing pill for nothing. Even if it was Mu Yun. It was also impossible to view a mysterious rank pill furnace as an ordinary object. Yifeng. Are you serious? I'll give you the ingredients for the Earth-grade pill. You really plan to refine it yourself? Mu Yun asked in a testing manner. Yifeng nodded, exactly. However, I need a quiet alchemy room, enough hot water and 3 meals on time. In the span of 3 days. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Yes. All right. 3 days. I will create the best alchemy environment for you. Mu Yun hurriedly nodded his head. Yi Zichen seriously replied. That's what she said. However, in her heart. However, he could not bear to do so. He thought about how he could earn benefits from a Qi condensation student. Isn't this teacher a bit disrespectful? Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. The corner of his mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. All right then. Let's make a blood contract now. There is a certificate for doing and speaking. Mu Yun smiled in agreement. After all, to her, this blood contract was like a blood pact. Almost all of them were benefits. There was no reason not to sign. And then, both of them cut their fingers. He placed specks of fresh blood onto the blood contract. All right. In that case, 3 days were extremely short. Please forgive me for going to the alchemy lab to prepare the ingredients. As for the materials needed for the Earth-grade pill, I hope that Lord Old Devil can send someone to bring it over later. Yifeng stared at Mu Yun and said, Okay. I see. There's no problem with that. Goodbye. Yifeng nodded. He immediately left the reception hall with large strides. He headed outside. Mu Yun stared at Yifeng's departing figure. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. But exactly where? Yet, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Suddenly, her expression changed. Her delicate body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Master. Why did your face become so pale? Yang Jing looked at her with a puzzled expression. Mu Yun turned his head stiffly. He took a few deep breaths and said, You said this Zifeng. How could he know? Where is the alchemy lab? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281. Earth-grade pill, above Xian-grade pill. This was the dream of everyone in the heavenly Tiandao City. However, it is not unattainable. It was not easy to refine an Earth-grade pill, but the difficulty came mainly from the unknown and not from the refining process itself. In the Mu Yun Manor's pill refining room, after Yifeng stood still, he looked around and a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected of the pill refining room specially used by the old devil. The pill refining conditions in all aspects are indeed of high quality. Yang Jing smiled sweetly and walked into the room. Of course. In the entire heavenly Tiandao City, which alchemy room could compare to this place? Speaking of which, young Master Yi, when you were in the Legacy City, where did you refine pills? In the wild, in the forest, Yifeng blurted out. Ah. Yang Jing didn't take her eyes off him. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. How could you make such a good pill in such a place? Yifeng smiled and nodded. Yes, the conditions were quite harsh before, but now that we have a perfect alchemy environment and a perfect set of earth-grade herbs, it will definitely increase the success rate. Yang Jing burst out laughing. It's easy to guess at such a good pill refining environment, but this earth-grade medicine is very rare. Having it is already pretty good. How do you know if it is good or bad? You are too blind and confident. She didn't think that Yifeng would be able to concoct any kind of earth-rank pill. About this, Yifeng smiled, but didn't comment. In fact, he had long since used his sole talent to investigate the alchemy lab and storage of Old Man Mu Yun. He naturally knew where the alchemy lab was and understood the quality of the medicinal ingredients. Thus, it was under the condition that the alchemy lab and the earth-grade medicinal materials were of high quality that he had the confidence to establish such a blood contract. Yang Jing saw his silence and thought that he was just trying to be brave, so she didn't ask any further questions. She smiled with her almond-shaped eyes and slowly turned her head. Alright then, don't blame me for striking you. Somebody, bring the herbs outside. Yes, Miss Jing. The two female attendants, who had been waiting outside for a long time, responded when they heard this. They immediately entered the room and carried the entire 2 baskets of medicinal ingredients into the alchemy lab. If young Master Hua were to see such a large amount of medicinal herbs, he would definitely be surprised. There were so many of them, but in Yifeng's eyes, they only made him feel a sense of fanaticism. Yang Jing saw that his whole body was trembling. She didn't know that he was excited and thought that he was afraid. She smiled sweetly. Open it. As the female servant squatted down, she untied the bag that was wrapped around the medicinal ingredients. Instantly, a dense fragrance started to spread in the alchemy room. Just smelling this spiritual qi was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. If it was refined into a medicinal pill, it would be a huge boost to a person's ability to cross the border. It would be incomparable to a mysterious rank pill. In Yang Jing's eyes, she did not recognize any of these medicinal plants. Therefore, in her opinion, Yifeng might not even be able to identify the medicinal herb in the first step. The difficulty level was extremely high. Master Yi, how about this? Looking at so many new herbs, are you going to quit now? Why don't you come with me to apologize to Master? Since the blood contract has been established, how could I go back on my word? Liu Bingqian stared at the herbs and asked whether it was intentional or not. If you go and plead, you must have a way, right? I can't just watch as you throw away a mysterious rank pill furnace. If Bingqian knew, she might blame me, Yang Jing said with a sigh. What kind of pill I want to refine has nothing to do with her. Besides, if I don't use the mysterious rank pill furnace as a collateral, how could Lord Old Devil be willing to give me the earth rank medicine ingredients? There were some things that needed to be done in advance in order to be able to look forward to the rewards. Opportunities and risks coexist. Yang Jing saw that her advice to him was of no use, and a feeling of helplessness arose in her heart. Alright, in the next 3 days, I'll be making this earth-grade pill with all my might. Miss Jing, you may leave. Yifeng's eyes were filled with an indescribable firmness as he ordered Yi Zichen to leave. Alright, then I won't bother with you anymore. You better take care of yourself. Yang Jing's pretty face was even paler because of her anger. Greetings to Miss Jing. Yifeng cupped his fist and smiled. He did not wait for Yang Jing to leave the room before he lay down on the pile of medicinal ingredients and carefully examined them. His eyes were filled with joy. Let's go. Yang Jing's temper could be considered quite good. However, when she saw how he ignored her, she couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. Could it be that, in Yifeng's eyes, he wasn't as attractive as these herbs? Common grade, yellow grade, and even Xian grade medicinal herbs could be refined by Yifeng without too much preparation. However, the earth rank pill was not that simple. In order to refine an earth rank pill, a large amount of preparation work had to be done earlier. This was enough to scare a newbie off. The knowledge required to refine a earth rank pill was far beyond what a mysterious rank pill could compare with. Only a peak stage heaven step alchemist like Zifeng was able to control the knowledge contained within and combine the theory and practice of alchemy with the knowledge contained within the pill. Coldness marrow scale, earth spirit seed, recuperation fruit, this is the first Tao of pills. Rotten god vine, frostheart grass, Legacy-Re, this is the second Tao of alchemy. Yuan grass, life mysterious fruit, thousand ginseng, this is the third Tao of alchemy. 32 stars, corresponding to the 32 Tao of alchemy. Zifeng's first day of work was mainly devoted to dividing the pill Tao. He divided the huge amount of medicinal herbs into 32 small piles. Thus, for the entire day, he did not even light a fire, let alone start concocting pills. When he collapsed to the ground, he was already exhausted to the extreme. After all, apart from searching for the corresponding herbs in the 2 baskets of medicinal herbs, there was also a need to strictly control the dosage of each herb, which would definitely consume a lot of energy. It's almost time to eat. Suddenly, the sole talent he had used had detected the situation outside. He noticed that there was a maid who seemed to be looking at him from a small hole in the window. The corner of his mouth curled up into a mature smile. Mu Yun's residence. A beautiful woman wearing a white robe was kneeling in front of Xiaoer, her personal maid. What did you say? During the entire day, Zifeng did not even ignite the fire. After leaving the job for a day, are you deceiving me? When she spoke of excitement, the mustache stuck to the side of her mouth was about to fall off. Xiaoer felt wronged as she looked at Mu Yuner. Lord Mu Yuner has followed you for so many years, but I've never lied to you. This matter is absolutely true. She had previously been instructed by that old fart Mu Yun to observe Zifeng's actions while he was giving him 3 meals. However, even at night, he didn't show any signs of concocting pills. Every time he went over, he would see him sleeping on the floor and resting with his eyes closed. He didn't seem like he was here to refine pills, but to enjoy this. How is this possible? Mu Yun couldn't understand why Zifeng would do such a thing. Zifeng had said it with such confidence, as if it really was a success. However, he had been out of work for 3 days in total. Was this his pill refining attitude? Could he be intentionally giving the mysterious rank pill furnace and the soul-stealing pill materials to me in a subtle way? Mu Yun couldn't help but become suspicious. Lord Mu Yun, look, this. Mu Yun thought about it for a moment before replying, forget it, Xiaoer, it will be hard on you to observe him for the night. If there aren't any problems. She paused for a moment and made a decision. Then, from tomorrow onwards, you will bring him food as usual. You don't need to observe him anymore. If he can successfully produce an earth rank pill in the remaining 2 days, I really won't believe it. They had to be wary of others, especially when benefits were involved. Zifeng couldn't be considered to be familiar with Mu Yun, but he was only able to give him the chance to use the earth-grade medicine to concoct pills. Then, it was very possible that the other party would cause trouble for Zifeng just because he wanted to achieve a victory. So, instead of trying to solve these problems, when the time comes, it would be better to eliminate this possibility from the beginning. When Yuan slept until the next day, Xiaoer had already completely lost faith in him. She felt that she was wasting her time, so she snorted heavily and left. Did he finally leave? Zifeng carefully felt around and knew that there was no one around the alchemy lab. Since he had a soul talent, Xiaoer's actions would naturally not escape his notice. Thus, Xiaoer was indeed observing Yuan, but Zifeng was also observing her. I've more or less rested enough. Now that the medicinal ingredients have been divided into 32 stages, I shall start to refine as much as I can. As Zifeng spoke, he placed the mysterious rank pill furnace he brought with him in the center. Beside it were the 2 mysterious rank pill furnaces used by Mu Yun. The reason why the old geezer said that he could produce an earth-grade pill within 5 days should be because he wanted to reject me. He should be talking about using a single pill furnace. If I were to use all 3 pill furnaces at the same time, it would take at most 2 days for the results to be clear, Zifeng muttered. As his voice fell, an incomparably blood-red flame of mortal rank lit up. In a flash, it seemed as if a flaming dragon had whizzed past. Under the 3 pill furnaces, a wave of scorching flames burst forth. At the same time, the flame was ignited. Zifeng's heart gradually sunk, he could feel everything in his heart. In this quiet place, no one was watching or disturbing him. A good alchemy environment and a challenging task made his blood boil. It has been a long time since I felt such a sensation of being in a pill cultivating room and concentrating on pill forging. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282. 32 portions of medicinal herbs, 32 paths. 1-to-1 correspondence. I can finally concoct the earth-grade pill by myself without any distractions. Zifeng smiled and poured the corresponding ingredients into the 3 pill furnaces one by one. Each time he waited, a hint of seriousness would appear on his calm face. In the past, he had been playing with earth-grade pills, manipulating them with his ghost flame. But now, he had to face the cruel reality of his own inadequacy. Even if it was him, he would have to go all out. Let's begin. Liu spoke in a deep voice, her hand was still on fire. She started to moisten the herbs that had been put into the furnace. Some of the earth-grade herbs had their own spirituality. As soon as they came into contact with Zifeng's spirit energy, they exploded with a powerful force that shot towards the place where Zifeng stood. This medicinal herb. Is it the 17th Tao of alchemy? A light flashed across Zifeng's eyes. He moved his finger and muttered to himself as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his eyes. Under form displacement transposition, it should be. I can impart the Tao of 28 pills. The 32 stars on top of the Xian grade pill furnace had the ability to change shapes. The spirit energy contained in the ingredients could be dissolved through the mysterious patterns inside the furnace. Therefore, Zifeng's method of dividing up the Tao of alchemy was not only for the sake of marking, but also for the sake of calculation. When ordinary people were merely trying to warm the medicinal plants, they would easily be severely injured by the medicinal plant's spirit energy. Even if it was old man Muyan who occasionally made a miscalculation, he couldn't help but grunt in pain. Right now, Zifeng was directly using 3 pill furnaces to warm up the ingredients within. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of calculating the displacement of the Tao of alchemy was extremely high, and the process was extremely dangerous. The 15th Tao of alchemy, joined the 23rd. He licked his lips and frowned. An hour passed. The herbs in the 2 stoves had all been warmed by Zifeng, leaving the 3rd stoves behind. Zifeng's face was covered in sweat. He had been doing calculations for a long time, and it was exhausting him. If he continued to maintain this state, he would faint sooner or later. That's right, why didn't you use the newly awakened soul talent on refining pills? Zifeng's eyebrows gradually relaxed, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of another method. Having made up his mind, he immediately focused on comprehending it. Suddenly, a wonderful feeling filled his heart. A strand of Tao intent attached itself to the pill furnace, and the trembling of the leaves on each of the ingredients was completely absorbed into the bottom of his heart. All the movements in the wind and grass could not escape his notice. To think that it would have such a use, Zifeng was shocked. If it was before, it would have never happened. Because, in his previous life, he had never comprehended the Tao and awakened his talent before, this feeling of joy was especially evident at this moment. With the help of his own soul talent, he didn't even need to deduce much. With a little calculation, he could simply rely on his senses to guide the spiritual energy from the herbs to enter and exit. The first stage is to select the medicinal ingredients and to divide the pill Dao. The second stage is to moisten the medicinal materials, to combine the spiritual energy. These two stages were completed after a day and a half. The next step would be the refining phase. He put away the fire at the tip of his finger and estimated that it was about time for lunch. He then stopped to rest. Xiaoer's calm voice rang in his ears. Yifeng, the food has been prepared for you. After an entire night of observation, Xiaoer sincerely believed that Yifeng was someone who came to cheat, eat, drink and get familiar. After all, it wasn't as though there had never been someone who had come close to Mu Yun using gifts before. She didn't even need to call him Master Yi anymore. She just called him by his name. Yifeng smiled plainly and said, "Leave it at the door. I'll come and get it myself after I sleep for a while." Xiaoer stood on her tiptoes and looked inside. When she saw that Yifeng was still sleeping on the ground, she immediately frowned and shook her head. "As you wish." She softly snorted, her face full of disdain. Before she left, she did not forget to mutter in a low voice, "Truly a piece of trash. I wonder why Miss Liu specially came here for you." Although her voice was soft, Yifeng was extremely clear. Yifeng was shocked and immediately shouted, "Wait, go slowly. What are you talking about, Miss Liu? Could it be Liu Bingqian?" Hearing this, Xiaoer's face immediately became pale. "How did you hear what I said? Could it be that you heard what I said before?" Previously, she had scolded Yifeng as a piece of trash. However, if he were to investigate further, then she would definitely be scolded by that old fogey, Mu Yun. That's not the point. Let me ask you, is it that Bingqian is here? Hearing his tone, Xiaoer did not seem to care about the fact that she had scolded him. Her heart relaxed and the color of her face returned to normal. That's right. I heard that Miss Jing told her about it with the spiritual paper, so she hurried over. At this time, she should be at the entrance of the Mu Yun Manor by now. What? Yifeng was surprised for a moment. He frowned and blurted out, "This Yang Jing, she is so troublesome." How can you say that about Miss Jing? When Xiaoer saw that he could not keep his mouth shut, she became a little angry for a moment. Yang Jing usually treated people warmly, but she did not look down on them. Thus, in the eyes of the servants, her reputation had always been good. Now, there was suddenly an outsider speaking of her in such a manner. Xiaoer's heart was naturally somewhat unsettled. Yifeng shook his head helplessly, knowing that it was too late to say anything now. There were some things that a plan could not keep up with. It was impossible to make oneself happy every time. Since he could not hide it, he might as well. Liu Bingqian's voice came from afar. "Brute brother. Little Qian, don't go in. You'll disturb the concocting of pills." Old man Mu Yun followed behind her. He didn't know whether to stop her or not, so he let her in along the way. Furthermore, in Mu Yun's heart, she could make use of this opportunity to see Yifeng's pill refining situation. The door to the alchemy room opened and a dense amount of spirit energy rushed in, blowing on Liu Bingqian and Mu Yun's bodies. Spirit mist shrouded the room as a young man wearing a green robe walked out from the center of the spirit mist. His steps were steady and he had a faint smile on his face. "Bingqian, why did you come?" Yifeng smiled faintly. A strange expression appeared in Liu Bingqian's and Mu Yun's beautiful eyes. Seeing how his entire body seemed to have changed, giving off a transcendent aura, the two of them were stunned. In fact, only when Yifeng was fully focused on concocting pills would he be able to make people feel this difference. "Brutal brother, I've heard about the situation. You left the celestial sect of wonders, came here, and even made a bet with Master on that mysterious rank pill furnace." Liu Bingqian came back to her senses and couldn't help but ask. Yifeng smiled and nodded, That's right. You?" Liu Bingqian was stunned before she let out a helpless sigh. She turned around to look at Mu Yun. Old master, you are also here. You see, why don't we not include the mysterious rank pill furnace that the coarse elder brother has? He only has this one pill furnace. If he loses, he won't be able to concoct any more pills. When she saw Yang Jing deliver the message to her, she rushed over immediately. She was afraid that Zifeng would do something irreparable on the spur of the moment. If that was the case, she could still make a deal with him. Now it seemed that Zifeng's actions were just as she expected. Mu Yun didn't really care about what Liu Bingqian said and silently walked into the pill refining room. He looked around at the situation. What's wrong, Master Old Devil? Liu Bingqian saw that she was not talking, and a look of worry appeared in her eyes. She didn't know if her master would agree or not. In the eyes of this new alchemist, the scattered herbs in the room probably did not give much thought to this scene. However, in the eyes of old man Mu Yun, these scattered medicinal plants contained a deep meaning. Rotten god vine, frostheart grass, Leiqingji. Yifeng, I really didn't think that you would know about the medicinal ingredients used to concoct the earth-grey true essence pill. Mu Yun's face stiffened as he looked at Yifeng in shock. That was because she had already discovered that there was something missing from the large amount of herbs. Without even thinking, Yifeng must have put it all into the furnace. Mu Yun frowned as he turned his head around to glare fiercely at Xiao Er. He said in a low voice, "Damned girl, I'll deal with you later." When Xiao Er saw this scene, she felt a little helpless. After all, when she had observed Zifeng earlier, she had already been very serious. Mu Yun frowned as he continued to walk around the room, looking around. When he was about to head for the pill furnace. However, she was stopped by Yifeng. Yifeng, you. Please don't be angry, my lord. I just wanted to remind you that you said you would create an absolutely peaceful environment for me to refine pills. But, you're going back on your words now. Mu Yun stared at her blankly. How long had it been since someone had dared to offend her like this? However, Yifeng's words did make sense. He was currently concocting pills, and she had disturbed him. An embarrassed smile appeared on her little face. You saw it as well. Bingqian insisted on coming over. I was stubborn enough to let her in. Fine, let's go. We won't disturb your alchemy. As Mu Yun spoke, he brought Liu Bingqian along. Wait, Lord Old Devil. Since you have come, don't leave. I will start concocting pills now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283. In most cases, hiding one's edge was a way to protect oneself. However, this is only true in most cases. When others discover that something is wrong, Yifeng will continue to hide and lose the effect he should have. Mu Yun looked astonished as he stared at Yifeng. What? Aren't you afraid that you'll be disturbed by us? Yifeng smiled. I don't like to be observed in secret more than being disturbed. Mu Yun's mind went blank as his eyes opened wide. She didn't have time to explain anything. Yifeng's voice sounded again. All right, I won't say any more. I'll start now. Bingqian, come over and help me. Oh, okay. Liu Bingqian was slightly startled, but she still smiled and moved closer to Yifeng. She was very willing to help Zifeng. Mu Yun creased his eyebrows as his expression changed drastically. Wait a minute, aren't you concocting pills by yourself? Who allowed you to pull Bingqian in? I am not concocting pills by myself, but who allowed you to come into the alchemy lab and disturb me? Yifeng's expression did not change, and he immediately asked. Yifeng, who do you think you are to dare speak to Lord Mu Yun like that? Xiao Er glared at Yifeng and said. All right, Xiao Er, stop talking. Mu Yun frowned and pondered for a moment before waving his hand. After all, she was the one who was in the wrong in this matter. Lord Old Devil, Zifeng doesn't know how to speak. Please forgive him for offending. Yifeng cupped his hands and said. Muyan chuckled bitterly as he thought, if you don't know how to speak, then there will be a lot of people who don't know how to speak in Heavenly Dao City. Lord Old Devil, Bingqian is your disciple. You must know what she is capable of. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, she may not be able to help much, but it doesn't have much of an impact on the outcome. However, don't you think that letting her participate in the refining process is a very rare opportunity? Ugh. Muyan raised his head and glanced at Liu Bingqian. Master. Liu Bingqian coquettishly said as she pulled on Muyan's sleeve. Seeing that her eyes were filled with hope, Muyan's heart softened and he gritted his teeth. Okay, Yifeng, if you want to refine it quickly, then do it quickly. I want to see what kind of earth rank pill you can get from refining an extra new pill. Thank you, Lord Old Devil. Yifeng smiled and nodded. After a while, the expression in his eyes gradually cooled down. He walked to the center of the 3 pill furnaces. Bingqian, do you still remember how the Xian Great Supreme Yuan True Pill was refined last time? Liu Bingqian laughed, of course I remember. How much time has passed? I won't forget so quickly. Very good. Just follow the same steps as last time and start a fire and roast the herbs. Leave the rest to me. Yifeng smiled and pointed to the pill furnace in the middle. Here, this first one. However, when Muyan heard this, he was shocked to the point that he didn't even move a muscle. It was as if his face had gone numb. Little girl Qian, you have already refined a mysterious grade true essence pill. Liu Bingqian chuckled, that's right, master. So you didn't know. I thought that the boorish brother had already told you. Muyan's expression froze as he let out a bitter laugh. He looked at Yifeng and sighed, I didn't expect that you would be so arrogant right after we started concocting pills. She thought that her disciple wouldn't be able to help her during the pill refining process, so she agreed to Yifeng's request. Who would have thought that her disciple would have refined a mysterious grand primordial pill before? If she knew it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have trusted Yifeng. The 2 of them started concocting pills. Furthermore, Liu Bingqian was not a complete novice in the making of true essence pills. As a result, the pressure on Yifeng's side was greatly reduced. Fire. As Yifeng said this, Liu Bingqian's expression also became serious. She started to condense all the spiritual qi in her body, and started to condense it towards her fingertips. The fire burned fiercely, burning the green pill furnace until it turned red. Streams of spirit energy rushed up to the ceiling of the furnace room and sank down. As the cycle continued, the spirit energy became increasingly pure and rich. The 2 of them held their breath as they went about their business. As time passed, Liu Bingqian's pretty face alternated between red and white. However, she was afraid of affecting Yifeng, so she didn't say anything. With a glance, Yi Ci knew what was going on. The biggest difference between roasted Xian medicine ingredients and earth medicine ingredients is that earth medicine ingredients have their own spiritual energy. It's very easy for your aura to become chaotic. That's right. Brutal brother, what should I do? Liu Bingqian nodded her head. Just now, half an hour had passed and the spirit energy that was rampaging about had made her throat taste sweet, making her feel uncomfortable. Yifeng thought for a moment and said calmly, the easiest way is to give me your hand. Liu Bingqian let out an ah as her face flushed red. But? What but? If this goes on, you might faint the next moment. Yifeng saw that she was not going to reach out her hand, and was afraid that he would miss the opportunity, so he used force to grab her soft little hand. All of a sudden, an aura exploded from Liu Bingqian's body to Yiwen. But almost at the same moment of contact, Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Bingqian's face recovered a bit, but she was startled. She hurriedly retracted her hand, not wanting to let the exploding spiritual energy spread to Yifeng. Don't let go, it's just a small wound, it's no big deal. Yifeng raised his head with a smile, while blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. He possessed the immortal martial spirit's power. It was common for him to get injured like this. But Yifeng laughed blandly, "Don't worry, I'm really fine. Besides, Bingqian, do you think I've ever lied to you?" Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes blinked. "All right then. Big brother barbarian, is there any way to stop the chaotic aura that I've created?" Yifeng smiled helplessly and shook his head. "There is no good way. We can only concoct earth rank pills with Xian grade pill furnaces. We can only use our own strength and endure it, but with Yifeng's current cultivation level, he was still barely able to produce earth grade pills with his current cultivation level. Without paying the price of blood, an earth rank pill would be difficult to obtain. This was something that Yifeng had realized from the very beginning. "Alright, if you're used to it, Bingqian, let's start roasting the other two pill furnaces." Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes flashed. "What? There are two other pill furnaces with medicinal ingredients in them?" "That's right." Although Liu Bingqian and Mu Yun had vaguely guessed it, Yifeng's words caused them to feel extremely shocked. "Brat, isn't it too difficult to use 3 batches of pills?" Liu Bingqian stared at the 3 pill furnaces in front of her as she sucked in a breath of cold air. Yifeng nodded deeply and said seriously, "If it's easy to refine an earth rank pill, then it would be called an earth rank pill. Let's continue. Hurry up." Mu Yun's heart trembled as he looked deeply at Yifeng with eyes filled with shock. So that's how it is. He has already seized the opportunity to reach such a crazed level in 3 batches of alchemy. This Yifeng is truly a genius in alchemy. I wonder how much strength he has displayed in the last pill competition. A hint of doubt flashed in Xiao'er's eyes. "Lord Mu Yun, is he really that powerful? I've rarely heard you speak so highly of a person." "Is that so?" An indescribable smile appeared on Mu Yun's charming face. "That's true. I remember that after evaluating Qi Zimo, I didn't say anything like that for a long time." Listening to Mu Yun compare Yifeng to Qi Zimo, Xiao'er thought about how she had called Yifeng a trash and felt quite ashamed. If he was trash, then what was he? Right. Xiao'er thought of something and leaned over to Mu Yun as she spoke in a low voice. "Lord Mu Yun, if this Yifeng were to succeed, according to the blood contract, we can consider it his victory. How about I find a chance?" Mu Yun forced out a smile as he shook his head before replying in a low voice. "You're right. Originally, I had the same idea, but why do you think Yifeng left Liu Bingqian and me behind?" Xiao'er's face froze as she looked doubtfully at Mu Yun. "Lord Mu Yun's meaning is, Since Yifeng knows about us secretly observing him, he is naturally suspicious of us. Leaving Liu Bingqian and me behind is an indication of his attitude towards us, as a warning to us." Mu Yun paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, refining 3 batches of pills at the same time is extremely dangerous. If he were to accidentally affect Bingqian, then his life might be in danger. But in that case, I won't be able to obtain the mysterious rank pill furnace." Xiao'er felt a little pity. "From your tone, people that don't know about it would think that Yifeng has already concocted an earth rank pill." Old man Mu Yun chuckled as he shook his head. "To refine an earth rank pill, one's cultivation is insufficient, so one must rely on time and blood to exchange. However, in order to save time, Yifeng used 3 batches to refine the pill." She paused for a moment and stared at Li's direction. "So, Xiao'er, let's go first. Based on my experience, perhaps if we have dinner tonight and look at the situation, we will see him unconscious due to excessive blood loss." After saying that, she took Xiao'er with her and prepared to leave this place. At the same time, at the moment she closed the pill refining room, she seemed to see Yifeng's eyes slightly open. Was it my imagination? Her heart trembled slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284. Muyan had a noble identity, so he naturally wouldn't keep looking at this junior refining pills. Firstly, she had other things to take care of, and secondly, she had a bad reputation. Therefore, her departure was inevitable. After she left, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, big brother barbarian? From the looks of it, you seem to be afraid of my master. Liu Bingqian giggled as she asked in confusion. Yifeng smiled, it's not that I'm afraid of her, but if she is here, then there are some things that I can't do. What do you mean? Liu Bingqian asked in surprise. You see. Yifeng smiled and didn't explain anything. He held his breath and concentrated, streams of profound qi overflowing from his arms. A monster formed from spirit energy hovered in the air, greedily absorbing the spirit energy that filled the entire alchemy lab. It was like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. Guiying was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Kid, where did you find such a good place? It's really a good thing that you could receive such nourishment before you awaken your martial spirit. What should I call you? I need to help you review some martial skills. Yifeng smiled playfully as he formed a character shape with his mouth. That word was the first word that could control martial skills. Liu Bingqian did not know what a martial soul cultivation technique was, but to Guiying, it could be said to be an unforgettable skill. Master. Master. Guiying unwillingly called out, but in his heart, he secretly cursed. Every time, Yifeng would use this technique to threaten him, but he couldn't do anything to it. It truly made him depressed. Liu Bingqian's eyes were wide open as she looked at the monster. Brood big bro, last time I wanted to ask, but that was when you were breaking through to the 9th layer and the situation was critical, so I didn't have the time to ask you. So, you can say it now, what is this monster that can only speak? Who's the monster? Do you even know how to talk? Spirit Shadow unhappily circled in front of her, wanting nothing more than to suck her spiritual energy in one gulp. However, Liu Bingqian was still a martial disciple after all. Furthermore, she was restricted by Yifeng and could not move freely. So, Guiying could only forcefully swallow his anger. You look like a monster, so of course I'll call you that. Liu Bingqian curled her lips and said. You? Alright, Bingqian, listen up. Yifeng said lightly, I call it Ghastly Shadow, which is my martial soul. You can call it that in the future. Spirit Shadow. Liu Bingqian thought for a while, and then suddenly reacted after saying a few words. Her face changed. Wait, what did you say just now? This is your martial spirit, but how could a Qi condensation student have a martial spirit? Yi Cheng nodded with a smile, that's right. I know it is hard to believe, but that is the truth. This. Surprise flashed across Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes. Bingqian, this is a secret between the two of us. I have a martial soul, don't tell her, Yifeng said with a serious expression. Okay, I understand. Liu Bingqian nodded seriously, but she secretly felt a hint of joy in her heart, because she could already share the secret with Yifeng. Yifeng paused for a moment and coughed. He turned his head towards Guiying and said seriously. I have limited time. Let me get down to business. Guiying, the reason I called you out this time wasn't to help you make up for your lack of time. It's to get you to work. Guiying was slightly stunned. Being able to refine pills is one thing, it's not a fight. What do I have to do? Yi Qingfeng smiled and pointed to the cauldron. Bingqian asked me earlier, this earth medicine had its own spiritual energy, it could easily make a person's aura go wild. At that time, I replied that I could only rely on my own willpower to endure it. Liu Bingqian was stunned when she heard this. She stared at Yifeng and suddenly came to a realization. Brat, could it be that you said that on purpose? Yifeng laughed lightly, that's right. I want your master to form this opinion. No matter how strong my willpower is, my blood energy is limited. I can't hold on for too long under 3 stoves of pills. He paused for a moment before continuing. She might think that if I relied solely on my willpower, roasting 2 stoves of pills would be the absolute limit. But I have spirit shadow. Guiying gave an awkward laugh. I am here. What's wrong? Stop pretending to be stupid. With you around, the spiritual energy within this cauldron will go berserk. Can't you absorb it? Guiying's heart sank. Absorbing the energy from the pill furnace in the process of refining pills was truly a bitter task. Moreover, most of the spiritual energy in the furnace would enter after the pill was refined. Therefore, if it were to take action, the only thing it could absorb would be low-grade dregs. Useless waste gas. Seeing spirit shadow frozen on the spot, unwilling to work. Zifeng frowned. Hurry up, time is pressing. I will count to 3. After 3, if you don't make a move on the furnace, I will make a move on you. 3, 2, 1. Alright, I'll do it. When Spirit Shadow heard the word 1, he was startled and could only force himself to enter the pill furnace. He began to mediate the riots of spiritual energy in the pill furnace, trying to absorb the dregs. The Xian grade or lower Xian grade pellets did not have such an intense burst of spiritual energy, so there was no need for Ghastly Shadow to do anything. However, he was currently concocting an earth rank pill, which was equivalent to the pill of a high-level martial disciple. If the alchemist could not endure the spiritual energy explosion, they would have to consider it from other aspects. If he did not take a different path and used his willpower to tide through it unrealistically, then it was very likely that he would die from excessive pressure. Zifeng used his soul talent and carefully checked the situation in the furnace. His face lit up. Not bad, the situation in the furnace is almost done. He thought for a moment and continued, Guiying, after you finish absorbing the spiritual qi from this pill furnace, go and absorb the second and third mouthful of the pill furnace. As for Bingqian, you have to bake the pill at full strength now. Alright then. As he breathed in the dregs of qi, Spirit Shadow felt weak all over. Understood. Liu Bingqian was in high spirits, her beautiful eyes were brimming with energy and vitality. With Spirit Shadow to deal with this situation, even though the process of refining an earth-grade pill was still complicated, it wasn't as difficult as ascending to heaven. With the method in place and the conditions ready, the key point would be time. If it was almost time for dinner, Mu Yun might come over to check on the situation. At that time, he would have to withdraw his phantom shadow. Thus, he spent the whole afternoon trying to concoct pills. In the entire alchemy room, the temperature was extremely high, like a small stove. Zifeng's entire body was sweating like it was raining. Compared to Liu Bingqian's roasted medicinal herbs, he was the main person controlling the fire. The amount of spirit power consumed was naturally unimaginable. When Liu Bingqian saw that he was so engrossed, she did not dare to be negligent in her heart and also attacked with all her might. Streams of sweat flowed down her pretty face. Spirit Shadow was completely exhausted, and leaned on the side of the pill furnace as if he was on the verge of collapse. I can't absorb any more spirit energy from these dregs, spare me. Zifeng's expression changed and he said slowly, Guiying, try to persevere. There is only one more. Guiying unhappily glared at him. You've said this 4 times since just now. It's true this time. You've said this twice already. Guiying bitterly laughed and said as before. Really? Zifeng frowned. Are you sure I did say it twice? He said word by word, and then he started to count again. 3, 2, 1. Guiying became anxious and hurriedly stood up. Don't think about it, don't think about it. I can move, okay? Guiying hurriedly floated into the pill furnace and entered through his body, inhaling the air of violence within. Because, under such tiring conditions, if it was tortured by the martial spirit, it wouldn't be a joke and it might lose its vitality again. However, this time, Yifeng did not lie to it. The last step of the refining process was finally completed at this moment. It's over, I'm finally done refining. If I don't finish it, I really won't be able to take it anymore. Spirit Shadow breathed heavily a few times. His entire body was so shriveled that it looked like a sack that had run out of air. Yifeng stared at the pill furnace in front of him as if it was rooted in place. After a while, the Qi from the 3 pill furnaces rose at almost the same time. Big bro, could this be? A look of anticipation flashed across Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes. Yifeng let out a long sigh. The heavens do not disappoint those who wish to do so. The pills refined from the 3 stoves should all be complete. At the same time, Mu Yun brought Yang Jing and Xiao over. Jing, your body is too weak and you know some medical skills. If Yifeng passed out, you should know how to deal with him. Yang Jing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, master. I still know how to do this little trick. That's good, that's right, and I'll bring you along for another reason. I'm afraid that the little girl will get into an argument with me and I must return the mysterious great pill furnace to Yiwen. You should know that this is the blood contract, so you shouldn't let it go so easily. Understood. Very good. Mu Yun smiled in satisfaction. At this time, she had almost reached the door of the alchemy lab. Hearing the silent noise from inside, she was slightly surprised. This is strange. No matter what, there should be some sound of flames igniting during the process of refining the pill. Why is it so quiet? With great curiosity, Mu Yun gently opened the door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285. Lord Mu Yun, you're here. Yifeng smiled and walked to the door. Since the current him had noticed the arrival of old ghost Mu Yun, he had naturally withdrawn the ghostly figure in advance. You're fine. Mu Yun was a little surprised. She had thought that even if Yifeng hadn't fainted, he would still be covered in blood, and it would be extremely painful. However, seeing how lively he was now, he didn't seem to be lacking in blood at all. Lord Mu Yun thinks that something will happen to me. Yiwen replied with a smile. He used a question to answer a question. This? Mu Yun pondered for a while, not knowing how to reply. She then laughed awkwardly. It's nothing. It's time to eat. I came to see you concoct pills. It can't be that I'm disturbing you, right? Of course it isn't considered a bother. Lord Mu Yun, please enter. Yifeng paused for a moment and made a please gesture. Then, his mouth raised into a smile. Mu Yun's eyebrows creased slightly. She couldn't understand why the owner of the pill refining room was her. Yifeng had only borrowed Yiwen for a short period of time, but she had the illusion that Yifeng was the owner. Jing, Xiao, come with me. Yes. Just as the 3 of them entered the room, all of a sudden, a surge of extremely abundant spiritual qi rushed over. Countless strange lights were shining strangely. The 3 swirls floated above the 3 pill furnaces and connected to each other like a dream. The dark electric current was like a snake's tongue as it was spat out. Mu Yun looked around at the situation in the alchemy room with an incomparably shocked expression. Since qi has been formed, and pills have been formed, Yifeng, could it be that you done? Yifeng's 2 words were like a giant boulder that fell to the ground. It struck the heart of old man Mu Yun. Are you saying that an earth rank pill has been formed? Mu Yun's expression was filled with shock as he stared at Yiwen. Is there anything else other than an earth rank pill? Bingqian, take the right side and open the lid of the pill furnace. A light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. Okay. Liu Bingqian agreed, then walked to the right side of the furnace. However, in her heart, she was still somewhat perturbed. After all, everything was still unknown before the pill furnace was revealed. She bit her lips as she prepared to open the pill furnace. Yifeng's voice sounded again, "Lord Muyun, you came just in time. You can stand in the middle and open the middle pill furnace to see what the situation inside is." Muyun's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed. Yifeng nodded and stood at the left side of the pill furnace. "As for me, I will stand here." The three of them stood in front of the three pill furnaces. This scene caused old man Muyun to be puzzled. "Yifeng, what do you mean by this?" "I will count to 3, 2, 1. Open the pill furnace together." Zifeng did not answer the other person's question. His eyes revealed an unquestionable firmness. "You?" Muyun's face was filled with anger. She had rarely met a young man who dared to speak to her in such a manner. However, what Yifeng asked her to do was also what she was curious about. She wanted to see the situation of the pill that Yifeng refined at a close distance. 3, 2, 1. After Yifeng said the last word, the three of them lifted the lid of the furnace almost at the same time. Streaks of light appeared in the sky as the soaring spiritual energy gathered like a surging tide. In an instant, the two auras broke away from the control of the pill furnaces on the left and right. They gathered towards the pill furnace in the middle. The wind was blowing and the clouds were surging, the spiritual energy was overflowing. The pill furnace in front of old man Muyun shook violently and layers of spiritual energy entered it. They emitted whistling sounds as if they were going to explode from within. After a moment, the violent shaking came to a halt, and a dazzling golden light was released. It was only at this moment that the pill was completed. In front of the eyes of Muyun, the real Earth rank pill had been formed. "Big brother Boar, congratulations!" Liu Bingqian giggled, and she was sincerely happy for Yifeng. For a young man to be able to concoct an Earth-grade pill, that was definitely a big matter in the heavenly Dao City's alchemy world. Moreover, with this Earth-grade true essence pill, Yifeng could easily step into the martial disciple realm. After all, since Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui were able to rely on the Xin core to reach the martial disciple realm, then the effects of the Earth-grade pill would be even better. This old man Muyun was the closest to the pill furnace. When he saw the cold light radiating from it, he couldn't help but cry out. His face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Heavens! This is a spirit-absorbing pill." Previously, she couldn't understand why Yifeng would use 3 pill furnaces to concoct pills. Even though there was only 1 pill furnace for Earth-grade pills, it would be a waste no matter how many pill furnaces there were. However, she now understood that Yifeng relied on the special effect of the spirit-absorbing pill to separate the ingredients and form them separately. That was why he could increase his speed by so much. At the same time, in order to avoid losing any of the medicinal strength in the furnace, he called for the old fogey Muyun to open the lid for him. So that's how it is. Muyun repeated his story twice with a stunned expression. The pills on the left and right sides of the pill furnace were losing their luster, and the one in the middle was radiating a golden light. Wasn't this the effect of the spirit-absorbing pill? Liu Bingqian came back to her senses, as her beautiful eyes lit up. "Oh yeah, big brother boorish fellow, could it be that this is what you used in the pill competition? Spirit attraction pill, . The last time he came to the heavenly Dao City to participate in the pill competition, Yifeng had used this pill to absorb all the spiritual qi in the pills of young Master Hua and Qi Zimo. Yifeng smiled, "Yes, but not all of them." Muyun's shocked expression instantly froze as he stared at Yifeng. "What do you mean?" Yifeng pointed at the Earth-grade pill. "There is only 1 set of every single herb, it is definitely not sufficient. If you use the spirit-absorbing pill to absorb the spiritual qi, it will definitely cause a certain amount of loss. If you miss 1 breath and you can't refine it, it means you have failed at it." He paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "Therefore, this pill in the middle of the pill furnace is not only a spiritual absorption pill, but also a part of an earth rank pill. Fortunately, the amount of spiritual absorption pill consumed in the process is within my calculations." You can calculate so much? Mu Yun lightly sucked in a breath of cold air, his charming face stiff like a frozen rock. If not for his knowledge of the Tao of pills and medicinal herbs, how could he say such words? Of course, when we uncover the pill furnace together, if there is any delay in time, it will result in the failure of the pill refining process. This way, Zifeng will have to thank Lord Mu Yun. Yifeng smiled softly and cupped his hands respectfully towards Mu Yun. This. The corner of Mu Yun's mouth twitched. Initially, she was still thinking about how she should deal with Liu Bingqian after getting Yifeng's mysterious rank pill furnace. But now, she didn't even need to think about that. She was the one who had single-handedly contributed to her opponent's success. No wonder Yifeng had told him that the Earth-grade pill had been refined, making him relax. At that time, the 3-pill furnaces only had 3 separate pills. Mu Yun let out a heavy sigh. Yifeng, alright, I admit that you've won. Therefore, according to the blood contract, this Earth-grade pill belongs to you, Yifeng. She used all her strength to finish this sentence. She didn't expect that she would make such a mistake too. This Yifeng was truly out of her expectations. Thank you, Lord Old Devil. Yifeng smiled and put the Earth-grade pill into his hands. He was also a bit excited. Even though the stand bead was only a loan, he would have to pay it back sooner or later when he got rich. However, it was an indisputable fact that it could help him break through. Mu Yun stared at the Earth-grade True Essence pill in Yifeng's hand for a long time. Aside from being shocked, he was also unwilling to accept it. However, she was still an old ghost of Mu Yun after all. This complicated expression only appeared for a moment before disappearing. At the very least, she couldn't let others see through her from her appearance. Mu Yun's face was expressionless as he said, alright Jing, let's go. But yes, master. Yang Jing hesitated for a moment before looking at her master's ashen face and Liu Bingqian's joyful expression. She could only sigh deeply. Shower, put down the food and leave. Yes, Shower responded with a nod and put down several plates of food. She hadn't dared to take any action before because of Lord Mu Yun's order. Greetings to Lord Old Devil. When he reached the entrance, Mu Yun suddenly seemed to have thought of something and turned around. What are you sending me off for? Since you have finished refining your pill, hurry up and pack up. Return to the Gate of Heavenly Secrets as soon as possible. Yifeng smiled and shook his head, that won't do. According to the blood contract, I need to refine 3 days' worth of pills in the alchemy room. Now, I need 2 days. Only 1 day is left. You? Mu Yun felt a lump in his chest. Okay, Yifeng, I'll at most give you a day. When the time comes, you can just pack up and leave. Master, don't be so fierce. Liu Bingqian walked up and scolded. When Mu Yun came back to his senses, he realized that his tone was too strong and changed to another topic. That's right, since you have this Earth-grade pill, when do you plan to consume it? Yifeng smiled, of course it is when the effects of the pill is the strongest and the spiritual energy is the densest. The spiritual energy in this pill concocting room has already reached its peak. If you want to consume it and break through, then. At this time. As he spoke, he placed the Earth-grade pill into his mouth in front of everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286. Silence. It was quiet to the extreme. You just swallowed it. Mu Yun's expression froze as he looked at Yifeng in disbelief. The Earth-grade pill contained a lot of spiritual energy. Licking a little was more like it. Something like Yifeng throwing it into his mouth was simply suicidal. What should we do, old master? This. I did not expect him to swallow the Earth-grade pill so recklessly. Otherwise, I would have stopped him. Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked anxiously at Mu Yun. She seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. Humph, this brat must have swallowed this earth-grade pill because he knew that I would not just stand there and watch him die. Mu Yun coldly stared at him, the gloom in his heart growing even more intense. This time, although Yifeng didn't say a single word. However, after making a slight deduction, Mu Yun understood what he meant. He knew that he had been secretly tricked by Mu Ruyu. Master, how about? If the situation turns bad, you can save him, Liu Bingqian said as she stared at her master. If we don't save him, even if something were to happen to him, it would still be his fault. It has nothing to do with me. I definitely won't save him. Mu Yun spoke angrily within his heart. Master. There was a hint of pleading in Liu Bingqian's voice. At the same time, a stream of extremely cold aura of death suddenly burst out from Yifeng's meridians. All of the spiritual energy in the room seemed to have found an outlet, and rushed into the 3 feet radius around Yifeng. The profound qi went into his mind, as if it was going to burst him. He heard a furious roar, ah! The clothes on Yifeng's arms were torn apart. The bright blood veins on his arms were supported by the abundant spirit energy of the earth rank pill. Tiny wounds appeared on Yifeng's face. His face was twisted from the pain and he was resolutely clenching his teeth. What is this blood vein? Mu Yun's heart trembled. This was the first time he had seen such a strange situation, so he was naturally overwhelmed with shock. Liu Bingqian pleaded, Old Master, let's not bother about the blood veins anymore. Hurry up and make your move. Look, brother barbarian, if we continue like this and cause our bodies to explode, we might die in this pill refining room. Ugh. When Mu Yun heard the words he died in the alchemy lab, his heart wavered. She didn't really mind the occasional death of someone in the Mu Yun manner, but dying in her pill concocting room was rather unlucky. Yang Jing walked up to Mu Yun's side and said, Teacher, I think what Junior said is reasonable. Moreover, Yifeng lent the pill before, so if we let him die, then he won't need to return it. After all, the blood contract is only useful to living people. That's right, Mu Yun suddenly came to a realization after hearing what Yang Jing said. Jing Er is right. I was so angry that I almost forgot about it. Yifeng owes me an earth rank pill. Don't think that you can die so easily. She cursed as she walked in front of Yifeng and glared at him. Yifeng, including the matter of the earth rank pill, you owe me too. You better remember this well. As she spoke, she reached out her hand and placed it on Yifeng's back, transferring her spirit energy to him, helping him to reconcile the spirit energy in his meridians. In the next moment, a vigorous energy surged from Mu Yun's hand into Yifeng's body. Yifeng felt like he had been given a shot at the heart, and the color on his face returned to normal. However, it was better for him, while for old man Mu Yun, it wasn't so good. All of a sudden, she frowned, and a green light appeared on her forehead. This is bad. What's going on inside your body? What's wrong, old master? Liu Bingqian's eyes were filled with worry for Yifeng as she rushed forward. It's as if there's a black hole inside his body. All the spirit energy I sent into his body has been absorbed by him. If I do this, my cultivation will be consumed. Mu Yun paused for a moment as he suddenly realized a problem. So that's how it is. I had actually forgotten that the pill that Yifeng had just refined was not an earth-grade pill in the sense. In essence, it was a spirit-absorbing pill that was filled with the qi of an earth-grade pill. That stinky brat, even I had to consider saving him. After thinking this through, Mu Yun's heart was extremely depressed. However, this time, she was overthinking it. Yifeng did not want to scam her at this time. All of this could only be considered a coincidence. Alright, that much spiritual energy should be enough to keep him alive. She took a deep breath and was about to pull her hand away, but she stopped herself on the spot. Oh my god, this. Why can't I move my hand? The reason was simple. The suction force coming from the soul-absorbing pill had been replaced by ghastly shadow. With the spiritual qi of a peak martial disciple like old devil Mu Yun, he would naturally not let it go so easily. While Yifeng was trying his best to break through, she no longer had any restraints on him, so she naturally used her own ability to suck Yi Zichen's heart out. It was only then that a look of panic appeared on Mu Yun's face. She wanted to send Yi Zifeng flying, but she was afraid that if she did not control her power well, she might accidentally kill him. In this dilemma, she was frozen on the spot. She kept hitting Yifeng's chest with her fist, but didn't dare to use too much strength. Meanwhile, Yifeng seemed to have fainted. How could he wake up so easily? A pained expression appeared on his face the entire time. However, due to the help of the spirit energy from old man Mu Yun, his face changed from red to white, and his color changed from red to white. Mu Yun locked his eyebrows as a sweet taste arose in his throat, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He is indeed worthy of being an earth-grade pill. This power is truly tyrannical. I have shared half of his spiritual energy, yet he managed to cause me to suffer a small injury. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for wanting you to take action so urgently. Seeing her expression, Liu Bingqian felt a little guilty. Little Qian, why are you apologizing to me? Mu Yun chuckled. She treated her own disciple extremely well. She then glanced at Yifeng. I didn't expect this brat to be unable to wake up after knocking on his door. Alright, Bingqian, Jing'er, don't come over, this Yifeng is a little strange, he can't even get away from me. Even if you guys came over, there would only be 2 more people who have their qi sucked away by him. Oh. Okay. Both of them were slightly startled, but they nodded and stopped in their tracks. Mu Yun paused for a moment before continuing, this isn't a solution. Open the door for us and let us out. The spiritual energy in this place is too dense, making it hard to breathe. Let's move to another location and use the sunlight. If we don't use cold water on him, he should be able to wake up. Okay, understood. Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing nodded and went to open the door. Yifeng and Mu Yun walked out of the room together, stumbling their way along the small path. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, he would have fallen down several times. After all, the current him was only relying on his subconscious to walk. At this moment, blood was gradually flowing out from his 7 orifices. If it wasn't for Gui Yinghu, in order to protect his life, continuously stimulated his own strength to heal his injuries, he would have died 2 times already. Cough, cough. Sure enough, under the sunlight, Yifeng started to cough. He was no longer as lifeless as before. Looks like this fellow's life is quite tough. For him to be able to survive by consuming pills like this is truly a miracle. It was only at this moment that Mu Yun was able to free his hands from his thoughts. On the other side, there were some people from the Mu Yun manor who widened their eyes when they saw the scene of old man Mu Yun helping Yifeng out. The crowd swarmed over and quickly formed a large circle. Spread out. Spread out. Don't push me anymore. Mu Yun frowned as he looked at everyone and waved his hand. Although she didn't really like Yifeng, she didn't want him to die in her house. Seeing how she was defending Yifeng, everyone started to discuss. Look, earlier, Yifeng boasted that he wanted to concoct an earth rank pill. I'm afraid that if he failed, he would be injured in the process. Sigh. To be able to be supported by Lord Ghost, I also want to be injured. Other than the fake beard that was stuck on old man Mu Yun's mouth, she was definitely a beauty from every angle. Many people from Mu Yun Manor were already used to seeing her fake beard, so it could be considered rather pleasing to the eye. Who said that the brother of the barbarian has failed in concocting the earth rank pill? Liu Bingqian could not stand the crowd's cold ridicule of Yifeng, so she immediately said, if the young miss of the Liu family doesn't fail, then how can he be explained in his current state? However, halfway through Liu Bingqian's words, Yifeng's cough sounded again. Bingqian. Great, Big brother Boar, you've regained your consciousness. Seeing that he had woken up, Liu Bingqian was too lazy to argue with him. Joy appeared on her face as she hastily walked in front of him. After a while, a warm current passed by and struck Zifeng's heart like an electric shock. However, he didn't break through like he had imagined, like Bingqian and Shui had done. A black murderous aura burst out from Zifeng's body and enveloped Liu Bingqian. Before she could react, it had completely engulfed her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287. Little Qian. Junior's sister Bingqian. Mu Yun and Yang Jing shouted at the same time. The two of them had known Liu Bingqian for a long time, so their feelings for her were naturally not fake. They hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to save her. However, all of a sudden, the black infernal energy condensed into black rings of light and flew out from Zifeng's body. The cold aura wantonly swept out and rushed towards the two of them. Just looking at the scene of the spiritual energy surging was enough to make one feel pressured. Mu Yun was shocked and hurriedly retreated a dozen steps before barely escaping the black baleful qi. However, Yang Jing's movement technique was not as fast. If she was half a beat slower, she would have been drawn into the black air. Just like Liu Bingqian, she was completely engulfed. Oh my god! What's going on? The faces of those who were taunting Zifeng earlier changed. They felt endless fear in their hearts. Before they could get far, the black ring caught up to them and swallowed them all up. After a hubbub of noise, there was silence. There was a black fog in the air. It was as if one could smell the endless killing intent in the air. This brat has only broken through to the martial disciple realm. How could such a strange thing happen? Mu Yun was extremely shocked within his heart. Other than her, there was no one else in the huge backyard of the Mu Yun manor. The most important thing was that the black ring continued to expand, spreading out from the back courtyard of the Mu Yun manor. Little girl Qian, Jinger, please give me a reply. However, there was no response from the black fog. Mu Yun gritted his teeth in shock as he made a decision. She gently waved her hand, and all kinds of energy fluctuations formed a shield. When it was completely attached to her body, she flew towards Zifeng. I don't believe that with my peak martial disciple cultivation, I am unable to deal with you, a member of the younger generation who has yet to become a martial disciple. In her opinion, even if there was something weird with Zifeng, with his cultivation level at that level, no matter how powerful he was, he would definitely not be able to truly injure her. Mu Yun sucked in a deep breath and fell head first into the black fog. When he first entered, the spiritual qi barrier made a few banging sounds. However, it was made by a peak martial disciple. After a while, it finally stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around her. Within the black fog, it was impossible to see the surroundings. One could only see the rough outline of a person. The only thing that could be seen clearly was Zifeng. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the black fog with his eyes closed. He was motionless like a Buddha statue. Zifeng, look at what you did. Mu Yun snorted in anger and rushed forward with the intention of waking him up with a slap. Hearing the voice of the old ghost Mu Yun, Liu Bingqian was surprised and said weakly, "Master, don't you dare make a move. You'll get hurt. I don't care if he is injured or not. Little Chen, don't try to persuade me this time. No matter what I say, I will not let this brat go." Mu Yun had accumulated quite a bit of anger and resentment, but how could he listen to these words of persuasion? She gritted her teeth and immediately made her move. She dashed forward and directly sent a palm towards Zifeng's chest. "Brat, you asked for all of this." At the same time, a strange beam of light flew out from Zifeng's body. Swish! That light beam struck heavily onto Mu Yun's body. She was stunned for a moment before her expression turned ashen white. "But She spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be? She was extremely shocked, and even her movements froze on the spot. Even though she had been too careless just now, the gap between her and Yifeng was not small after all. Logically speaking, Yifeng shouldn't have been able to hurt her. Master, I told you not to attack, you will be injured. Liu Bingqian's voice was heavy as she let out a sigh. This. Mu Yun felt his heart clench as he felt speechless. How could she have known that Liu Bingqian was referring to her own injuries? Mu Yun focused his mind and carefully felt around. He found Liu Bingqian's location and hastily rushed over. Liu Bingqian's face was extremely pale, as if she had collapsed. Little girl Qian, you. How could you be like this? Also, where is Jing Er? Master. Look to the right, I'm here too. The black mist was too thick, to the point that Yang Jing was just beside Liu Bingqian. Mu Yun actually didn't notice it at all. Old man Mu Yun looked up and saw that Yang Jing's face was even paler. She was practically paralyzed on the ground. Her delicate body was moving up and down as she gasped for breath. Jing Er. She took a deep breath and looked around carefully. The others seemed to be in the same situation. They were all lying on the ground with weak limbs. Liu Bingqian then explained, Master, although this black mist isn't fatal, we don't know why it is constantly absorbing our spirit energy. Almost all of the spirit energy in Senior Jing and I's body was absorbed by it. Mu Yun finally understood. So that's how it is. I understand. No wonder Yifeng was able to injure me just now. He must have been absorbing the spiritual qi from your side to blast it into my body. That should be the case. Liu Bingqian nodded slightly. This is bad. Mu Yun's brows were tightly locked together. If I knew that he would do this, I wouldn't have brought him out of the alchemy room. I don't know if it was due to the spirit-absorbing pill, but it's a bit strange. It's reasonable to say that the effects of the pill should have already passed. It isn't a spirit-absorbing pill. Liu Bingqian thought for a moment before a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be ghastly shadow? It was very likely the cause of this incident. Guiying, did you create this black fog? Liu Bingqian licked her lips slightly and suddenly shouted. However, there was no response from the opposite side. Mu Yun and Yang Jing looked at each other and looked at Liu Bingqian strangely. Bingqian, what are you doing? Also, who were you calling just now? Liu Bingqian's brows slightly furrowed. She stood up with great difficulty and walked towards Zifeng. Master, Senior Jing, you two stay put for now. I will go over and confirm the conjecture in my mind. Wait a minute. Qian girl, have you gone mad? Didn't you say you would be injured just now? Don't go over there. Mu Yun yelled out in shock. Liu Bingqian shook her head. No, if it was really Guiying, he would recognize me and not attack me. You. Mu Yun didn't know what kind of medicine his disciple ate wrong to act so recklessly. Liu Bingqian knew this very well. She was betting on her own safety. If she guessed wrongly, she might be seriously injured. A strange dot of light suddenly appeared beside Yifeng, just like when old man Mu Yun was approaching. Liu Bingqian was shocked. Little Qian, come back quickly. Liu Bingqian came back to her senses and shook her head with a solemn expression. If ghastly shadow really attacked me, I would definitely be tormented to an unimaginable degree by my crude brother. She paused for a moment and looked at Yifeng. So I guess, it doesn't dare to do that. Her words were powerful and full of vigor. Sure enough, after a moment, the mysterious light stopped gathering spiritual energy. It was clear that Liu Bingqian's words were working. This. Mu Yun and Yang Jing were stunned as they watched the scene. They didn't know what had happened. Liu Bingqian was overjoyed. She knew that her guess was not wrong. Indeed, it was the black fog that Guiying had created. Forget it, it's enough to absorb so much spiritual qi this time and awaken his martial spirit. I'll leave the rest for him to break through to martial disciple. A deep voice resounded through the entire space. It was the voice of Spirit Shadow. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Liu's face. They saw that her eyes were still closed and her mouth had never opened. So, who was it that was talking? Liu Bingqian was the only one who knew of this. The next moment, the black mist with Yifeng as the center started to slowly converge towards the major acupuncture points on Yifeng's body. In terms of the amount of spiritual energy that ghastly shadow absorbed, it was definitely enough for Yifeng to achieve a perfect breakthrough. Each spiritual energy attack made Yifeng feel as if he had been hit by a huge bell. The profound qi on his body was being compressed and compressed by the impact. His meridians were going through an earth-shaking transformation. His body was extremely sore, as if he had fallen into a river of blood. His mind was in a trance, as well as a chaotic state of mind. An unknown amount of time passed. The thick fog had thinned out and dispersed. It was only then that the crowd was able to see the light of day once more. However, they were all too weak, and even standing up felt difficult. Old man Muyun raised his eyes and discovered that the Muyun Manor was currently filled with a black mass of people. Table of Contents. As such, the scope of the black fog was not small, and it had already caused some chaos. Thinking of this, Muyun felt a sharp pain at his temples. He couldn't help but curse himself for letting Yiwen into his house. At this time, all of a sudden, as the last wisp of black fog was absorbed and digested by Yifeng, Yifeng's eyes lit up and a dazzling golden light fell on everyone's faces. Lord Old Devil, he. Witnessing the golden light, everyone was stunned. They all raised their heads up to look at Yifeng in shock. It's actually a perfect breakthrough. Muyun stared at Yifeng and almost blurted out. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He felt a long-suppressed excitement in his heart. I have finally reached the martial disciple realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288. It can't be. He has only become a martial disciple. I thought he had at least broken through to the martial disciple realm. That's right, to be able to create such a black fog, it is actually a student who has just broken through to martial disciple. It is truly unexpected. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to calm their shock. This is great, Big Brother Barbarian. I believe you must have waited a long time for this moment to become a martial disciple. Liu Bingqian was also happy for him, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Isn't that so? Yifeng sighed and looked into the distance. I was a little slow before, but I managed to break through perfectly. At this moment. However, even if it's a perfect breakthrough, Yifeng, you're causing too much of a commotion. Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Yao Chong from the Celestial Sect of Wonders snorted coldly in front of everyone. He stared straight at Yifeng, as if he wanted to see through Yuan's flesh. Hearing this, Yifeng was slightly shocked, then he smiled and lightly tapped his foot in the air and jumped down. This adept looks a little familiar, Muyun glared at Yifeng and thought to himself that Yifeng was not polite when he spoke to the Taoist master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. You've already forgotten how much time has passed. Last time, during the pill competition, it was this Taoist master Yao who bought your pill. And it's 1,800 gold coins. Yao Chong added snappily. The anger in his heart was lured out by old man Muyun. Oh, so it's an old friend. Yifeng thought back and smiled, then it's easy to talk. Yao Chang's gaze turned cold. What old acquaintance? Who do you think you are? Don't try to get close to me. Yifeng, you caused such a mess this time, do you still want to be kind about this? Hurry up and give everyone an explanation. The last time he bought a pill, he was tricked by Yi Zifeng into selling it for so much gold coins. This matter had once become the laughingstock of the other members of the celestial sect of wonders. Therefore, when he discovered that the black fog that filled the sky was caused by Yifeng, he was shocked and wanted to make use of this opportunity to wipe out the bad luck from before. He then turned around and looked at them with a cold gaze. "What are you all doing? Speak!" Behind him, a few flattering people rolled their eyes. They felt that this was the chance to fawn over the big boss of the celestial sect of wonders. "Yeah, Yifeng, the black mist you released has a huge impact. If you don't compensate us for our losses, we won't let you off." "Yes, yes, yes. Yifeng, if you don't compensate us, we will capture you and bring you to the spiritual martial sect to interrogate you," a red-clothed young man said in an arrogant tone. Upon hearing the words spirit martial sect, the expressions of the other people changed slightly. Yao Chong let out a cough and with a frown, he replied coldly, "All right, if there's anything, don't drag it into the spiritual martial sect. Do you understand?" As soon as the red-clothed youth said these words, he felt some regret and nodded his head deeply. "Yes, I understand." After a moment, he raised his head again and glared fiercely at Yifeng. "Yifeng, are you still not going to speak? Be careful not to go to your celestial sect of wonders and have your master expel you." He only knew about Yi Zifeng at the level of hearing people say. Naturally, he didn't know what exactly had happened with Yi Zifeng. "Oh?" Yifeng smiled, "You want to expel me from the sect? It just so happens that I plan to return to the Celestial Gate. Why don't we go back together and meet with the person in charge of this matter?" "You? Is that true?" The red-robed young man was so shocked that he couldn't say a complete sentence. He had thought that Yifeng would beg him, or at least resist a little. Who would have thought that the other party was actually not concerned at all about the expulsion of their sect? Instead, he was encouraging himself to do so. How can this be false? Yifeng laughed. The red-clothed youth was shocked. He thought that Yifeng had gone mad. Most people viewed the opportunity for the celestial sect of wonders to become their disciple as if it was gold. How could he not care about it at all? When Liu Bingqian heard this, she was slightly startled and quickly reacted. Her small face held a smile as her delicate body trembled. "What are you laughing at?" The red-clothed youth was slightly displeased. Liu Bingqian smiled sweetly and shook her head. "It's nothing. If you really want to get unlucky with him, then just follow him to the celestial sect of wonders." "You think I don't dare to go up to the celestial sect of wonders?" The red-clothed youth coldly snorted. He turned his head around and sized up Yao Chong. After obtaining the confirmation from the other party with a glance, his confidence was increased. Yao Chong chuckled, walked up to Yi Zichen and lowered his voice. "Oh yeah, Yifeng, I could tell from the last pill competition that you and Elder Zhao have some relationship, right?" Yifeng looked at him deeply, the corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile, but he did not answer the other person's question. Yao Chong paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I can tell you that even Elder Zhao will not be able to protect you after expelling you from the sect. Just give up on this thought." He paused for a moment and then shouted, "Go, bring him over." As for the others, they want to go to the celestial sect of wonders to observe and learn from it. This time, I, Yao Chong, will make the decision and guarantee it for all of you, but go! Everyone is closely following Yao Zhenren. The red-robed youth shouted as he hurriedly flattered Yao Chong. Even though Yao Chong wasn't considered a powerful character, he was still a strong one. However, to most of the ordinary people in the heavenly Dao City, this so-called dwarf was already considered a big shot of the celestial sect of wonders. Thus, it was very natural for the crowd to do whatever he said. "Lord Mu Yun," Yao Chong went to the mansion rashly. "I hope you can forgive him for his insolence. As for this Yifeng, can I take him away?" Yao Chong clasped his hands and bowed. He was no fool. He knew who he could offend. It was best not to offend anyone for the rest of his life. If he offended that old fart Mu Yun, then he wouldn't be able to find her for pills in the future. Mu Yun revealed a meaningful smile on his charming face as he said, "Take him with you. If he stays with me, it will only bring me trouble." She originally wanted to earn a mysterious rank pill furnace from Yifeng, but she didn't expect that not only did she not get any benefits, she even lent a priceless earth rank pill to Yifeng for free. "Alright, then I'll thank Lord Mu Yun." After receiving Mu Yun's promise, Yao Chong was elated. He no longer had any fear as he viciously glared at Yifeng. "Brat, you're still so relaxed. I'll teach you a lesson later." The Martial Spirit Palace was where Elder Zhao taught. On this afternoon, he stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, gazing into the distance. His eyes were filled with profoundness, and it was unknown what he was thinking about in his heart. Sigh. All of a sudden, he let out a heavy sigh. Behind him, a beautiful figure slowly approached. "Master, what are you sighing about? Could it be that you're still worried about Yifeng?" The light in Elder Zhao's eyes froze for a moment, then he nodded his head. "Isn't that so, Qing Xian? That brat fought with you before, you should know, he is definitely not an ordinary person. If you underestimate him, you will definitely suffer a huge loss. The more I think about it, the more regretful I feel. Back then, I should have been a bit more resolute." Letting Yifeng participate in his martial spirit awakening storm was something he still didn't dare to imagine. Qing Xian pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes still revealing a trace of doubt. "Master, you're right, I know Yifeng is indeed unique. However, breaking through to the martial disciple stage is about luck. Without luck, even if he could get some yellow or mysterious rank true essence pills, it would all be in vain." This. Elder Zhao sighed and helplessly said, "That is true, I hope so. However, my eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. It's not very peaceful. I'm afraid something will happen soon." Qing Xian chuckled, "Master, from the looks of it, you seem to be speaking the truth. Also, look at the 4-day agreement that Yifeng mentioned. It's already the 3rd day. If he doesn't come back later, then we'll call it his loss." Elder Zhao laughed, "You're right." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Also, I just thought about it, Yifeng is too weak by himself. Even if he really did break through, as long as we don't admit it, we can delay this matter, and then evade the issue that he has already passed the deadline. Could it be that he can get a bunch of people to testify for him? So that's how it is." Qing Xian smiled faintly and nodded as if she had understood something. At this moment, Starlight suddenly rushed into the room. "Master, there's someone outside seeking an audience. I won't see you." The matter of the martial spirit awakening storm was about to begin. "Just tell the people outside that I'm not feeling very well." Elder Zhao frowned and waved at Starlight. Starlight made a sound of "oh." He wanted to leave, but stopped in his tracks. "However, Master, the person that has come is Yifeng. He has brought a large group of people." "What did you say?" Elder Zhao hurriedly stood up as if his seat was on fire. As if she had been petrified, Qing Xian remained motionless. He and Qing Xian looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. "Yifeng, there's a large group of people? Why did he bring so many people here?" Starlight smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, I'm not sure about that. I just saw a bunch of people, led by Yifeng, rushing over one by one. It can be seen that they don't seem to have come with good intentions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 289. This is strange. What were those gatekeeping disciples doing? How can you just let people in so casually? Elder Zhao was shocked. The expression on his face was somewhat strange. "Master, it shouldn't be the fault of the gatekeeping disciple. Amongst those that followed Zifeng, There is also the adept from the celestial sect of wonders. Starlight thought for a moment. He replied with a simple sentence. Taoist master of the celestial sect of wonders. So that's how it was. In other words, he must have made a promise to the others. That's why so many people were allowed to enter. Elder Zhao nodded his head in realization. However, thinking of this, in his heart, however, he was even more astonished. When did it start? Yifeng could actually curry favor with the Taoist master of celestial sect. Let's go. Come out with me and take a look at the situation. Boss Zhao waved his hand. Xing Xian, Xing Hui and the rest followed closely behind. In the martial spirit palace. It had been extremely cold in the past. Today. Yet, it was extremely lively. A black mass. It was all crowded. Elder Zhao's eyes swept across the crowd. Skip the tip of the leaf. She didn't say anything to him. Instead, it directly focused on Yao Chong. So it's Yao Chong and Yao Jinren. We can't get close enough to each other in a year. Why are there so many of them today? Come to my side when you have time. Yao Chang's expression was cold. There was no polite answer. Elder Zhao chuckled. He pointed to the seats on both sides of the hall. Sit. Also, Xing Xian. Go make a pot of 10-year spiritual tea. Yes. Master. When Yao Chong heard this, he was stunned. He did not sit down. He was still standing on the spot. It was obvious that he did not want to give Elder Zhao face. He immediately waved his hand. There's no need. I'm here today. I'm not here to chat or drink tea. He came with the big guys. The purpose is to ask about Yifeng's crimes. Sentence. Elder Zhao was shocked. Then, he couldn't help but take a glance at Yifeng. He saw that there was not even the slightest fluctuation in the expression on the other party's face. It was like an ancient well. It was as if Yao Chong was talking about other people's affairs. What crime did he commit? It's worth it for so many of you to follow me. Yao Chong looked straight at Yifeng and said, when he awakened to the martial disciple realm, he was at a very high level. He released a black mist that could absorb spiritual energy. That caused a large part of the area to be affected. The effect was very bad. Could it be? Shouldn't we ask him about his crimes? That's right. Taoist Master Zhao. This matter. There has to be a way. When Elder Zhao and his disciples heard this, they were stunned. Silence. He was speechless. On the day that Yifeng awakened his innate ability, almost all of them were present. They all heard the promise that Yifeng made in front of Elder Zhao. 4 days of agreement. And now, it was only the 3rd day. He has really awakened to become a martial disciple. In Xing Xian's beautiful eyes, he revealed a complicated expression. This was because not long ago, she thought that Yi Zichen wouldn't be able to complete this difficult mission. But reality. However, this was far beyond his expectations. That's right. Yao Chang's tone turned serious. He said resolutely. Elder Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air. So many people had testified. Even if he wanted to hide it. However, Yifeng was a martial disciple. There was no way for him to get away with it. Elder Zhao. I kept my promise. He had successfully broken through to the martial disciple realm. Then, regarding the matter of the martial spirit awakening storm. Thank you for your trouble. You? Elder Zhao looked at Yifeng deeply. He saw that the other party was also observing his reaction. He said in a low voice, "Damn brat. Could it be that you are a scoundrel to others? We've used them all." Yifeng smiled. He did not answer him. This way. Martial Spirit Awakening Storm Trial. Even if Elder Zhao was unwilling, he could only allow Yifeng to participate. Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao. Yao Chong saw the stupefied expressions on Elder Zhao and the others. He thought they were worried about Yifeng. However, he didn't know. They were worried about themselves. If Yifeng participated in the Martial Spirit Awakening Storm, who knew what sort of unforeseen event would occur? Because of him, he was simply a strange existence. Elder Zhao came back to his senses. He laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry. Spiritual Master Yao. Then, what do you want to do with the leaf tip? Have you thought about it?" Yao Chong heard that he had hit the nail on the head. His expression suddenly turned serious. He said coldly, "Of course I have. We only want one thing. Please, Taoist Master Zhao. We must expel Yifeng from our sect. It should have been something powerful." However, it attracted a lot of laughter from old Zhao's disciples. Expulsion from the sect. Was it really that funny? Taoist Master Zhao. What's going on with your apprentices? Did you forget to teach them otherwise? This. Taoist Master Zhao. Elder Zhao's mouth twitched. Suddenly. Even his face. At the same time, a smile that had been suppressed for a long time appeared on his face. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Elder Zhao. You? Yao Chong was stunned. He had just scolded Elder Zhao's disciple and laughed. In the end, not much time passed. Even Elder Zhao could not help but laugh. No, no, no. Elder Zhao laughed and waved his hand. This matter. I don't blame them. It was because of Taoist Master Yao. You don't know this. He straightened his face. He continued solemnly. Yifeng doesn't have a master at all. How can there be such a thing as expelling one's master from the sect? No master. Yao Chong repeated every word. The astonishment on his face was obvious. Those people who came with Yao Chong. They were similarly shocked. No master. How did he break through to the martial disciple realm? Also, that black mist-like cultivation technique. Who taught him that? Yao Chong felt the world spinning around him. He couldn't even stand properly. He had wanted to go to Yifeng's master to complain. Even if he couldn't force Yifeng to the point of being expelled from the sect. At the very least, he would make him lose all face in front of his own master. But now, the other side didn't even have a master. Naturally, he was in the state of being expelled from the sect. Then his own actions. It was like an expert punching the air with his fist. There was no point in it at all. About this. Or, you can ask him directly. Elder Zhao gave a long laugh. Yi Zichen pointed at Yifeng. Yao Chong woodenly raised his head. His eyes had already begun to lose focus. Yifeng. You? Yifeng smiled. My words. It could be considered as. You should be self-taught. This. When Yao Chong heard the word self-taught talent, he was stunned. He was stunned on the spot. He clicked his tongue for a long time. He didn't know how to continue. Yao Zhenren. See what you can do. Table of contents, he doesn't even have a master. That's right, Sage Yao. We came to the door to exonerate him. Even if he really didn't have a master. There has to be a way to explain it. Yao Chong came back to his senses. He said seriously, listen. Table of contents, even if you don't have a master, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Yifeng laughed lightly, is this what I do? Something done in a completely unconscious state. But you hurt people. Then let me ask you something. Who did I hurt? Yifeng's gaze turned fierce. This kind of vicious attitude. It was completely different from the calm and collected expression he had been displaying all this time. You? Yao Chong was stunned. Yifeng could use this to hurt his own people. However, this didn't mean that he would allow them to continue. Once Yao Chang's group made their move, it had already served as a witness for his breakthrough. Then in Yifeng's heart, and they lose the value of using it. It was about time. During the counterattack, Yifeng sneered. He continued, the black mist has spread a bit too far. However, the area around the Muyun Manor was the core region. Other than this, the rest of the region, the black fog was rather weak. Must say something hurtful. Not bad. I admit it. I did injure Lord Old Devil. But other than that, there's no one else. Yao Chong was stunned for a moment. Yi Zichen frowned. He turned around and said, but look at them. What happened to them? Yifeng smiled. He slowly walked down from the great hall. A grand and imposing manner. Since they can accompany us along the way to the hall of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, I think they all look pretty good. It didn't look like it had been injured. And look. Next to me, Bingqian. She was when I broke through to the next realm. The person at the center of the black fog. Even she was fine. It doesn't make sense. The black mist. There is no ability to cripple people at all. Liu Bingqian saw that everyone's eyes were looking at her. He felt slightly annoyed in his heart. A bashful expression appeared on her pretty face. Even if they didn't get hurt. However, this black mist was able to absorb spiritual energy. The thing that caused the panic. You have to pay for it. Yao Chong still refused to budge. Yi Zichen said with a dark expression. About this. Don't bully me because I don't know. Yifeng sneered, I'll ask Spiritual Master Yao, fighter and fighter expert breakthroughs. The matter of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the Celestial Sect of Wonders, in the Heavenly Lost City, huh? This. However, you have just broken through to the martial disciple realm. Yifeng laughed coldly, so what if you are a martial disciple? What's the difference between him and them? They could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Why can't a martial disciple do it? That's not what I meant. Spiritual Master Yao was also getting a little anxious. Yifeng smiled faintly, they are experts. Even if he could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, what was being emitted was also a transparent and colorless spiritual energy. As for the others, even if a portion of their spiritual energy was sucked away, it would still be worth it. He also did not notice anything. His words suddenly changed the topic, as for me. Because his cultivation realm was too low. What it released was a black mist. He was immediately recognized by someone. Could it be? Because the color of the mist was different. Is this to be my punishment? Or was it according to the rules of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? Has any mention been made of this matter? Then what about Zifeng? Willing to be punished. The implied meaning of willing to be punished in the context of sect rules. In addition, this was also the case in this situation. They were all unwilling to accept this outcome. either Yifeng wouldn't say it. The moment the words left his mouth, almost everyone present quieted down. He began to ponder over the meaning of his words. After all, this was the territory of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It was the first time most of them had been here. There was fear in his heart. They were being watched by the adepts and disciples. He felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Some of them didn't even dare to breathe. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. Yao Xinren turned around to see that everyone had lost their will to fight. He knew that he wanted to ask about Yifeng's crime this time. He was afraid that things might not turn out well. Then, he let out a heavy sigh. Of course. I, Yifeng, am a man. I won't let everyone come here for nothing. Since everyone wanted to compensate him. Well then. I decided to endure the pain and hand over 500 gold coins to Yao Xinren. It was up to him to decide who should compensate. What do you guys think? The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. A faint smile formed on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290. From Yifeng's perspective, it was already the limit for a student from the countryside Legacy City to pay 500 gold coins in one go. So, since Yifeng was willing to compensate everyone stopped pursuing the matter. Instead, they felt that he was generous. Then, all of their gazes shifted towards Yao Chong. Spiritual Master Yao, look at this gold coin. 500 gold coins. If Yao Chong were to really take it, it would definitely be a hot topic. It's hard for people to say anything. No matter how many points they have, there will be people who will be dissatisfied. Yao Chong naturally wasn't an idiot. He licked his lips and coldly said, a bunch of useless things. Nearly 500 gold coins and I've already bought all of you. Who do you think is useless? Yi Wen's expression became serious. Could it be that as a spiritual master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, one can slander the personality of others as one pleases? Yao Chong had originally just said it casually, but now that Yifeng asked him in such a serious manner, his tone became even more serious. The feeling he had when he said it was completely different. That's not what I meant, stop talking nonsense. Then what do you mean? Zifeng is stupid. I don't know if there is some deeper meaning behind your words. Yifeng paused for a moment and then smiled. Spiritual Master Yao, to you, 500 gold coins is but a few bottles of pills and a magic treasure. Yifeng paused for a moment and then smiled. Spiritual Master Yao, to you, 500 gold coins is only a few bottles of pills and a magic treasure. Yao Xinren stared blankly at Yifeng. It was hard to imagine that such words came out of the mouth of a 20-year-old youth. He turned his head and slowly walked a few steps towards the crowd. Therefore, I respect everyone's wishes and do not have the intention to insult you with gold coins. If you insist on punishing me, I, Yifeng, will not complain. You can all capture me at the spiritual martial sect and wait for my orders. His words were spoken in an incomparably magnanimous manner. Even if it was Yao Chong, if he didn't have any personal grudges with him, he would have stopped because of this. Sure enough, after everyone looked at each other, they began discussing. What do you guys think? I feel that he might have really done it unintentionally. We have no enmity with him. There is no need to force him into a place like the Spirit Martial Sect where people would die. That's right, and even if we punish him, it won't do us any good. We might as well just take some gold coins, not to mention, I can use this opportunity to come to the Celestial Sect of Wonders to observe. I might even have to thank Yifeng. After some discussion, someone finally stood out and made a decision. Yifeng, we have decided. We accept the compensation of 500 gold coins. Let's drop this matter. Deal, Yifeng smiled. In his heart, this was not a compensation, it was just a transaction. A moment later, he condensed a stream of spiritual energy from his palm and carefully held it, placing the 500 gold coins in front of Yao Chong. "Who told you to give this gold coin to me?" Yao Chong unhappily scolded. Yifeng didn't ask for his opinion and just sent it over with spiritual qi, causing Yao Chong to feel awkward. If he accepted the gold coins, it would mean that he had agreed to Yifeng's suggestion and could no longer pursue the matter. However, if he didn't accept the gold coins, the people behind Yao Chong would gossip about him and it might even affect his reputation in the future. "Spiritual Master Yao, there isn't any deep hatred between us. In the end, it's just because of those 1,800 gold coins." Listening to his words, Yao Chong became extremely angry. "It's just what you said. It's easy to say. 1,800 gold coins. Could it be that it's a small sum?" Yifeng smiled lightly and said loudly, "Then, Spiritual Master Yao, can you put aside our personal grudges? Now, let's do this official business." When everyone heard this, they gathered into small groups and began pointing at Yao Chong. "What do I take it for? So the two of them have a personal grudge. Sigh. Then let's not get involved. Personal grudges have nothing to do with us. That's right, why don't we disperse ourselves?" "Alright, let's disperse. Everyone disperse." When they heard that there was a personal feud between the two, they immediately lost their interest in watching it. Then, they walked out of the martial spirit palace and went back the way they came. After all, no one wanted to get involved with matters of personal grudges as they couldn't explain it clearly. "Taoist Master Zhao, I apologize for disturbing you today. We are leaving. Farewell." Yao Chong saw that some of them were leaving the room and became a little anxious. "Wait, don't leave. Didn't you guys not take the gold from Yifeng's side?" "No need, even if I get the 500 gold coins, there won't be much left. I might as well leave first." In the martial spirit palace, other than some people who were looking forward to get the gold coins, the others had already left. "Hey, don't go. I told you all to stay." Watching the departing figures of the crowd, Yao Chang's heart turned increasingly cold. He thought for a while and was surprised. He then reacted. "Yifeng, I finally understand. You were just trying to trick me to say this, weren't you?" He had not spoken of personal grudges earlier or later, and had insisted on speaking of them at that time. He really didn't believe that Qi Zifeng didn't do it on purpose. Yifeng smiled, but didn't comment. "Alright, Yao Zhenren. If there's nothing else, please bring some gold coins with you. Please go back." Yifeng pointed to the door and made a please gesture. "You?" Yao Chong was stunned as he looked at him in disbelief. Imagine how many students in the Celestial Sect of Wonders would dare to use such a tone to speak to a real person. I'm guessing that whoever becomes your master will be angered to the point of vomiting blood. So, for the time being, I don't have a master. Yifeng smiled plainly. It was obvious that he did not care about his master at all. As the saying goes, a teacher leads a student through the door. Cultivation depends on one person. There was no need for him to enter the sect for now. Moreover, once he became a disciple of a master, then it would be very unfair. There were many things that needed to be done on the face of others. Even if he wanted to leave the Celestial Sect of Wonders, it would not be an easy task. This was also the biggest reason why he didn't acknowledge the Celestial Sect of Wonders as his master. "Okay, Yifeng, I'm warning you, I've remembered what happened today. From now on, you'd better pray that you don't run into me anywhere else. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." "Alright, let's go." Yao Chong snorted coldly. He led the remaining people who wanted to split the gold coins and walked out of the Martial Spirit Palace. The Martial Spirit Palace finally became peaceful again. Liu Bingqian stared at Yifeng, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. "Big brother barbarian, they just left like that." Earlier, when Yao Chong came to the Martial Spirit Palace to denounce his crimes, Yifeng used 500 gold coins to deal with him. This was truly unexpected. Yifeng laughed lightly. It's not a big deal to begin with. It's just that Yao Chong was blinded by his hatred and thought that this is a good opportunity to get back at Yi. He paused for a moment and continued, moreover, he still wants to ask about my crime. You must know, I haven't even used the relationship between Elder Zhao and myself. If it wasn't for the awakening of the martial spirit storm, it would be better to have less troubles. Otherwise, how could I let him go so easily? As he said the last sentence, his eyes shone with a cold light that made people tremble in fear. Since Elder Zhao did not want to let that Taoist master go so easily, then what was he trying to do? Elder Zhao's disciples thought for a moment, then when they looked at Yifeng, all of their expressions changed. Elder Zhao sighed and shook his head helplessly. Stinky brat, look at you. No matter where you go, you can create all kinds of trouble. This time, you actually lured them to my martial spirit palace. Yifeng laughed. Doesn't this mean that Elder Zhao and I are on good terms? Ever since he had rarely used his spiritual will, Yifeng did not care about what others said. He could communicate with Elder Zhao however he wanted. After all, there was no small amount of people who knew that the two of them were related to one another. It would be futile even if they kept it hidden. It would be better to be generous than to be suspected. Come on, who's on good terms with you? Brat, you talk to yourself every time you see one. Elder Zhao's expression changed slightly and even his voice became agitated once again. He paused for a moment. Besides, it's not a good thing for someone to come from your side. The others, who were used to seeing Elder Zhao's dignified and solemn appearance, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the conversation between Elder Zhao and Yifeng. They thought that Elder Zhao had changed into a different person. Master. From their point of view, the two of them, one old and one young, originally should not have had much in common, but now it seemed that they were old acquaintances. They naturally did not think that Yifeng had already gotten to know Elder Zhao when he was still at the Qi refining stage and participating in the Heaven Stairway Great Assembly. Moments later, Elder Zhao sighed. Sigh. I really don't know what will happen to you tomorrow's martial spirit awakening storm. Yifeng's eyes focused, speaking of the martial soul awakening storm. Elder Zhao, on account of Qing Xian, Starlight, and myself, do you have anything to say? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291. Brat, what kind of face is this? Are you very familiar with them? Elder Zhao scolded him unhappily. Qin Xian and Yifeng had only shared a chance to comprehend the Tao together. As for Xinghui, he had no relationship with Yifeng at all. Seeing this, Liu Bingqian pulled at Yifeng and said in a low voice, Brutal brother, you're usually quite smart. What are you thinking right now? Even if you wanted to reveal something about the awakening storm, you should have asked him in private. In her opinion, Yifeng asking someone in such a high-profile manner was a bit too high-profile. Yi shook her head with a smile. Ask him in private? Impossible, maybe he'll find an excuse to leave later. What chance do I have? Privately trying to communicate with each other is not universal. If the other party tried his best to avoid it, he might as well speak up in public in front of others. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, Elder Zhao cannot reveal the details of the martial spirit awakening storm. But in general, it's still okay. Doing this was similar to asking one's own martial arts master about the examination scope before taking the martial house exam. He might not tell you the questions, but it was possible to give you a general idea of the situation. Elder Zhao raised his eyebrows. Yifeng, do you think that you can force me to say it just because of this? Master. We also want to know. At this moment, some of Elder Zhao's disciples all raised their heads and looked toward their master. You. Elder Zhao was startled and his anger rose. He did not expect that the person who would destroy his platform at such a critical moment would be his own disciple. It turned out that Zifeng had mentioned the things that the other disciples of Elder Zhao wanted to ask, but were too embarrassed to ask. Thus, it naturally resonated with everyone. Zifeng smiled. Elder Zhao, you have your principles, I understand. We do not seek favoritism or malpractice. We only seek a general direction. Or could it be that Elder Zhao hopes to see the disciples of the other realms snatch the limelight from Elder Zhao's disciples? As he spoke, he winked at Elder Zhao's disciples. Because this was the moment when everyone was facing the same enemy. Yes, I hope Master can help me. Everyone cupped their hands and said in unison. It was a rare opportunity for them, and tomorrow, the martial soul awakening storm was going to begin. They would receive some news in advance, which would let them have some confidence. Elder Zhao stared at Zifeng for a while, then glanced at his disciple and sighed. Compared to Zifeng snatching the limelight from his own disciple, this was better than being robbed by a disciple of the Bi family. After all, Zifeng didn't have a master. If he were to be counted, he could only classify him as a freak genius, and would not be able to reflect his master's level. I'm convinced. Alright then, I'll just say two things. First, the master came to watch this martial spirit awakening storm, perform well, and maybe get the chance to give guidance from the master. Master? Could it be the 7 great masters of the celestial sect of wonders? Everyone was shocked. That's right. Elder Zhao righteously nodded his head. The head of the celestial sect of wonders, the 2 envoys, the 7 great masters, and the 100 great cultivators. It was because of their existence that the celestial sect of wonders stood above the entire heavenly lost city. Obviously, the position of a high scholar was higher than a real person. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't step in. That's right. If one of my disciples is able to obtain the favor of Master, that would be my, Elder Zhao's, face. I hope you all can work harder. And the second point? Zifeng thought for a moment and asked. Elder Zhao frowned slightly when he saw that the other party didn't seem to be very interested in the subject of Master. However, he quickly understood. After all, Zifeng wasn't even interested in taking a master, not to mention the pointers from others. The second point, the location of the martial spirit awakening storm, is at the grand mysterious sky platform. His words immediately stirred up a heated discussion among the crowd. Supreme Profound Sky Platform? How could it be that place? Zifeng exclaimed and asked Qingxian, Taishian Heaven Platform, where is this place? Look, it's not too far from here. It's one of the forbidden areas of the celestial sect of wonders. As Qingxian spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at a distant place. Did you see that? It's over there. Oh? That place which seems to be shrouded in mist? The light in Yifeng's eyes dimmed as he smiled. Yeah, this place is usually used for. The place where disciples were punished. I wonder how did you get selected as the location of the martial spirit awakening storm this time? Qingxian pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure it out in her heart. Master, why did we choose the Supreme Profound Sky Platform? At that time, what exactly would we experience? Shocked, some people couldn't help but ask. Elder Zhao shook his head with a solemn face. That's all I can say. I won't answer any more questions. Master. Some of the disciples seemed to still want to continue. Alright, don't just stand here in a daze. If you have the time to think about these, go back and train. Everyone looked at the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Platform from afar. There was a trace of confusion in their eyes as they followed Elder Zhao's footsteps into the distance. Qingxian and Xingwei nodded at Zifeng, treating it as a form of greeting. Zifeng, don't say that I'm not arranging lodging for you. After all, you're not my disciple. I can't violate the rules of the celestial sect of wonders. Zifeng smiled. There is no need for Elder Zhao to worry. Zifeng has his own ways. That's good. I still have to go teach in a while, you better take care of yourself. Elder Zhao waved his hands and followed behind the crowd. With large strides, he walked forward. Greetings to Elder Zhao. Yifeng watched Zhao Yuan go. Brute brother. Liu Bingqian walked up and stood beside him, facing the gentle breeze. What? It's rare to come to the martial spirit palace. Shouldn't you tell Taoist Master Zhao about your sister's situation? Even if I wanted to enter, Elder Zhao would probably not agree so easily. Liu Bingqian muttered, but what's more, when the martial spirit awakening storm starts tomorrow, she should be here to watch the fight. Why would she have come so early? Liu Bingqian shook her head helplessly, sigh. To take the initiative to visit her and to have her come to see you is a completely different matter, but hearing that, Yifeng was stunned. He did not understand. Isn't the result the same? Is there any difference between the two? You. Liu Bingqian was stunned. Her beautiful eyes revealed a bitter smile. Forget it, I won't argue with you about matters of the heart. It would be a waste of my energy if I told you. She paused for a moment before raising her head to look in the direction of the supreme profound sky platform. Oh right, big brother barbarian. I heard that my father helped me build a good relationship with the awakening storm tomorrow. I should be able to participate tomorrow. She didn't want to lie to Yifeng, since he was in a hurry to make the pill refining and breakthrough. She didn't say anything. Now that he thought about it, he should tell her about it. That's good. Congratulations, Bingqian. Liu Bingqian looked at him worriedly. Big brother barbarian, do you have something wrong with your heart? This kind of opportunity only exists because I rely on relationships, while you have to go through such a arduous process to earn the qualifications. I'm afraid you'll be unhappy about it. Her voice became softer the more she spoke, like a mosquito. Yifeng smiled. Don't worry, Bingqian, I'm not such a petty person. But Yifeng seemed to want to dispel the doubt in her heart. He smiled and explained, let alone getting the qualification, even if Wang Tianji and Dong Tianrui got the qualification, I wouldn't gossip about them. Because no matter what, whether it's related or not, it's not an excuse for me to stop trying. You? Liu Bingqian looked at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. Among the people of the same age that Liu Bingqian knew, there were very few who were like Yifeng. There were many people who were ambitious, and there were also many who knew how to play tricks. Under the combination of the two, it was extremely rare to see a person who knew how to keep a straight face. That's enough, Bingqian. Don't force me to say such pretentious words. It's time to get back to business. What business? Shouldn't you take a good rest now, train your strength, and prepare for tomorrow's martial spirit awakening storm? Surprise flashed across Liu Bingqian's pretty face. To conserve energy and store up energy is a general rule, but brute brother, you mean? Liu Bingqian felt a little puzzled. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Now, since Elder Zhao has told us the location of tomorrow's competition, it's time for us to step down a little. As he spoke, he had already taken large strides towards the direction of the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Platform. Wait a minute, big brother barbarian, have you forgotten? That place is a forbidden area, we can't enter. Liu Bingqian moved slightly and used a lot of effort to barely keep up with Yifeng. Yifeng, on the other hand, was calm without a drop of sweat on his forehead. She was secretly surprised. Yifeng had clearly just reached the martial disciple stage, but why was there such a huge difference between him and her? And at this time, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the supreme profound sky platform. Brute brother. You see, we can't get in. If it's really possible, the disciples of the other elders Zhao would come over to take a look. There's no need to enter. I just need to walk around the forbidden area. This. Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes lit up. Yifeng smiled, closing his eyes and calming his heart. He could feel all the movements of the wind and grass in the world, as if his whole body was immersed in it. His soul talent had already been used. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292. 4 hours passed. After being silent for a long time, Yifeng finally opened his starry eyes and laughed lightly. Alright, I have a basic understanding of the terrain of this grand mysterious sky platform and some general information about it. Liu Bingqian hadn't said anything previously because she was afraid of disturbing Yifeng. Now that he had spoken, she asked. Brat, could it be that this is your newly awakened innate divine ability? Liu Bingqian followed Yifeng silently and could not help but ask. That's right. With this talent, I can basically check everything within a kilometer of me. So powerful. Liu Bingqian was slightly stunned as a strange light flashed in her eyes. Previously, she only knew that Yifeng had participated in the struggle for enlightenment and seemed to have awakened his talent. However, she hadn't found out exactly what talent he had. There weren't many people who knew. This is great, big brother barbarian. With this talent, you'll be able to seize the initiative in the awakening storm tomorrow. Seize the initiative? Yifeng smiled lightly and shook his head. No, that is not necessarily the case. Because, even if some people do not have any talent, they can still use other methods to enter the mystical heaven stage. Who? A trace of doubt appeared in Liu Bingqian's eyes. Yifeng smiled slightly. He raised his head and stared at the location of the grand mysterious sky platform. He seemed to be able to see through it. For example, Wang Tianji. I'm afraid he used his family's connections to get to know the situation. Wang Tianji? No way, he clearly hasn't become a martial disciple yet. Even if he had participated in this competition, I think it would have been a waste of his effort. To not be able to become a martial disciple, that is a matter of the past. Now, it seems that I have succeeded. Yifeng's expression changed slightly as he said. He used his soul talent to probe into the grand mysterious sky platform and observed Wang Tianji's every move. Thus, it was very natural for him to determine Wang Tianji's cultivation level. Even he has become a martial disciple? The expression on Liu Bingqian's pretty face changed slightly. After all, putting aside the fact that the number of Yifeng didn't change, Wang Tianji and Liu Bingqian both stayed at the 9th level of Qi refining for a long time without being able to break through. That's right. Yifeng's expression turned serious and his voice became calm. Liu Bingqian's gaze was like lightning. She licked her lips and snorted, but this Wang Tianji must be crazy if he wants to win. He actually used such a despicable method. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. When a person is in glory, people will forget what he did. Wang Tianji is not despicable, but... The smile on his face gradually turned cold. I've discovered it at this moment. Within the supreme profound sky platform. Ha 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 ha. Heavens will, as long as no one discovers this matter, there's a high chance that you'll be the champion of tomorrow's martial spirit awakening storm. Wang Tianji laughed. He was also very happy, that's true. After this is all over, I dare not forget. It was all thanks to you, Master Liu. All right. A smile appeared at the corner of Liu Zhenren's eyes. You don't have to be so polite. Your dad and I have a very strong relationship. If I don't help his child, who else can I help? As for the others, I might not even have the chance. Then for example, what do you think about Yi Zichen? Wang Tianji stared at Feng Zhiling and asked. Him? That day at the disciple ceremony, you also saw the attitude he had towards me. He is simply a disrespectful, and petty person. In my opinion, it will definitely be difficult for him to achieve great things. He didn't want to talk about Yifeng, so he changed the topic back to Wang Tianji. Heavens will, you are not the same as him. You stayed at the 9th level of Qi refining for so long, accumulating and accumulating resources. You even managed to break through to the martial disciple realm before the competition started. Presumably, with your own hard work, coupled with your current understanding of this supreme mystery heavenly platform, it will definitely be of great help to you in awakening your martial spirit. Then, it's all thanks to spiritual Master Liu. Wang Tianji laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings. He couldn't wait for this day to come to an end and start the matter of the awakening storm. Spiritual Master Liu chuckled and said, "Don't even mention it. From my point of view, Yifeng probably won't be able to come tomorrow. With their fallen Yi family, how could they send them invitations to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm? Master Liu, you're right. Maybe I really won't see him tomorrow." Wang Tianji sighed. It would be boring for him if Yiwen didn't show up. At dawn, a ray of light broke through the thick fog. The supreme profound sky platform gradually became clear from the state of being surrounded by clouds and mist. As for the entrance of the forbidden area, it was already surrounded by people. The celestial sect of wonders was famous for its Qi condensation students breaking through to the martial disciple realm, and even more so for its brilliant methods of awakening martial spirits. This annual martial spirit awakening storm was aimed at the best among the inner disciples. It was one of the biggest gatherings in the celestial sect of wonders, and it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Yifeng and Liu Bingqian walked towards them from afar. Before they got close, they heard them talking about something. Look who's here, Madman Yi is here, that self-taught Madman Yi is here. Oh. So it's that level 9 Qi refinement cultivator, he doesn't have much drive, and he doesn't have his master's Zifeng. Wait, that's strange. Where did he get the spots for the competition? How could he participate in this competition? Don't tell me you're relying on family connections? I have a friend who was a disciple of Elder Zhao. He told me that Yifeng used only 3 days' time to break through to the martial disciple stage and won the bet with Elder Zhao. That is why Elder Zhao gave him the entry to the competition. What? To break through to the martial disciple realm in 3 days, you must be joking. The green-clothed Gongzi glared at him snappily. Really? If I am lying to you about this kind of thing, would I benefit from it? So that's how it is. There's still this matter. With everyone's discussion, the people who were still looking down on Yifeng had gradually changed and were now sighing towards him. Yifeng walked closer to the entrance of the forbidden area. He looked around, scanning everyone, and at the same time, looked in the direction of the mystical heaven stage with a profound look in his eyes. After all, he had only used his soul talent to sense it yesterday, and it didn't necessarily mean that his detection was accurate. It was always better to see for himself what he had missed. Yi Dage, why did you come too? Dong Tianrui, who had just arrived, had sharp eyes. He immediately saw Yifeng's location and was extremely happy. He ran over like a wisp of smoke and was extremely happy. However, when he saw Liu Bingqian beside Yifeng, he laughed awkwardly and immediately cried out. Oh, I was too far away to see it clearly. There's also Bingqian. Liu Bingqian gave a helpless smile with a wry smile in her beautiful eyes. Yifeng looked at him with a smile. I have already reached the martial disciple realm. Naturally, I am here to awaken my martial spirit. But you, Tianrui, you are still a far cry from being a martial disciple. What are you doing here? About this. Dong Tianrui scratched his head and revealed an embarrassed smile. Big brother Tianrui, you're too fast. We can't even keep up with you. At this moment, Dong Tianrui's underlings also followed along. Yeah, Tianrui brother, you said that you just came here to experience the learning atmosphere of the inner disciples and give the outer disciples some face. If that's the case, then why are you being so serious? Dong Tianrui glared at him in annoyance, the outer sect disciples are misunderstood because they have people like you who don't care about their own business. This. But Brother Tianrui, not long ago, you were one of us. The person being reprimanded felt wronged as he replied. Dong Tianrui coughed, it used to be, but now is the time. Ever since I met Brother Yi in the gravity room last time, I've decided to change. We, the outer sect disciples, must also work hard together so that the true disciples of the celestial sect of wonders can see our perseverance and change our current situation. He scanned the people around him with an imposing manner, and after a moment, he walked in front of Yifeng. Brother Yi, what do you think about what I just said? I adapted this to imitate your previous tone of voice. Do you think it's similar? This. Yi Zong laughed and was about to express his opinion. The noisy crowd quieted down. He saw a large group of mysterious gate disciples walking towards him from a short distance away. The person in the lead was surprisingly Elder Zhao. Obviously, Elder Zhao had called all the disciples in the Martial Spirit Palace to attend this event together. Of course, this also included the existence of Yi Shui. However, due to the situation, she didn't greet Yifeng the moment she saw him. She only looked at him from afar and nodded. Those who participated in the Martial Spirit Awakening Storm, stand in front of me. All the other unrelated personnel, stand still. Elder Zhao's face was solemn as he gave a strong command. Normally, he could joke around with Yi Ci, but when it really came to proper business, he would not hesitate either. Almost all of them have come? Elder Zhao scanned the crowd, as if he was counting the number of people. A moment later, he nodded his head. If everyone is here, then we will have to invite. Master. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293. Master? It can't be, even the master-level characters are coming here? Everyone looked at each other with astonished eyes. Because many of them didn't hear what Elder Zhao revealed yesterday, most of them received the spiritual paper early enough to know that the Martial Spirit Awakening Storm's location was at the Grand Mysterious Sky Platform. Therefore, compared to Yifeng and the others, most people were at a disadvantage. But, where is Master? I didn't see anyone on the way here, did I? That's right, Spiritual Master Zhao. If Master Zhao had come, we would have definitely discovered him long ago. Just as everyone was perplexed over the matter, a voice as calm as a bell echoed in the sky. Zhao Shucheng, since everyone is here, then don't wait anymore. Hurry up and start. Who else could it be that called Elder Zhao by his name? In such a grand arena, only the High Scholar had the qualifications to do so. Yes. Master. Elder Zhao replied respectfully. Following the direction of the voice, everyone was shocked and looked towards the sky. In midair, a huge shadow slowly took shape, emitting a dense amount of spiritual qi. So it turned out that the High Scholar hadn't arrived yet, and had only released this massive phantom. Elder Zhao turned around and looked at the crowd with a serious face. This time's Martial Spirit Awakening Storm, there are 3 rules. First, the goal of this competition is awakening of the martial spirit, not fighting. No fighting is allowed. Second, once the martial spirit has awakened, someone will take you out to assess your martial spirit's rank, and not allow any form of resistance. He paused for a moment, looked around at the crowd, and continued, thirdly and most important of all of you, prick up your ears and listen carefully. Martial spirit awakening is the most important exchange between you and your martial spirits. It is dangerous. If you are unlucky and die, it has nothing to do with the celestial gate. I hope you take your life seriously. Don't try to be brave. Elder Zhao's powerful words were like meteorites smashing into the hearts of everyone present. Most people only had the thought of making a name for themselves. If they died after cultivating all the way to the martial disciple realm because of the awakening of their martial spirit, it would be too depressing. What do we do? I've never heard that someone will die if they awaken their martial spirit. That's right, we've been bitterly cultivating up to now. If we die for no reason, then what's the point in cultivating? Elder Zhao's words unknowingly affected everyone present. Some people even started to retreat because of his words. Daoist Master Zhao, may I ask, about the death rate of this martial spirit awakening? Elder Zhao glanced at him and coldly spat out a few words. It's not too high. Around 20%. 20%? That's pretty high. For those who were bold, the 80% death rate wasn't too high. For those who were timid, 20% was enough to make them tremble in fear. Forget it, I don't want to participate in this martial spirit awakening storm anymore. No wonder my mouth was so tight. I didn't expect anything to happen. Some gritted their teeth and decided to leave. After all, cultivation was important, but if they carelessly died, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Elder Zhao smiled. Whether you want to leave or not is up to you. But for those who leave, I will make it clear that I am unable to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm next year. You too should consider it yourselves. Some of the people who were previously clenching their fists loosened their grip. If they were unable to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm in the next year, wouldn't that mean that they would have to wait for 2 years? How would everyone accept this? Thus, only those who were particularly timid could be scared off by Elder Zhao's words. However, even if such a person were to participate, he would be unable to do anything about it. Thus, after a round of battle, only 2 people backed out. Zifeng smiled. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The celestial sect of wonders had played this hand beautifully. He had done a good job of keeping the secret, giving out warnings when the competition was about to begin so that everyone would feel like quitting the competition alive. Afterwards, he explained the consequences of quitting the competition, restricting everyone's actions so that it wouldn't cause a ruckus. Daoist Master Zhao. Zifeng has something to ask. Elder Zhao's expression changed when he heard Zifeng speak in reply to their questions. Stupid. Zifeng, what do you have to ask? I think I have already explained the rules and the matter of my departure very clearly. That's right. Elder Zhao's explanation for this is very clear. I just want to ask you something else. Zifeng smiled plainly. For example, those who leave the stage, after all, are they just wasting their time? Can you sell them to me, Zifeng? Didn't you already obtain the qualifications to participate? What do you need the spots for? Elder Zhao was taken aback. I just wanted to ask, is that possible? I wonder what Master's intentions are. Zifeng said with a smile. He could have made the decision himself, but Zifeng had brought out Master Yi. This sort of trivial matter was a chance for Master Zhao to show his magnanimity, so how could he refuse? Elder Zhao sighed, but he still had to do it. He released his soul consciousness and sent it to Master Yang. After a while, he opened his eyes. Master said it was fine. That's good. A divine light bloomed in Zifeng's eyes. Elder Zhao sighed. Zifeng had already caused quite a stir before the competition had even started. He really didn't know what he would become in the future. As Zifeng said that, he looked at the 2 people quitting the competition. Are the 2 of you selling this slot? Sell, of course I'll sell. I don't want to participate anyway, so what's the point of having such a spot? Zifeng laughed and gave a thumbs up. Great. 100 gold coins, I will give it to whoever can sign the blood contract first. As he spoke, he took out a piece of blood-packed spirit paper from his spatial ring. His movements were smooth and practiced. The process of signing the blood contract was almost instantaneous. Do you often sign blood contracts with others? One of them couldn't help but to ask as he stared blankly at Zifeng's agility. Zifeng was non-committal. He covered the bloodstain on his thumb and smiled. Who's going first? Some people were only able to join the awakening storm because they had established a good relationship with each other. Yifeng relied on his own hard work to get the right. However, the value of an object is not necessarily an equal exchange, but varies with time, place, and situation. 100 gold coins to buy a qualification to participate in the annual competition was definitely worth it. Wait, I'll pay 500 gold coins. I bid 1,000 gold coins. I want to participate in this martial spirit awakening storm too. Some outer court disciples couldn't help but shout out loudly. However, it was already too late. Yifeng signed the blood contract as fast as he could before anyone could react. This was how the pie falling from the sky came to be. After all, even if the pie really fell from the sky, there were still people who would fight for it. Opportunity was always left to those who were prepared, the ones who were most prepared. Shui, this chance to join the martial spirit awakening storm is for you. Yifeng smiled and walked in front of his little sister. Brother Zifeng, you. Yi Shui's originally somewhat dull and beautiful eyes widened. She was so surprised that she was somewhat unable to say anything. She was extremely moved in her heart. It was all a surprise. Yifeng smiled. I think you would be more willing to awaken your martial spirit with me and Bingqian than watching me fight by the side. Thank you so much, Brother Zifeng. Earlier, you helped me break through to the 9th stage and the martial disciple realm, and now, you're giving me the chance to awaken my martial spirit? I don't even know how to repay you. Since we're family, there's no need to talk about repayment in the future. Yifeng said with a serious expression. Elder Zhao stood at the side and let out a heavy sigh. Fine, if you want to participate then so be it. Yi Shui, come with your brother. Alright. Yi Shui giggled. She was extremely happy in her heart. No matter what was said, Yi Shui was still considered half a disciple of Elder Zhao. As long as Elder Zhao had enough face, he would turn a blind eye. I have explained everything that should be said. The outcome of the martial spirit awakening storm will depend on everyone's luck and success. Elder Zhao scanned the crowd and looked at them with a meaningful gaze, as if he was looking at someone for the last time. 2 days later, I will still be standing here, waiting for everyone to come back. Hopefully, 50 people had gone, and another 50 had returned. I shall now announce that the martial spirit awakening storm trial has officially begun. As he spoke, his hand formed a ray of light that shone straight onto the talisman on the supreme profound sky platform. After a dazzling brilliance flashed past, the door to the forbidden grounds opened. Hurry up and enter, grab a good seat later and start awakening your martial spirit. That's right, let's hurry up and rush to the supreme profound sky platform. We can start earlier and succeed earlier. Everyone hurriedly rushed in, as if they were going to squeeze their heads out. Yifeng followed right behind everyone, stopping from time to time to think. If the Taishan sky platform that punishes the wrong disciples is used as the place to awaken their martial spirits, then I'm afraid. He raised his head, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. Sure enough, within the forbidden area, rocks and stones were flying about in the wind. In midair, bolts of lightning struck down. Those who were charging at the very front lost their wits and were struck until they began to scream miserably again and again. A quiet storm was brewing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294. No matter who it was, they all wanted to be the first one to climb up the supreme mystery sky platform and be the first one to awaken their martial spirits. However, in the dusky sky, the dark clouds were pressing down. Hurricane rose up and lightning rumbled. Although none of them were fatal, it was still a real pain when they landed on a person's body. The towering stone pillars converged to form the grand profound sky platform. One could see it from afar, but there seemed to be no place to climb up to in its surroundings. Every time someone stopped and raised their head to look at the supreme profound sky platform, there would always be lightning that was like heavenly retribution. Thus, there were some people who had a trace of fear in their hearts that had yet to step onto the supreme profound sky platform. Why is this place so strange? It even has lightning attacks. Yeah, he's already like this right from the start. How are we going to continue waiting for him? When everyone thought of how they would have to wait 2 whole days to get out of this hellhole, their hearts couldn't help but feel heavy. A youth slapped his head and suddenly said, "Oh, array formation, this is the function of array formation. Is there anyone here who understands it?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone recovered from their state of shock and looked around to see if there was anyone around who seemed to understand formations. Qi Zimo pondered for a moment and finally stood up. "I understand formations." "Great. But don't be happy too early. I will not help you guys for nothing. Before the martial spirit awakening storm ends, if there is anything you need, you must listen to my orders. This is the condition." Qi Zimo replied righteously. "All right, no matter what you say, listening to your orders is better than being struck by lightning. I'll join. I want to join too." Due to the common difficulties they had encountered, the previously lax group had now come to a conclusion and began to unite as one enemy. "What do we do, big brother barbarian? Why don't we join as well?" Liu Bingqian watched as they all joined Qi Zimo's side. Her heart was in turmoil. "No, we'll go our own way, there's no need to follow her." Liu Bingqian muttered, "But..." Zifeng paused for a while and continued, "Look, they will not follow the army on Wang Tianji's side. As for Dong Tianrui, they are also part of a small team, but they have more people, so their path should be much thicker. But there are only 3 of us, do you have any solution, brother Zifeng?" Yi Shui's beautiful eyes blinked and couldn't help but ask. "There's nothing I can do for now." "Brother Zifeng, then why don't you agree to join?" Yi Shui said coquettishly. Suddenly, she reacted. "Wait, did you just say that we can't do anything for now?" If he didn't have a solution at the moment, then wouldn't that mean he had a solution in the future? Zifeng smiled lightly and lowered his voice, "That's right. After a while, when my soul talent has been fully explored, I can guarantee that I will definitely be faster than Qi Zimo and the others." This. Yi Shui was suddenly shocked in her heart, and then heavily nodded her head. Due to the connection between them and the Heaven Punisher Lightning, 4 teams had already appeared. Qi Zimo's team, Wang Tianji's team, Dong Tianrui's team and the remaining 3 people were Yifeng's team. Qi Zimo looked deeply at Yifeng and frowned. "Yifeng, you must think this through and not join us? Are you really planning to leave on your own?" Some of them even pointed at Yi Zichen. "Look at this paranoid idiot, he's really unenlightened. Under Lady Qing's lead, we'll be gone in 2 days. I want to see what kind of tricks you can come up with. Alright, let's continue on our way. After all, the most important thing is to first step onto the supreme profound sky platform." However, just as the crowd was getting ready to move forward, Yifeng, who was behind them, suddenly laughed. He retorted coldly, "From the very beginning, I wanted to rely on staying alive for these past 2 days. In that case, for the sake of your lives, I advise you to give up and leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy crowd instantly became quiet. Someone stopped and turned around to look at him with an unfriendly expression. "Did you all hear that? A young master too from a countryside place like Legacy City actually dares to utter such words. He, you're called Yifeng, right? I heard that a few days ago, you awakened a talent, and my blind brothers even took this matter seriously. In my opinion, this is just a rumor you created yourself. You don't go too far, Yi Shui's pretty face was covered with a sullen anger. "Brother Zifeng, when did he need to get the real person's attention? He basically..." "Shui, stop it." Yifeng took a step forward and waved his hand. "But..." Yi Shui did not express any displeasure. Yifeng waved his hand and moved closer to Yi Shui's ear. "Let's go, don't worry about that." The formation is constantly changing. If the time passes and new changes start, I'll have to re-observe it. As he spoke, he pointed to a certain place. Come, let's go this way first. Follow me along the way. Oh, yes. Yi Shuiyi and Liu Bingqian looked at each other and nodded. No matter how suspicious they were, since Zifeng had pointed them out, they would still follow his instructions. They had absolute trust in Yi Zichen. Those who were mocking Zifeng just now chuckled. Did anyone see that? Seeing how he pretended to be so serious, I think it was very soon. Those three are about to be struck by lightning. Since that's the case, let me take responsibility for dozens of times. 10, 9. However, even if that person counted dozens of times, even if he counted 100 times, and 1,000 times, there would still be no change on Yifeng's side. Yifeng and the others had already reached the next location, but they were still not hit by the lightning. How is this possible? 1 or 2 times is fine, but why is it that he can always find the right foot point? And he's even moving so fast, isn't this way too strange? Could it be that the divine lightning stopped? There was astonishment and disbelief in someone's eyes. He couldn't help but give it a try and walk towards the place where he had just been attacked. Mother ****. The thunders rumbled and rolled down. In just a short moment, the place where the man was standing had been turned into scorched earth. It didn't look like he had stopped to rest at all. This Zifeng is truly not simple. Starlight sighed and watched Yi's back as she walked away. That's right, Starlight. He's not that simple, so you should help me out a bit. If I were by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to beat Yi. Xingxian couldn't help but ask. After the battle for enlightenment last time, she was at a disadvantage towards Yifeng's mentality. Starlight lowered his voice and said, Xingxian, you are overthinking things. From the start, Master did not want us to suppress Zifeng. Therefore, rather than trying to think of a way to deal with him, it would be more practical to think of how to awaken our martial souls. Starlight, you'd better speak up for him. I think you should do it for his sister, Yi Shui. Moreover, she actually participated in the martial spirit awakening storm just like that due to a coincidence. When Starlight heard her talk about Yi Shui, his face slightly stiffened as he became slightly angry. This has nothing to do with it. Brother Zifeng, how did you do it? Could it be that you've been here before? Why do you look so familiar? A strange light flashed in Yi Shui's beautiful eyes. Liu Bingqian and Zifeng looked at each other and smiled. Yesterday, Zifeng had used several hours to linger around the periphery. He was basically observing the situation inside the grand mysterious sky platform. Therefore, he was very familiar with the situation here. This is the innate divine ability that your brother Zifeng just learned. It can consume spiritual energy and observe the situation within a 1-kilometer radius. How is it? Amazing, right? Liu Bingqian said with a smile. Yi Shui seemed to have understood something as she nodded, her eyes brimming with energy and vitality. So it was this ability. The last time I saw all my fellow senior brothers and sisters come back, I had been talking about Brother Zifeng. I said that he had awakened some innate ability, but I didn't go into detail about it. Now I understand. Right at this moment. Alright, Shui, Bingqian, stop chatting. Zifeng opened his eyes, and his expression suddenly turned serious. What's wrong, Brother Zifeng? Zifeng felt it carefully and frowned. Wang Tianji is coming towards us. He has bad intentions, he is probably going to harm us. He's here? Liu Bingqian naturally knew that there was a conflict between Wang Tianji and Zifeng. However, she was still a bit surprised. But, didn't Elder Zhao say that no fighting is allowed? Rules are rules, whether you follow them or not is a personal matter, but... Zifeng paused for a moment and continued, what's more, if he just wants to harm us, he might not have to fight us. You mean? Liu Bingqian replied in a low voice as she stared at Yifeng with her pair of big, watery eyes. To hold us back and let the other two groups benefit. Even if it is something that harms someone but does not benefit oneself, Wang Tianji will still do it. This. Yi Shui coldly humped and said, I was afraid that he would fail. The three of us are already in the martial disciples' realm. We are no longer comparable to the past. Yifeng's expression was slightly cold. That's right, if we fight head-on, then of course we're not afraid. However, after being taught a lesson a few times, no matter how arrogant he is, he should have some memory. I'm afraid that this time, he came prepared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295. Big Brother Tianji, let's forget about it. We should focus on dealing with the martial spirit awakening storm and not bother about Yifeng. Wang Mengshi had a complex expression on her beautiful face. Shut up. Wang Tianji coldly snorted, you didn't have much use for it anyway. Since you're my sister and your scouting ability, I helped you acquire this qualification. As for dealing with Yi Zichen, it's rare for me to get such a chance. Let me prepare well, you don't have to persuade me anymore. But, big brother. Wang Mengshi saw that her elder brother had already lost his calm heart. It was obvious that his continuous attacks had caused a change in his attitude, even causing him to become hysterical. Yifeng had already become a knot in Wang Tianji's cultivation. If he didn't get rid of him, then when he had a big breakthrough in the future, he would be affected. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me where they are. Have we arrived at the place where I laid the immortal trapping rope? This immortal trapping rope was a spirit-level magic treasure that had been gifted to him by Taoist Master Liu. It didn't have any damaging effects, but if it was used to block people, the results would be amazing. Currently, the trap was set by Wang Tianji in the area where everyone had to pass through to get to the grand mysterious Sky Tower. In addition, he also relied on Wang Mengshi's spiritual Qi perception to determine the position of the leaf tip, ensuring that it was absolutely safe. Alright. Wang Mengshi sighed deeply. No matter what she thought in her heart, she still had to follow her big brother's instructions. As such, she held one end of the water spirit jade pot in her hand and pondered deeply while gently closing her beautiful eyes. She began to channel her spirit energy, searching for the location of the tip of the leaf. After a while, she raised her head and said seriously, they've arrived, but what? Wang Tianji asked with an anxious expression on his face. From his point of view, if this magic treasure could trap Yifeng and the others, then he would be able to do it with ease. But, for some reason, they suddenly stopped moving. What? Surprised, Wang Tianji frowned. Supreme Profound Sky Platform, at the entrance. So that's how it is. Yifeng picked up a small stone from the ground and stood up slowly. He smiled and said, it seems that Wang Tianji has improved a lot this time. Brother Zifeng, what do you mean by this? Yi Shui followed closely behind him with a gleam of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Yifeng smiled, I believe Wang Tianji has already found out about my soul inherent skill. So, they pretended to be chasing us, trying to get us to avoid them, but the real purpose. He paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became cold. It is to chase me into a trap. Yesterday, although Yifeng's soul talent didn't find out what Wang Tianji was trying to do, it had at least put him on guard. A trap? No way, is there a trap ahead? Liu Bingqian was stunned for a moment as she looked far ahead. The sky was still gray. From time to time, there would be flashes of lightning, followed by the screams of people. However, the road in front of them was still the same as before. There was no sign of a trap. The logic is not complicated. If he wants to set up a trap to harm me, he must be at a place where the roads converge. At the same time, he should not be too close to the Supreme Profound Sky Platform. Liu Bingqian exclaimed and asked, "Where?" Dead angle. Behind the spell formation, there was a dead angle that couldn't be reached with spiritual energy. For example, here. Suddenly, Zifeng's expression turned cold as the golden thread in his hand flew out. A burning spiritual energy surrounded the Wind King dagger and flew towards the trunk of a towering ancient tree. So. Several ropes emitting immortal energy jumped out from the branches of the ancient tree and flew towards the Wind King dagger. They quickly wrapped around it and dropped down. One end of the rope dug into the ground, anchoring the Wind King dagger to the ground. Not far away. Wang Mengxi's complexion suddenly changed. Success, we've caught him. The Wind King's dagger carried the spirit energy of the leaf's tip. Wang Mengxi was unable to clearly distinguish it, but she could faintly feel that something was trapped within the immortal rope. Great! Wang Tianji laughed out loud. Good, Zifeng, you finally failed. Let's go quickly. I can't help but admire the look on his face when he is begging me for mercy in despair. It can't be, there really is a trap? Yi Shui and Liu Bingqian inhaled a breath of cold air as their delicate bodies trembled. If he had been caught in this trap just now, he would have been in a passive position. Immortal imprisoning rope. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with shock. It's not easy to obtain a spirit-level treasure. Could it be that Wang Tianji obtained it from the celestial sect of wonders? Then what do we do now, brother Zifeng? A trace of worry appeared on Yi Shui's beautiful face. She wasn't someone who didn't have a mind of her own, but now that she had someone to rely on, she felt more at ease. Now, wait. Wait? Could it be that we have to wait for Wang Tianji's group to come over? Yi Shui was slightly shocked in her heart. That's right. In order to catch me, Wang Tianji had put more than one immortal trapping rope. That's great. He'll keep the rest of the immortal rope for himself. Zifeng raised his head and looked at the ancient tree. After staring for a long time, the corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile. Zifeng, you have this day too. Wang Tianji laughed out loud and ran over to him. Even if the lightning struck his body, he wouldn't care about it anymore. His heart was overjoyed. Big brother Tianji, slow down a bit. Wang Mengxi wasn't as excited as he was. Her strength was also weak. She could only dodge the lightning in every direction and give chase with all her might. Wang Tianji couldn't care less about his sister's persuasion. With the spiritual energy flowing under his feet, he increased his speed and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. I'll go and see how effective this immortal trapping rope is. If it's not enough, I'll tie another one for him. Where do you want to tie it? Wang Tianji laughed. Of course it's to be tied to. However, after a moment, the smile on his face froze. The deep and vigorous male voice that resounded beside his ears was obviously not something that his little sister could emit. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly turned around and shouted, Zifeng. Didn't your master teach you? If the enemy is behind us, do not turn back. Zifeng smiled plainly for a moment, then slowly spat out a word. Attack! As he said this, Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui split at the left and right behind him, and immediately rushed out. What was going on? Didn't we already successfully tie you up? Wang Tianji was shocked. He subconsciously retreated a dozen steps when he saw the two girls coming towards him. Just now, it was precisely because Wang Mengxi had confirmed this matter with him that he had dared to madly rush over without any precautions. And now, the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Big brother Tianji, this is bad. Don't retreat any further. However, by the time Wang Mengxi had the time to utter these words, it was already too late. Several immortal trapping ropes shot out and connected Wang Tianji's four limbs. Suddenly, they started to wrap around him tightly. He screamed not good, in his heart as he ran out with all his might. However, this immortal trapping rope was an extraordinary item. Once it was tightened and released, it wrapped around him like a dumpling. After that, the descending spiritual energy from the immortal rope heavily pressed him down to the ground, while the other four ends of the rope deeply embedded themselves into the ground. Wang Tianji still hadn't given up. He raised his head and struggled to escape. It's useless. This is an authentic treasure of the celestial sect of wonders. If you can escape so easily, then it wouldn't be of the spirit level. The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a warm smile. However, no matter how he looked at it, Wang Tianji felt a bone-chilling cold. The surprise on his face had not disappeared. That's not right. Shouldn't you be trapped? Why are you still fine? At this time, Wang Mingxi had finally caught up. The shock in her eyes was no less than that of her brother. Yifeng smiled blandly as he played with the Wind King dagger in his hand. There were still some broken pieces of the rope left on the dagger. Look, this dagger is what you have trapped. What? Wang Tianji's eyes were wide open as he remained motionless, unable to utter a word. At this moment, he finally understood. He had thought that he was scheming against Qi Zifeng, but he never would have thought that Qi Zifeng was actually scheming against him. The other party was simply going with the flow. But soon, a thought surfaced in his mind. "Oh right, Yifeng, I almost forgot, you attacking me is already violating the rules of this martial spirit awakening storm, but... Speaking of which, make a move." Yifeng laughed loudly and shook his head. "What are you laughing at? When I report this matter to Master, you will immediately be disqualified from participating." Yifeng's laughter suddenly stopped. "Then I'm going to ask you a question. Other than the word make a move, is it true? Have I made a move before?" Even if it was Liu Bingqian or Yi Shui, they had only come out to force Wang Tianji to retreat. They hadn't actually fought. They hadn't even touched the corner of each other's clothes. Wang Tianji thought about it and came back to reality. He realized that it was just as Yifeng said. He felt his chest tighten. It had to be known that this time, he had a great relationship with Taoist Master Liu and was only able to lay down a few things on the grand celestial platform. However, he didn't expect Yifeng to escape danger in the end and even be controlled by him. This caused his heart to be undoubtedly filled with extreme despair. "Yifeng, I don't understand. Why do you always see through my tricks? Are you really that talented? So invincible?" Wang Tianji lay prostrate on the ground, staring at Liu's sharp body without letting go. His repeated failures had made him go insane. "No, I'm not a genius, and there's no such thing as invincible." Yifeng smiled. His eyes were deep and profound as he spoke. "Merely, I, Yifeng, have yet to be defeated. I am unable to even deal with someone like you, Wang Tianji." "You?" He paused for a moment, then gave a relieved smile. "All right, Bingqian, Shui. We keep going forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 296. The wind billowed, and a large area of dense fog enveloped the Supreme Mystery Heaven altar. The formation maintained by Grandmaster Xian Men gave off an intangible feeling as if the heavens were spinning around in circles. "Brother Zifeng, Wang Tianji has opposed us time and time again. Now, he's just throwing us to the side. Forget about him." Yifeng smiled and asked, "Otherwise, Shui, what do you want?" I don't know either, but this person is so despicable, and I just don't want to let him off so easily." She was a bit angry in her heart, but since she hadn't thought it through, she couldn't answer him. "If the rules allow me to make a move, I would have already done so." Yifeng paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, "Forget about his pride, being seen as a monkey by others is even more painful than killing him. Moreover, for now, he still has some value." "Use value?" He's already in this state, how can you still use him? Liu Bingqian and Yi Shuiyi looked at each other with their beautiful eyes full of surprise. The effect of the immortal imprisoning rope was too strong. Wang Tianji was unable to break free. Even though his sister Wang Mingxi had tried her best to pull him aside, she could only try her best to not make a fool of herself by standing in the middle of the road. Wang Tianji was still kneeling on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. "What are you looking at? What's there to look at?" Wang Tianji raised his head and saw the feet of a group of people. His shoulders were tightly pressed by the immortal ropes, making it impossible for him to lift them. If I remember correctly, he is that Wang Tianji, right? It seems like he's with Zifeng and is from Legacy City. When he heard that he was working with Zifeng, Wang Tianji felt like he could rush over and give Zifeng a good slap if he wasn't tied up. The ridicule from others made him want to find a place to hide. In fact, half of his body had already sunk into the ground. Shut up. If I'm on the same F*King side as the Zifeng, then I'll F*King follow your surname. Don't swear. Qing Xian frowned and walked out from the crowd. Wang Tianji, does this mean that you were trapped by Zifeng? She still remembered back in the battle for enlightenment, Wang Tianji and Zifeng did not like each other and their relationship was quite bad. Wang Tianji was stunned. He had an old face and didn't know how to respond. From your reaction, it should be like this. Qing Xian pondered as she walked around Wang Tianji, carefully paying attention to the remaining fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surroundings. That's right. Miss Mengxi, may I ask, how long have Zifeng and the others been gone for? In terms of wording, Qing Xian was relatively polite. Wang Mingxi raised her head and thought for a moment before saying, it should be around half an incense stick of time. It can't be, it's been so long. Qing Xian was stunned. Her expression immediately returned to normal. I didn't think that this Zifeng was actually so familiar with the terrain over here. His speed was so fast, no wonder he was unwilling to team up with me. This despicable person, he actually didn't bring me along even when he had his own way. Starlight smiled and said, "What's wrong, Qing Xian? Is it because I feel a bit out of balance when I see the two beautiful ladies that are as delicate as jade beside him? Who the hell isn't balanced? Don't talk nonsense to me." A faint blush rose on Qing Xian's beautiful face. It wasn't that she had any good feelings towards Zifeng. However, even from her friend's perspective, she felt that Zifeng should still pull her. Alright, since Zifeng and the others are already at the front, let's not fall too far behind. Hurry up and catch up. Qing Xian's face was serious as she spoke. Wait. Wang Tianji frowned as he saw that they were in a hurry to leave. After thinking for a while, he suddenly shouted. What's wrong with you? We don't have any way to save you from this spirit-level treasure. Qing Xian immediately stopped and turned to look at him. No, I don't need you to save me. Besides, basically no one else can help me untie the rope. Then what else do you have to say? Wang Tianji shook his head. I want to say, if you guys continue walking down this path, how are you going to catch up to Zifeng and the others? He will take the initiative to awaken the martial spirit from the Supreme Mystery Heaven platform. Even if he did manage to snatch it away, it's only because he's fast. There's nothing we can do about it. Qing Xian shook her head and chuckled. The corner of Wang Tianji's mouth rose into a smile. Then what if I tell you the closest pathway to the grand mysterious sky platform right now? What? You still know about this? Actually, it wasn't just Qing Xian. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. They all hoped to rush to the Taishan Heaven altar as soon as possible, so after hearing Wang Tianji's suggestion, they couldn't help but have a serious expression on their faces. Brother Tianji, you're leaking information. Wang Mingxi anxiously looked at her big brother. In order to stop Zifeng, he did everything he could. Because even if his relationship with Liu was exposed afterwards, as long as he shamelessly went to Wang Rui for help, the matter would be reduced to a trivial matter, and even if it was a trivial matter, it would still be left unsolved. I can't care so much anymore. Wang Tianxi gritted his teeth and said, "What do you think? If you all do as I say, I can guarantee that you all will arrive before Yifeng. Why should we believe you?" Some skeptical people were stunned for a moment but still refused to believe that something like a pie had fallen from the sky. You don't believe me when I'm already like this? Could it be that I have to push myself down to the ground after eating so much? Did I end up like this? Everyone looked at each other and thought about it. That makes sense. Even a fool would not do something like this. I think he's telling the truth. There was no need for more explanations. Wang Tianxi's current condition was the best explanation. Alright, Wang Tianxi, I understand your thoughts, I believe in you. Qing Xian thought for a moment, then asked, I'm just afraid that you won't tell us for nothing. But that's right. However, this is actually more or less like giving you guys a free message, because what I want is very simple. Later, send 2 people to carry me up and let me and you all simultaneously step onto the grand profound sky platform. Wang Tianxi thought that even if he couldn't embarrass Yifeng this time, he had to at least awaken his martial spirit. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. After a moment, Qing Xian looked at him deeply. Alright, I promise to send you to the supreme profound sky platform, on the condition that you are not lying. Now, quickly tell me. Good. Listen. On the other side, Yifeng was drawing countless strange patterns on the ground with his life on the line. He did not stop. From the scratches to the bleeding, a faint light shone. It could be said to have been done in one go. Big bro, you're... Liu Bingqian looked at Yifeng's actions and was confused. Drawing formations. Painting an array? What exactly is the purpose of this? The doubt in Liu Bingqian's heart became even stronger. Wait, if I'm not wrong, Qing Xian and the others will pass through this small path. Therefore, I want to surprise them. Yi Shuiyi's heart shivered. Brother Zifeng, are you really going to deal with senior sister Qing Xian and the rest? She had spent so many days in the celestial sect of wonders, interacting with Elder Zhao's disciples from day to night. Although their relationship wasn't necessarily too good, she still couldn't bear to do anything to them. She has the Tao of purification and can absorb array formations, so she can't be harmed in any way. Then the others. Yi Shuiyi said hesitantly. As for the others, we don't have to worry about that. After all, the martial spirit awakening storm's resources are limited. If the most resources are slanted towards the least people, then the minority will have a greater chance of success. Yifeng's expression turned serious as he said seriously. Yi Shuiyi was still a bit worried. But Brother Zifeng, have you considered what people on Elder Zhao's side will think of us after this awakening storm is over? About this. Shui, as people from the Legacy City's martial house, our first priority is to increase our own strength and not the opinions of others. In other words, if we were to awaken a high-quality martial spirit perfectly, it would be worth it even if we were to be kicked out of the celestial sect the next day. Yifeng's face was solemn. It was obvious that he had already thought over the consequences before making his decision. But how did you know they would pass through here? How could they know that they are going to go through this place, this kind of road with 9 bends and 10 bends? Liu Bingqian could not help but ask, feeling that his thoughts were a bit unrealistic. Because someone will tell them. This. Could it be Wang Tianji? Yi Zifeng smiled but did not deny it. Liu Bingqian shuddered and thought about it carefully. When she came back to her senses, she understood Yifeng's intentions. So that's how it is. No wonder you wanted us to continue walking forward and didn't bother about him. So it turns out that he still had such use for us. She carefully sized up Yuan's drawing and asked with some doubt, then, what spell formation did you set up? Why does it look like there is a lightning symbol in the middle? Yifeng smiled. Not bad, that's what you mean. Liu Bingqian was shocked. Does that mean it really is a lightning-type array? To be exact, it's a lightning array. Once activated, it can attract the spiritual energy within the mysterious gate's heavenly lightning array. Will there be any deaths? Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes showed worry. Yifeng gradually frowned and paced back and forth. It should be. Not really. Or should I reduce the dose? Liu Bingqian. Yi Shuai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297. The Grand Mysterious Sky Platform, the center of the platform. A thin old man was sitting on the ground. His face was weathered from experience and his eyes were deep and cold. With him as the center, the starlight in the sky scattered out like fireflies. Each beam of light landed on the outside of the stage and formed a dazzling lightning that struck down. The heavenly lightning array was created by him alone and did not use any materials. Even the so-called formation array was only a shell that he had borrowed. Master Yang, do you want to stop him? Stop what? The old man didn't even lift his eyes. The corners of spiritual Master Lu's mouth twitched. He knew that Master Yang was asking the obvious. He forced out a smile. It's like this, Master Yang, the purpose of this awakening is to raise everyone's strength, so that more people will have the chance to enter the first 9 abyss to hunt demonic pets. As a result, no fighting is allowed. Master Yang gave a cold sneer. I don't need you to repeat what I know again. Spiritual Master Lu was startled. He had heard that this Master Yang was an extremely difficult person to get along with. At the beginning, he didn't think much of it. However, he didn't expect that the other party was really as the rumors said. But, Master, what I want to say is that Yifeng is simply disregarding the rules and causing his own sect to suffer. Master Lu licked his lips and directly made his point. Yifeng. Master Yang muttered, the name of the person who set up the formation is Yifeng. Originally, he came to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm as a show of his own to give Elder Zhao face. However, now that things had progressed to this point, he was really interested in Yifeng. That's right, Yifeng violated the rules. I plead for Master Yang to give me permission to expel him from this martial spirit awakening storm competition. Master Yang shook his head very straightforwardly, no. Master Lu, you should know that the formation placed by Yifeng is not some offensive formation. It's just a spiritual drawing array, and does not possess any offensive power. Lu Zhenren was stunned. But? Then let me ask you, I randomly threw a rock on the road, and after 2 hours, this rock tripped a person. Then, am I responsible for throwing this rock? When Lu Zhenren saw that the other person was trying to get out of the situation for Yifeng, he started to panic. Master, if we allow that leaf to lay down the formation, it will definitely cause quite a bit of casualties. What problem would there be if they walked on the main road properly? What's more, I don't see that Zifeng has done anything extreme. He has already cut off half of the formation materials, so at most, they will be blown up and no one will die. Master Yang chuckled, obviously appreciating Yifeng's actions. Moreover, in his heart, he had some thoughts on the matter regarding Elder Zhao's prohibition of fighting. The struggle on the Great Tao, the survival of the fittest. In the celestial sect of wonders, there would be people who, on account of their fellow sect members, would show mercy. However, what if they left the Gate of Wonder and went to the 9 Abyss, or went to a deeper realm, the Wasteland region, or even the otherworldly realm? A person's face was not given by others, it was something that they had to rely on their own strength to fight for. Therefore, Taoist Master Lu, don't be impatient. Let's wait and see. Master Yang smiled and continued, if something really does happen that involves a person's life or an attack, you don't need to say anything. I will personally take care of Yifeng. Then, Well, Liu sighed, knowing he could no longer persuade her. Master Yang had a profound look in his eyes as he stood up. The starlight around him seemed to be glowing at the same time. I don't know either. Who would be the first to step onto this Taishan heaven altar and start to awaken their martial spirit? Before Yifeng left, he did not make a move against Wang Mengshi and only snatched away her water spirit jade pot. However, this small part made Wang Tianji and his men lose their eyes. They were walking on a small path, but they didn't know where Yifeng and the others were. As Starlight watched the path get narrower and narrower, he frowned. Xing Xian, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this, something doesn't feel right. Xing Xian let out a sound. What's wrong? Don't tell me you don't believe Wang Tianji's words? It's not that he doesn't believe Wang Tianji's words, he was played like this by Yifeng, there's no reason for him to lie to us anymore. Then why did you? Xing Xian looked at him with suspicion. The person I don't believe is Yifeng. What? A hint of surprise flashed through Xing Xian's beautiful eyes. Could it be that you think he will know that we are taking this small path and take the opportunity to set up an ambush? But, you must know that the rules say that no form of fighting is allowed. Because of this rule. Starlight sighed, that's why I felt that it was a bit strange. I felt a little stuffy, but I didn't know what was wrong. Right at this moment, Wang Tianji's swearing voice came from the front of the two of them. Hey, you two still won't be able to leave, especially Xing Xian. Without you leading the way, everyone won't be able to endure this heavenly thunder array. Xing Xian immediately replied, it's coming, it's coming. She lightly smiled as she looked at Starlight. Alright, Starlight, I don't think that you can think too much about it. After walking through this small path, the Taishan heaven platform will be right in front of you. Starlight's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head heavily. This is a good suggestion, I just want to go back and walk on the main road again. You? Xing Xian widened her eyes. She hadn't expected the other party to be so stubborn. Xing Xian, if you believe Wang Tianji, then follow him. If you trust me, then follow me. Starlight had a serious expression on his face. It didn't seem like he was joking. I'm going to take the main road. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction he came from. Heavens, how can there be such a person in this world? Xing Xian watched Starlight leave with a complicated expression on her face. At the same time, Wang Tianji's voice sounded in her ear. Xing Xian, didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry up and come to the front. She hesitated and sighed. In the end, she still walked in front of Wang Tianji and the others. He's here, I've said it all. Seeing her come up, Wang Tianji snappily glared at her. Although Yifeng walks on the main road, he has already left for an hour. If we dawdle and delay, we will still be a step behind him. Oh yeah, what about that star with you? Where's he? Did he go? His name is Xing Hui. Just now, he was afraid of being in danger, so he went back to take the main road. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Some of them even thought that he was just going to resolve the issue after seeing him turn around and leave. Who would have thought that he would return to the Great Tao? Wang Tianji looked at Xing Xian with his mouth agape. It can't be. He's still going back to the main road at this time. Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? That's right, what time is it? If we're going back now, we'll definitely be at the bottom, and there's still some ferocious beasts up ahead. His guts aren't that big, right? Some people were confused as well. A trace of anger flashed across Xing Xian's pretty face. You're not allowed to talk about Senior Xing in such a manner. With just you alone, you want to compete with him? Foolish people don't allow others to speak. What kind of world is this? Xing Xian glared fiercely at the person who spoke. If you continue with your nonsense, believe me or not, I won't be leading the way for you later. Didn't I say before that if you want me to lead the way, you have to listen to me properly? Once he said that, everyone went silent. Even Wang Tianji, who was shouting the loudest, shut his mouth. Without Wang Tianji leading the way, it would only take them a while to walk down the road. However, without Qing Xian leading the way, the rumbling heavenly lightning array would be enough to make everyone feel good. Alright, let's go. Don't talk about other people's troubles. Awakening your martial soul is the proper thing to do. That's right, Lady Cheng. It was my cheap mouth just now. I hope you can lead the way. Qing Xian coldly snorted before she turned around and continued walking forward without saying a word. The group of people looked at each other blankly and followed closely after him. As Qing Xian led the way, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. He had spent so much effort to lead the way, yet he did not ask for any benefits. He only wanted to accumulate contacts and make plans for the future. But now, because of what had happened to her senior brother, a small disagreement had arisen between her and the others. Even if she brought him further along, others might only remember Wang Tianji's kindness, but they would never have expected her to go. Although her potential was good and she had comprehended the Tao not too long ago, how could she have lived like that? In the end, she did not experience any storms, and was just a bit too inexperienced. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she raised her head and looked in the direction of the Taishan heaven altar from afar. Listening to the soft cursing of the people behind her, the displeasure in her heart had greatly increased. She murmured, "Yifeng, I wish that you will really set a trap for me on this path and teach the people behind me a lesson." At the same time, she sighed and took another step forward. As she took this step, all of a sudden, the lightning in the sky condensed into a ball and gathered towards this narrow path from all directions. This is... Qing Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The starry sky, the thunder. The ball of lightning enveloped the entire path, seeming as if it would fall at any moment. Oh my God! Wang Tianji's mouth was wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth wide open. The people who were originally carrying him, upon seeing such a calamity befall upon them, immediately threw Wang Tianji, who was tied up to the ground by the immortal trapping rope, onto the ground and fled for his life. Don't leave me behind," Wang Tianji said as he raised his head to stare at the giant sphere of lightning, his eyes filled with despair. After a while, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. Yifeng stood on the last step of the grand mysterious sky platform. He turned his head and looked down. A deep smile appeared on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298. Yifeng took a deep breath and stepped onto the grand mysterious sky platform. The moment he stepped onto the rooftop, the ancient feeling of the vast expanse burrowed into his mind like smoke, causing him to feel an uncontrollable reverence in his heart. In the center of the balcony sat an old man. The light in Yifeng's eyes gradually brightened, and he almost blurted it out. "Greetings, Master." The lightning glow that filled the sky gathered at this spot. Thus, there was no need to doubt the identity of the old man in front of him. "Yifeng, what a pity, this martial spirit awakening storm." He paused for a moment and slowly spoke. "You're not the first one here." Master Yang stared at him and spoke slowly. He knew what Qi Zimo was most concerned about, so he came to a conclusion the moment he said it. "What?" Yifeng was slightly stunned, and his smile started to turn stiff. At this time, Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui also stepped onto the rooftop. When they suddenly heard the master's words, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. "No way, who would be faster than us?" Liu Bingqian's heart skipped a beat as she scanned the rooftop. Finally, she found Dong Tianrui's figure in a corner shrouded in fog. At this moment, he had also noticed the existence of Yifeng and the others. His face was slightly red, revealing an awkward expression as he walked over with heavy steps. "Brother Yi, Sister Bingqian, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. For this awakening storm, my family specially arranged for me to have a person who has not awakened their martial spirit to be my helper. I also don't want to waste my family's effort, so just to be safe, I didn't tell anyone about this. Some families were rich and powerful. In order for their children to stand out in the great competitions, they would spend money to nurture some talents to assist their young masters and young ladies. It was obvious that Dong Tianrui was one of them. So that's how it is, it's all because of my inconsiderate thoughts, but Yifeng smiled bitterly. Everything might not go as planned. He could deal with Wang Tianji and Xing Xian, but this was unexpected. Even he had not expected this. It doesn't matter much, it's good to be the first one to ascend to the sky platform and feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the final result of the martial spirit awakening storm depends on your performance. Yifeng smiled and waved his hand. After all, things had already gotten to this point, so any further complaints would be in vain. It was fine if there were only 2 more people. However, the amount of natural spiritual energy shared by these few people was still quite a lot. It was still much better than having 20 to 30 more people on Xing Xian's side. Compared to partial defeat, overall strategic victory was the most important. Thank you, big brother, for understanding. Let's do it this way. In the future, when you come to my Dong clan, I will give you a banquet to apologize to you. Our Dong clan's spirit dinner is the best in the heavenly Dao City. There was an apologetic expression on Dong Tianrui's face. In order to ease the atmosphere, he started to introduce the person standing beside him. Alright, Uncle Qin. Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are me, Brother Yi, Sister Bingqian, and a girl with a bit of a faces. She's my sister, Yi Shui. Yifeng replied plainly. Is it big brother and your sister? Oh, I remember now. I've seen her before. He had seen Yi Shui before, but he had thought that she was a close female friend of Yifeng. Who knew that she was his sister? But having said that, she and Big Bro don't really look like each other, right? Dong Tianrui spoke straightforwardly, his words seemed to carry no weight. However, the moment he said those words, he clearly realized that he had said the wrong thing. You? Yi Shui grumbled. Her long, shapely eyebrows slanted inwards as if she was a bit angry. Dong Tianrui smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm a dumb person. Miss Yi, please don't take it to heart. Seeing that Dong Tianrui was talking nonsense, Uncle Qin let out a heavy sigh and pulled him to the side. Tianrui, why should I know them? I came here this time to ensure that you would be able to figure out the trick to awakening your martial spirit, and also to help me awaken my martial spirit so that I can teach you in the future. He leaned in close to Dong Tianrui and said in a low voice, therefore, to us, they are our enemies, our opponents. Ever since Yifeng had awakened his innate ability, his senses had become even stronger. The words that Uncle Qin said to Dong Tianrui had all entered his ears. He shook his head with a faint smile and didn't say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the position of the high scholar. Master, may I ask, since we already have 5 people on the stage, when will this martial spirit awakening storm officially arrive? Yifeng bowed and said. Just wait a little longer. An hour after the first person stepped onto the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Platform, the awakening storm of the martial spirit will arrive. Therefore, it's possible for those who came here before then. So that's how it is. I understand now, let's wait a little longer. Yifeng smiled and took the 2 girls to a corner. An hour was neither long nor short. To the others, since they hadn't awoken their martial souls yet, they naturally had no way to prepare for it. They dozed off in a daze and waved their fingers for an hour before it passed. Just like Dong Tianrui and the others. However, for Yifeng, he could already communicate with the ghastly shadow martial spirit before he had awakened, so he could make some preparations. Ghastly shadow, How about I let you feel the spiritual energy before you awaken and get familiar with the environment? Yifeng smiled. After being silent for a long time, Guiying was overjoyed when he heard Yifeng's call. Great! I slept for a while. I didn't think that the moment I woke up, you would have already found such a suitable place to awaken. Yifeng, you really know how to wake up. When Yi Shuai heard his elder brother's words, it was as if he was talking to the air. She thought that his elder brother had gone crazy, so she naturally felt that something was strange. Brother Zifeng, what's going on? Who are you talking to? Liu Bingqian smiled and explained, it's his martial spirit. It looks like a monster made of spirit energy. So it's this. Yi Shuai came back to her senses and nodded as if she had understood something. What? Could it be that you've seen this spiritual Qi monster before? Liu Bingqian was shocked, her eyebrows knitted together, and she couldn't help but ask. That's right, I've seen it many times. I've only seen it before during the exchange of pointers last time. At that time, Brother Zifeng could not communicate with him. He did not expect that the two of them could talk to each other now. It seems like Brother Zifeng's attainment in martial spirit has improved again. Yi Shuai let out a deep sigh. While she was happy for her brother, she also felt a sense of inferiority. At the same time, ghastly shadow had already been channeled out of Yifeng's palm by the spiritual Qi. The spiritual Qi began to rise, and very quickly, it formed a monster the size of a human. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Spirit Shadow chuckled. Little girl, let me tell you, after I awaken this time, there will be a great change soon. When that happens, don't be too surprised. No matter how Yi Shuai listened to the spirit energy monster, she felt that it was a bit strange. She chuckled lightly. You're already so ugly, could it be that you can become even uglier? What? You! Little girl, do you believe that I can absorb all of your profound Qi in one go? Seeing that the other party was disregarding his dignity, Spirit Shadow was clearly a little angry. Alright, Spirit Shadow, stop being angry. This is the annual Martial Spirit Awakening Storm, if you don't want to wait until next year to awaken. Then, every second from now, take it seriously. Yifeng said in a low voice with an extremely serious expression. Understood. Gui Ying's heart trembled. Naturally, he would not be too aggressive. After being slightly persuaded by Yifeng, he also calmed down and decided not to lower himself to the same level as Yi Shuai. It stood horizontally in the air and hid behind Yifeng. It began to greedily absorb the rich spiritual energy on the grand celestial platform, making a final sprint for its own awakening. At this moment, Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the steps of the grand mysterious sky platform. When the two girls saw that he had suddenly become serious, their hearts trembled and they too followed his gaze to size him up. Could it be that someone else has come? Sure enough, a moment later, Starlight breathed heavily as he walked step by step up the last 10 steps of the supreme profound sky platform. Finally, he appeared in everyone's line of sight. Greetings, Grand Master. You're the 6th one to come, find a place to sit and then prepare to awaken your martial spirit. Master Yang was slightly apathetic. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and no longer looked at the radiance of the stars. On the way back to the main road, it was really not easy for Xinghui to get to the Taixian Heaven Terrace. He was so tired that he was about to collapse. He glanced around and saw that Qingxian, Wang Tianji and the others were all not around. He had already guessed a part of what had happened. He walked over to Yifeng, lowered his voice, and smiled wryly. Yifeng, I have to admit, you are really amazing. To think that we could have passed through that path and even set a trap here. Furthermore, if my guess is correct, based on that earth-shattering sound of thunder, the victim should have been unconscious for at least 4 to 5 days. It won't take that long. 2 or 3 days should be enough. Yifeng smiled plainly. Starlight was slightly surprised. Seeing him be so honest, he secretly admired him in his heart. He then came back to his senses and sighed, Yifeng, after this, I don't mind. I'm afraid junior sister Qingxian will be severely injured by you and won't be able to participate in this martial spirit awakening. She will hate you for the rest of her life. At this moment, Qingxian's voice came from the bottom of the Taishan sky platform. It was exceptionally melodious. Who said that I would hate him for the rest of my life? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299. Junior sister Qingxian, so you. Are you okay? Starlight turned back in a daze. What, do you want something to happen to me? Qingxian coughed and glared at him unhappily. She forced herself to lift her delicate feet and finally made it to the last step. Her face was completely pale. As long as one looked carefully, they would be able to see that after being baptized by lightning, quite a few of her clothes had drooped. Some of them had even become scorched, as if they could fall off at a slight touch. Yifeng. The moment she looked up and saw Yifeng, her eyes lit up. She clenched her teeth tightly and was unable to control her excitement. Junior sister Qingxian, don't be impulsive. I know you have 100 ways to criticize Yifeng, but the martial spirit awakening storm is about to arrive. The most important thing right now is the overall situation. Xingwei could not help but exhort. Qingxian was stunned for a moment before she smiled sweetly. Senior brother Starlight, you misunderstand. Who said I was going to scold him? Don't you know how those people ridiculed you after you left? Giving them a lesson was exactly what I wanted. That's why I have to thank Yifeng. She squeezed out a bright smile on her face and turned around to look at Yifeng. However, Yifeng, listen carefully. After the martial soul awakening storm begins, don't think that I will go easy on you because of this. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Of course. Since the great Tao is in conflict, the opportunity cannot be lost. Naturally, we have to give it our all. I just hope that after this storm, no matter what the result is, Zifeng will still be friends with all of you. What a great, regardless of the outcome, I am still a friend. After being silent for a long time, Master Yang gave a long laugh. He stroked his beard and spoke again. The young man in front of him was decisive and ruthless, but at the same time, he didn't lose his heart. Everyone listen, the time for the martial spirit to awaken the storm is almost here. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly straightened. Teacher Yang's expression changed as he stood up. Allow me to seal the roof first. A cluster of blue light appeared in his hand and floated around the rooftop like clouds. The stairs seemed to never have existed before as they gradually disappeared. There were no more steps that could be climbed on such a large Taishan heaven platform. It was as if he had become an existence in the sky. He looked around at the crowd, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Being able to step onto the grand mysterious sky platform from the heavenly lightning array proves that you already possess the qualification to awaken your martial spirit. Next, whether you can awaken your martial spirit, what kind of martial spirit you awaken, and what kind of martial spirit's aptitude you have, will depend on. It must be your own good fortune. He paused for a moment before raising his head and looking at the vast sky. And now, the storm is approaching. As soon as his voice fell, the gray sky turned pitch black in an instant, as if he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. The crowd went into an uproar. If there wasn't any light in the vast sky, then it would give birth to an uneasy feeling in one's heart. Leaves had closed her eyes for a long time, so this dead darkness, to him, did not change much, and her state of mind was still stable. Liu Bingqian lit up a ball of flame from her fingertip, illuminating her surroundings. The sky was covered in dark clouds and was much stronger than the heavenly lightning array. Carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy, Yifeng's face suddenly changed. Not good, it's the dark thunder. What, dark thunder? Liu Bingqian froze when she heard this. Don't be in a daze, quickly dodge. Zifeng's calm face suddenly changed. He rushed towards Liu Bingqian at the first possible moment. You! Liu Bingqian was shocked. She was caught off guard and almost instantly fell to the ground by Zifeng. A refreshing fragrance that was unique to women wafted from Liu Bingqian's body into Zifeng's nose. However, at this moment, Zifeng had no time to care about it. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where Liu Bingqian was standing. Almost at the same moment he turned his head, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, causing a loud boom. On the rooftop, a small square was hit by this force and fell from the sky. If Liu Bingqian was still standing at her original place, perhaps she would be the one who fell down the Taishan heaven platform. When she thought about how she almost lost the right to awaken her martial soul, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Brute brother! Shoo! Gently, and extinguish the flames for me. Liu Bingqian was still frightened and nodded obediently. She lifted her hand and extinguished the mortal rank flame on her fingertip. The surrounding was once again in a state of darkness. Don't move, I'll go verify my thoughts. All right. Liu Bingqian forced out a smile. Therefore, Zifeng stood up and walked a few more steps outside. Seeing that the distance was about to close, he ignited his mortal rank flame. Sure enough, after a short rest, another bolt of lightning came crashing down, and finally, with his soul talent's reaction, he reacted in advance and barely managed to get out of the way. Another small square fell from the roof with a loud sound. He inhaled a deep breath of cold air, so that's how it is. Once the light is ignited, it will lead to the attack of the hidden lightning. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Qi Xian, do you have a way to absorb this dark thunder? That won't do. When Qi Xian saw the power of this hidden lightning, she panicked a little and shook her head. This can't be considered a formation at all. It should be the celestial dark thunder of the celestial sect of wonders once a year. Then what if you use the path of purification? Zifeng pondered for a moment, then asked. This? Qi Xian's eyes lit up. Zifeng's words were undoubtedly a reminder to her. She moaned before curling her lips. Even if the path of purification is really possible, I have no reason to listen to what you say, right? Otherwise, if I take the risk and everyone takes the reward, what the hell is it going to do? How about this? When you play the path of purification, I will stand by the side and protect you, taking the risk for you. But, remember, you have to get rid of this dark thunder. Otherwise, everyone's martial spirit awakening potential won't be high. Zifeng thought for a moment, raised his head and said determinedly. In his previous life, it wasn't that he hadn't awakened a martial spirit, but he had seen other people's martial spirits before. Of course, he understood this very well. You can't get rid of the dark thunder, so your talent is not high? How do you know that? Qi Xian looked at him suspiciously. Yeah, Yi Dage, I'm a bit curious too. When Dong Tianrui heard that the dark thunder was related to everyone's ability to awaken their martial spirits, he couldn't help but interject. Logically speaking, just like everyone else, Zifeng should be awakening his martial soul for the first time. However, from his tone, it seemed that he was very confident, as if he was someone who had gone through a lot of experiences. Even Master Yang was shocked, and his interest in Zifeng increased by a bit. After all, martial spirit matters involved many theories. For many new students to be able to spend the next 2 days peacefully on the grand mysterious sky platform was already very precious, let alone making certain changes to the environment outside. Zifeng, on the other hand, had clearly jumped to his current level and started directly from the outside world's conditions. Following the rules and changing the rules were two entirely different levels. Of course I know. Otherwise, when I was in the Heavenly Mystery Palace back then, why would I let you comprehend this cleansing Tao? Zifeng's tone was very strict. It can't be, you. Did you think back then that this purification method would not only wash away your enchantment, but would also be useful in awakening your martial spirit? Qin Xian froze for a moment before she sucked in a breath of cold air. She remained motionless and was somewhat stunned speechless. Exactly. You? Qin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. She thought, could it be that Zifeng also found a way to ascend to the Supreme Mystery Heaven altar and purposely let her off the hook this time? Zifeng didn't explain anymore and said with a calm face. Alright, Qin Xian, listen carefully. Right now, you have two choices. The first is that everyone will fight on their own and spend 2 days in this darkness. After that, some people will awaken their martial spirits, while others will not. Even if they do, those who do awaken their martial spirits will still be affected by them for the rest of their lives. He paused for a moment and continued, the second way is to use your purification power to break through the corrosion of this dark thunder. After 2 days, we can ensure that everyone will be able to awaken their martial spirits. As Qin Xian listened to Zifeng's words, she realized that she didn't know what to do. She lightly licked her lips. Senior brother Starlight, do you think I should believe Zifeng's words? He himself has never awakened a martial spirit, and yet he said such a shocking thing. Uncle Qin also followed the voice and walked over. Of course I can't trust him. Old Qin, have served the Dong clan for so many years and have seen countless people who have awakened martial spirits. This method of purifying the dark lightning was simply unheard of. From what I see, this Zifeng is trying to force you out. When Dong Tianrui heard this, his face darkened. He pulled Uncle Qin and said, Uncle Qin, don't say such things about my brother Yi. Tianrui, don't worry about it. The patriarch asked me to come with you to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm. He has already handed over all the authority to me, so I will be in charge of this matter. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said, I feel that Zifeng's words are worth a try. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300. On the supreme profound sky platform, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. What did you say? Hearing this, Uncle Qin became anxious and said unhappily, You better not create any trouble for me. Originally, as long as we quietly comprehend the power of the martial spirit, we will be able to find out within 2 days. Generally speaking, you will definitely be able to awaken your martial spirit. Awakening? A mere mortal rank martial spirit, even if it awakened, what use would it be? Could it be that you want to rely on your own experience to teach me how to use my mundane martial spirit? Yi Wen laughed coldly. His voice was extremely low as he asked, What is the aptitude of an awakened martial spirit? It was heaven's will to begin with, but now, why must you go against the will of the heavens? Uncle Qin was startled for a moment before he said with a frown, What do you mean by going against the heavens? You don't even know what the heavens are, how can you tell the difference? What is following the heavens and what is going against the heavens? Zifeng paused for a moment. His tone and power were so strong that Uncle Qin nearly died from anger. Zifeng, am I clear on this? You're just a 20-year-old young man. I respect you as my young master's friend, I have endured it so many times, don't be too arrogant. I will definitely not help with this matter. From the beginning, I never expected you to make a move. Zifeng sneered coldly and did not continue the conversation. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and headed towards Dong Tianrui's direction. Tianrui, don't bother with your Uncle Qin's words. I'm asking you, are you willing to use your once-in-a-lifetime martial spirit awakening to only awaken a common-grade martial spirit? Of course not. Dong Tianrui almost blurted it out without thinking. Any proud and arrogant young man, no matter how good or bad their current situation was, would never underestimate their own future. Good, you have guts. Zifeng laughed. Then come with me, we'll protect Qin Xian together. Big brother, you want me to guard her? Did he want her to use that cleansing path in peace? But I'm so weak, I'm afraid I can't help much. Although Dong Tianrui wanted to help Yi Zichen, he was still a bit worried. Yifeng smiled in relief. It's fine. The matter of being a guard is more about physical work, it has nothing to do with strength. Wait a moment. Whatever I say, you can do. Alright, I understand. Dong Tianrui nodded blankly. He shook off Uncle Qin's hand on his shoulder and slowly walked towards the direction of the sound Yifeng made. This. Qin Xian was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She then muttered, "Wait, Yifeng. It seems like I've already agreed to what you just said." Yifeng smiled and turned his head to look at her. "You should have heard what your senior apprentice brother Starlight said very clearly." Chapter mid. Qin Xian could ignore the words of others. However, Starlight had always taken good care of his junior sister Qin Xian, so his words had a huge impact on her. "Senior brother Starlight, are we really going to try?" "I'm afraid." "I know what you're afraid of, but trust him." With Yifeng's previous performance in the Heavenly Mystery Palace, his words are indeed worth a try. Alright. Qin Xian took a deep breath. "Then I'll listen to what you said and try using that purification method. However, I'll just say it first. If there's really something that's too dangerous, I'll just stop. You can rest assured. With me by your side, it's not like I'm protecting you for nothing." Yifeng smiled. "Then I'll make my move." Having made up her mind, she gently lifted her hand and lightly brushed the black hair on her forehead. The long and continuous spiritual energy was like a ribbon as it floated up and slowly condensed between her eyebrows. The strands of spiritual energy were mixed with a sense of coolness. Her long hair danced in the wind as she gracefully rose into the air like a feather ascending to the immortal realm. The spiritual qi that had been purified was gathered from between his eyebrows. With a gentle brush, it scattered the purified qi into the air. As the dark thunder was being purified, a hissing sound came out. The entire space seemed to be unstable. "Wait a minute, don't use your full strength all of a sudden." Qin Xian froze for a moment, and the spirit energy in her hand froze. "What's wrong? What else do you want?" Yifeng then ordered, "Bingqian, your mortal fire is ready. Listen to my orders and light it up any time. Shui Yi, stand behind me. You can start absorbing spiritual energy for me now. Starlight, you should help to protect Qin Xian with your spiritual energy. Don't let the energy that she gave Dark Thunder be shaken." "Alright, I understand." These people had already mentally prepared themselves, so they quickly agreed. As for Tianrui, Dong Tianrui was shocked. "What's wrong, brother? Can I be of use too?" "That's right, what I want you to do is very simple. Later on, take the spiritual gathering pearl and run back and forth on this rooftop. You will run non-stop until the process of purifying the dark lightning ends." This. I see. Dong Tianrui took the spiritual gathering pearl. Although he didn't know what meaning Yifeng had in store for him. However, since his elder brother had already said so, there was naturally a reason for him to do so. As long as he could do his part, then he would just do as he was told. "Qin Xian, do it." Yifeng's voice was extremely indifferent as he coldly snorted. "Alright. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of strands of cold light, each seemingly possessing absolute purification power, flew into the air and started to offset the hidden lightning aura within. Bang, bang, bang. Several crisp sounds of explosions could be heard. In the sky, several lightning bolts suddenly rose, shining brightly in the space. Now, Bingqian, quickly ignite the mortal fire. Liu Bingqian had already been prepared for a long time, and after a moment of concentration, her fingertips ignited with a bright and beautiful mortal flame. As Yifeng finished his bland voice, dozens of enormous lightning bolts whizzed down from the sky in midair. The fiery red flames seemed to burn half the sky. This can't be true. For them to even dare to take the initiative and attract the young man from the dark thunder sky, is this group of youngsters crazy? Uncle Qin froze on the spot, motionless, as if he was made of wood. Teacher Yang looked meaningfully at Yifeng's position and nodded his head in approval. In such a short period of time, this child is actually able to command so many people. He really is a genius. If he really succeeded in purifying the dark lightning, then it seems that I can look forward to the martial spirit he awakened. On the other side, the dark thunder, which had fallen on Qin Xian's side, was attracted by Liu Bingqian's fire. Dozens of lightning bolts split into two, one of which headed towards Qin Xian while the other half whistled towards Liu Bingqian while sticking close to the ground. Bingqian, run! Tianrui, run! Yifeng used the simplest words to say the most urgent thing. Dong Tianrui felt a bit scared when he saw so many bolts of dark lightning rampaging across the roof. However, when he thought about Yifeng's expectations and plans for him, boundless pride rose in his heart once again. Good. Fight it out with it. He slightly bit his lips and let out a low growl. He held the spiritual gathering pearl that Qi Zifeng had given him and started to run non-stop in the space of the grand heavenly platform. Although the dark thunder was powerful, it was still powered by the spiritual energy. If there was spiritual energy, then there would be dark thunder. If there was no spiritual energy, then there would be dark thunder. Therefore, a magic treasure like the spiritual gathering pearl was the bane of this dark lightning. In this way, Liu Bingqian, with her martial arts skills, managed to dodge dark thunder's attacks time and time again. On the other hand, Dong Tianrui was running around with the spirit-gathering pearl as if her life depended on it. With the two of them cooperating like this, although their own strength was decreasing, they were happy that the aura of the dark thunder was also weakening until it slowly dissipated. That's great, big brother Yi. It seems like the dark thunder here has mostly been reduced, but... The two of them raised their heads and looked at Yifeng's situation. Their eyes lit up and they were extremely shocked. The thunder that filled the sky was only a small part of what Liu Bingqian and the others lured away. The majority of the pressure was still on Yifeng. A large spiritual energy barrier was formed from the radiance of the stars. In terms of the strength of the barrier, this wouldn't stop the thunder from invading the sky. At most, it would slow down and deflect the lightning from its position. However, there was a monster with spirit energy inside the barrier that was as tall as a person. Every time lightning broke into the barrier, the spirit energy would be devoured by the monster. As a result, the lightning lost its original power. However, there were too many hidden mines and the amount of spiritual energy the spirit beast could absorb was limited. From the start till now, there had been 6 explosions in succession. At least, Yi Shui was constantly sending spiritual qi to her brother. In terms of effects, it was almost the same as when Yifeng consumed 10 qi nurturing pills. Even so, the number of dark lightning still slightly exceeded Yifeng's original expectations. Qin Xian, how much longer do you have before you can complete the purification? Yifeng's eyes focused as he looked towards Qin Xian's direction. Soon, in less than an hour, I can guarantee that I will be able to completely purify all of the dark lightning here. Although Qin Xian was currently using the Tao of purification and her entire body felt incomparably cool and refreshing, she, who shouldered such a huge responsibility, also felt a wave of heat all over her body because of the enormous pressure she was under. No, my spiritual qi is running out soon. You have to accelerate. That is true, but I have no other choice. This is my limit. Qin Xian smiled bitterly. Indeed, from her perspective, she had already reached her limit. At the same time, Starlight cried out in astonishment, "Not good, this dark thunder is too strong. The spirit energy shield can't hold on any longer and is about to break. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 301. C301. Seeing that the situation was critical and that the spirit energy barrier was about to shatter, Dong Tianrui shouted in panic. Uncle Qin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help out. This, Uncle Qin clenched his teeth. He raised his head and saw that the thunder had reached its craziest point. 100 thoughts flashed through his mind. If he had come alone, he could have just stood by and watched without doing anything. However, he was still raised on the support of the Dong clan. Protecting Dong Tianrui was his duty. Otherwise, why would the Dong clan nurture him and let him suppress his cultivation level? He was indeed given the freedom to deal with the matter of the martial spirit awakening storm by the Dong clan, but the prerequisite was that he had to ensure Dong Tianrui's safety. Forget it, for the sake of the young master, I'll make my move. In the end, he decided to compromise. I've been thinking about it for so long. The timing has long been delayed. Yifeng's ice-cold voice sounded in Uncle Qin's ears. What? Uncle Qin couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Yifeng actually had the leisure to talk to him with such actions. Besides, I have already said that there is no hope for you to make a move. There is no need for that. In the next moment, there was a crisp bang sound. A small hole had already been blasted open in the aura barrier created by the dark thunder clap. A few bolts of dark lightning drilled into the room and dropped straight down. Liu Bingqian just barely managed to get here, but she had already used up all of her energy, so she couldn't immediately replenish her spirit energy to protect herself. Big brother Boar, let me replace you. Don't worry about me. Protect Qing Xian well. The process of purification cannot be interrupted. With that, Yifeng's hand continued to release spirit energy monsters, devouring the spirit energy in the dark lightning. On the other side, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual qi on his thumb rapidly rubbed against his interspatial ring. All of a sudden, a completely red Heaven's Path sword expanded from the ring. A divine light flashed in Yifeng's eyes as it descended from the sky. The sword was unsheathed. It was the one he had exchanged for back when he was still a spirit rank treasure. When Master Yang saw this, his gaze hardened and he lightly sucked in a breath of cold air. It can't be, could it be that this child wants to? After a while, a loud sound echoed in the whole space. Even the people far away in the vicinity of the supreme profound sky platform could clearly hear it at this moment. The sounds of discussion rose up one after another, and it was unknown just what had happened on the sky platform. Could someone have awakened a martial spirit? Impossible, the first day hasn't even passed yet. Who would awaken their martial spirit so quickly? Elder Zhao raised his head and pursed his lips. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual will and was extremely shocked. The mysterious sky platform was unlike the Heavenly Mystery Palace's Blue Flame's spiritual altar that was specially displayed for everyone to see. After all, the mysterious martial spirit awakening storm was a symbol of how different sects were. Thus, if one wanted to know the situation on the roof, only those who had obtained the approval of the master could release their spiritual will. Thus, the reason why the high scholars spoke of its nature was to keep its existence a secret. Master, how is it? That's right. Master, how are junior apprentice brother and the others? Qing Xian and Starlight are temporarily fine. There's a total of 7 people on the field right now. Elder Zhao was expressionless, his face was stiff. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? No way. Such a high elimination rate was absolutely unimaginable before. It was simply the highest rate in all the years. That's right, Master. Why do you think they are safe for the time being? At the mention of this, Elder Zhao's expression immediately changed. He could not hold back his anger. Because of that stinky brat Zifeng, instigating them to purify the dark lightning is simply nonsense. Didn't he promise to give it to me? Since he had already unsheathed it, the sword images that filled the sky bloomed out, and a silver light appeared. The body of the sword was as bright as lightning, flashing towards the dark lightning descending from the sky. The sound of the clashing of spears could be heard incessantly. Due to the hidden lightning not yet gone, the space of the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Platform was still completely dark. Occasionally, a white light would flash and Yifeng's solemn and cold expression could not help but slightly chill in one's heart. With his sole talent, he was able to predict the exact location of every lightning bolt that would fall. This was the confidence he had to make his move. However, this was a huge burden on his spirit power consumption, so in just a moment, sweat had already started to drip from his forehead. Is this Yifeng crazy? He actually wanted to ride the sword himself and strike down the lightning that fell from the sky? If there's even the slightest mistake, then it's possible that they'll be directly eliminated from the competition. Uncle Qin's mouth was wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbstruck expression. One had to know that if Yifeng were to be hit by the dark lightning strike, even a single strike would be enough to knock him out on the spot. However, Yifeng had the courage to try it out. Even if Uncle Qin disliked him, he couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Don't just stand there, do what you have to do. Starlight, hurry up and repair the spirit energy barrier. Qingxian, you have to speed up the process of purifying the dark lightning. Bingqian, Shui, Tianrui, protect Qingxian. At the last moment, don't let anything unexpected happen. When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised. They did not expect Yifeng to have the time to command them. However, Yifeng's actions undoubtedly gave them a lot of encouragement. They felt their blood boiling and quickly adjusted their condition. After all, Yifeng was already in great danger. If they fought to this extent, wouldn't they go all out? All right. Everyone nodded in unison. They calmed their minds and continued to carry out their duties. There was a limit to what a person could do, but there was also a possibility of breaking through the limit. Yifeng's left hand released some spirit beast to absorb the dark lightning, while his right hand shot down some of the dark lightning that would occasionally jump out from the opening of the shield. After a moment, the aura barrier on Starlight's side was formed again with the help of Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui. It was a lot stronger than before. He had survived the most difficult moment. Yifeng, that's great. The spiritual energy barrier has finally been formed. All right. Yifeng replied, then started to descend from the sky. Suddenly, a pu sound was heard. With a sound, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground uncontrollably. He felt dizzy, and his entire body began to relax. Big Brother bore. Brother Zifeng. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui also rushed forward, wanting to support him. Yi Zichen saw that Yi Zichen had stabbed his sword into the roof, barely managing to stabilize himself, so that he wouldn't fall down. I'm fine. But... After which, he waved his hand and persuaded them to return. It's okay, you guys continue to protect Qingxian. I'll adjust my breathing for a moment. It's going to be ready soon. Then be careful. Worry was revealed in the beautiful eyes of the two girls. After hearing what Yifeng had said, they had already understood that if they didn't get rid of the dark thunder, then the danger would not be eliminated. The next moment, Yifeng sat down cross-legged and started to think. He activated the immortal martial spirit's power to heal the wounds on his body, and his face gradually recovered from his pale state. Not far away from him, the others were still doing their best to help Qingxian purify the last bit of dark lightning. However, due to the lack of Yifeng, his lack of spiritual qi instantly became a big problem. Seeing that Dong Tianrui was holding it in so hard that his face flushed red and was trying to hold on, Uncle Qin sighed and finally decided to help. Never mind, let me help. After all, if they failed due to lack of spiritual energy in the end and their efforts failed, Dong Tianrui would definitely blame him for not helping them. Apart from this, although he may seem to deny it, he really wanted to see for himself whether what Yifeng said about the dark thunder that would awaken a high-quality martial spirit was true or false. Before this, everyone had been resigned to fate. Some people would awaken a high-quality martial spirit, saying that it was their fate. Others would say that they had awoken a low-quality martial spirit, and that it was their fate. Very few people had ever thought of starting with the conditions of the outside world and making changes. If Zifeng's words were proven to be true, then perhaps the celestial sect of wonders would break through its bottleneck in the area of martial soul awakening and reach new heights. Thus, with the help of Uncle Qin, the pressure on the shoulders of the crowd lessened by quite a bit. Everyone's expressions did not return to normal, but they looked much better than before. The process of purifying the Dark Thunder came to an end. Sigh. But then again, this boy fought like this. The benefits were all obtained by everyone. Is he really that kind-hearted? Uncle Qin glanced at Zifeng, his eyes were filled with suspicion. Forget it, I might have overthought it. After an unknown period of time, a low voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of Zifeng's heart. It was obviously Phantom Shadow. If it wasn't for the fact that I've gotten some benefits, I would have been fooled by you already. What do you mean? Zifeng smiled. At this moment, he had pretty much recovered, and his face could be said to be rather full. The spiritual energy I absorbed from the Dark Thunder earlier was extremely effective in nourishing me. In my opinion, the reason why you pulled them to purify the Dark Thunder divine incantation is to allow me to peacefully absorb the spiritual qi, right? Guiying lightly continued after pausing for a moment. Therefore, excluding the Dark Thunder, there is a possibility of awakening a high-grade martial spirit. However, that is only for you, Zifeng. There was a long silence. Zifeng smiled, shook his head, and finally spoke. No, I'm not completely deceiving them. Guiying's heart skipped a beat. He was a little confused. But, you should know that the essence of a person's martial spirit's power lies in their ability to break through their limits. And just now. As he was talking, Zifeng's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at the sky, which was gradually restoring its brightness. After a long while, he smiled. All right, I won't say any more. Ghastly Shadow, you should have made your preparations earlier. This is because the Dark Thunder has been completely purified. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4. Chapter 302. C302. Once the hidden lightning was purified, the dark clouds in the sky above the supreme profound sky platform would disperse. The endless darkness disappeared in an instant like a storm of clouds. The sunlight shone down, and even the fog was not as thick as before. The dark blue sky was incomparably brilliant. This scene was almost unheard of in the surrounding area of the roof. All of them were stupefied and stood there in a daze. No way. I've been in the celestial sect of wonders for 2 or 3 years, but I've never seen such a strange thing. An outer court disciple wearing the attire of a young man stared fixedly at the sky above the roof and was extremely astonished. Someone shook his head and came forward to pat him on the shoulder. Sigh. Don't even mention you've already stayed in the celestial sect of wonders for 2 or 3 years. I've been with old Liang for 5 or 6 years and haven't seen him either. I wonder what other people on Brother Dong's side can awaken their martial spirits. Great, I can finally see the surroundings clearly. Qingxian let out a long breath, feeling incomparably carefree in her heart. After the last time she tried to comprehend the Tao, she had been feeling a bit depressed and felt that this Tao of purification was useless. But now, the Tao she had comprehended was actually of great use. Thus, the biggest contributor to the purification of the Dark Thunder Great Art, excluding Zifeng, was her, Qingxian. Isn't it so? Ha, now I feel much better. I can't see anything just now. It's strange that I feel so pressured. Dong Tianrui laughed out loud with a pure heart. Young master, don't say any more. follow me." Uncle Qin's voice was stern, and his expression began to turn serious. "Why? Don't tell me you can't let me rest after purifying this dark thunder?" Dong Tianrui muttered and stuttered a few words. "No. Young master, business is more important. Why do you think we came here?" Of course I came here to learn how to awaken martial spirits." "Then that's it." Once the dark thunder was completely purified, it meant that everyone would be able to see the light of day again. But at the same time, this also meant that, as of this moment, they were once again fighting on their own. Without a doubt, Uncle Qin's words had put the matter of awakening a martial spirit back on the table. Yifeng smiled. "Listen to your Uncle Qin." "Let's go, Tianrui." "Big brother Yi, alright then." After hearing what Yi Zichen had said, Dong Tianrui was unable to argue any further. He followed his Uncle Qin and left. He chose a place on the rooftop and sat down cross-legged. Xinghui and Yifeng looked at each other and smiled. Just like Dong Tianrui, they also picked a place to sit. "Junior sister Qingxian, hurry up and come over." Qingxian raised her head as her beautiful eyes fluttered. She stared at Yifeng for a while, but couldn't wait for his invitation. Starlight frowned slightly and said, "Qingxian. Alright, senior apprentice brother, I'm here, . She helplessly sighed before returning to Starlight's side. From her point of view, she had experienced Yifeng's power multiple times. Therefore, if she could awaken her martial spirit with him and receive his guidance, she would definitely benefit greatly and might even awaken a high-quality martial spirit. However, the problem was that she had no interest in giving him pointers. Yifeng smiled and did not turn around to look at Liu Bingqian or Yi Shui. The two girls were slightly stunned for a moment before they looked at each other in surprise. "Brother Zifeng. Hold on a moment, there are some things that I would like to communicate with Master Yang." He raised his foot and walked toward Master Yang's position. Seeing him walk over, Master Yang felt a little strange, but he was someone who had seen a big scene before after all. Shock flashed across his face, and he quickly returned to normal. He smiled warmly. "What's wrong, Yifeng? Why didn't you learn from everyone and quickly find a good place to absorb the martial spirit's aura, and instead come find me?" "Because there's something that I want to ask for your help on, no matter what." The expression on Master Yang's face suddenly changed as he coldly harumphed. "Ask for my help? Yifeng, do you understand what you're saying? Do you know how many people are currently using their spiritual will to inquire about the conversation between you and me?" He had originally rather admired Yifeng for purifying the dark lightning. However, now, he felt that Yifeng was a little too clueless. This young man before him actually wanted to ask for his help in this public setting? Wasn't this blatantly cheating? Yifeng smiled lightly. "They said they want to help, but actually it has nothing to do with the other contestants." "Then why did you?" "It has nothing to do with the contestants, but it's related to the onlookers." Yifeng's eyes lit up. "I hope that the latter half of this martial spirit awakening storm can be kept completely secret, isolating the detection of a person's soul." "You." Master Yang's heart trembled. He looked deeply at Yifeng and was a bit speechless. It wasn't the first time he controlled the awakening storm, but it was still the first time he met someone like Yifeng. The moment he said this, even the other spiritual masters who were sending out their spiritual sense to investigate were shocked. Yifeng smiled slightly. "In the period of time I was in the Celestial Sect of Wonders, I have actually learned some of the sect rules. One of them relates to the secrecy of the disciples' cultivation process, and right now, I just happen to be in line with the situation." Since he had just arrived at a new place, he naturally had to understand the rules clearly. Doing so was to protect himself. Sometimes, he could also make use of these rules. Teacher Yang had been in the Celestial Sect of Wonders for so many years, so he naturally knew which rule Yifeng was referring to. However, with his identity, how could he be so casually threatened by a member of the younger generation like Yifeng? In that case, what matter do you have that you want to keep secret? Master Yang stared at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and whispered into Master Yang's ear. Master Yang, upon hearing these words, froze as if struck by lightning. His expression was one of great shock. What? This? Master Yang, please keep this a secret. Master Yang's expression kept changing. After a long while, he finally nodded his head. Fine, I promise you. It's not a violation of the rules anyway, so for this matter, you can make the decision. Then. Thank you, Master Yang. As the sound of his voice faded, clusters of blue light spread out from the center of his palm. It was as if the sea of clouds was churning and enveloping the surroundings of the rooftop. The soul consciousnesses of the genuine people were obstructed by the blue light, and were unable to enter any further. Whether it was Elder Zhao who was outside of the platform, Fairy Feng who was far away at the Medicine Peak, Spiritual Master Bailey, or Spiritual Master Liu, they were all shocked beyond belief by this unforeseen turn of events. Elder Zhao's spiritual will was bounced back. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was full of anger. That stinking brat Zifeng, what is he trying to do? What's going on, Master? Elder Zhao's expression was extremely gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yifeng suggested that you give it to Master to seal the entire roof's spiritual will. Now, even I don't know what's going on inside. This. Master, don't be rash. Senior brother, what should we do? This time, without senior brother Starlight, senior sister Qingxian, and the others, no one can stop our angry master. Someone suddenly said out of the blue, maybe, Yifeng was afraid that no one would be able to stop Master, so he allowed Master to seal the space ahead of time? Everyone was startled and immediately nodded as if they had understood something. Alright, now that the spatial seal has been completed, the soul and spiritual will of the real people won't be able to enter. Yifeng smiled carefreely and slowly walked back to Liu Bingqian and Yi Shuiyi's side. Brother Zifeng, could it be that you're afraid that ghastly shadow will be found out by so many others that you want Master to seal off the space and keep this a secret? The two of them had a certain understanding of what Yi Zichen was worried about. That's right. Yifeng smiled and did not hide it from them. So that's how it is. The two girls nodded as if they understood something. Liu Bingqian looked at him in surprise. Oh right, big brother Boar, what did you just say to Master? He originally ignored you, but why did he immediately agree to what you just said to him? This. Actually, it's only a matter of women. What woman? Liu Bingqian and Yi Shuiyi looked at each other and didn't react. Master Yang glanced at Yifeng from afar and coughed slightly, clearly warning Yifeng. Yi Zifeng's soul talent had put a lot of effort into it before, so his brain had actually moved on to Master Yang. The mystery of his innate ability was different from soul telepathic thoughts. If Master Yang wasn't careful, then some of his bad habits would be discovered by Yi Zifeng. He smiled and shook his head. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing right now was to awaken his martial soul. Guo Ying, are you almost ready? You're the only one who let me out. Alright. A ray of light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and gathered all the spirit energy in his body. The blood veins on his arms were extremely bright. The mist on his palms dispersed and the body of a spirit energy monster that was the size of a human appeared once again. Just a moment ago, they were still in the darkness, so they hadn't been able to clearly see what was happening. But now, in such a bright place, such a monster had suddenly appeared. It was truly terrifying. Oh my god, Brother Yi, what do you mean by that thing? Dong Tianrui looked at the spirit beast in shock. He couldn't even absorb the spirit energy properly. It was the first time that Uncle Qin had seen such a strange thing. He opened his mouth wide, and stared blankly for a long time without saying anything. Xing Xin and Xing Hui were, after all, inner disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Yifeng, you. Come, ghastly shadow. Yifeng smiled. In any case, it's impossible to hide you in the awakening storm this time. How about you greet everyone right now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303. C303. After isolating himself from the spiritual sense, Yifeng let go of ghastly shadow and placed him beside himself. Otherwise, if he were to awaken a martial spirit, he would have to think twice before doing anything. Then, the effects of his awakening would be greatly reduced. It can't be, this monster formed from spirit energy can't even speak. Uncle Qi's heart trembled. Even though he was old and had seen a lot, he had never seen something so strange. Yidage, what's going on? Dong Tianrui was obviously extremely confused as well. Spirit Shadow turned towards Li's direction, seemingly hesitant. Yifeng smiled. Don't worry, just speak. Since this space has been isolated, only the few of us know about you. Whatever you want to say, as long as you don't break the rules, then this next day or next day. He paused for a moment, a glint flashed across his eyes. As you wish. Upon hearing the words, do as you please, Spirit Shadow was stunned for a moment before letting out a loud laugh. Ah, good, straightforward. All this while, other than Yifeng, who would occasionally interact with it had never talked much with anyone else. Now, with Yifeng's permission, it naturally felt extremely happy. After that, it flew into the air as if it had entered a world devoid of people, and started to absorb the martial spirit's power wantonly, like a fish in water. Oh God, it really knows how to talk. Everyone was sitting in their own seats, looking up at the ghost shadows flying around in the sky. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't even care about absorbing their own martial spirit. It was an amateur when it came to absorbing spiritual qi, but this ghastly shadow specialized in absorbing spiritual qi in essence. In comparison, their rate of absorption was as different as heaven and earth. Even if they were 5 times slower, it wouldn't be excessive. Taoist Master Liu, who had been hiding under the roof and using his qi concealment spell to hide, could no longer hold himself back. He revealed himself and jumped up onto the rooftop. He looked at Yifeng with a dark expression. Yifeng, who allowed you to release such a weird thing? You are trying to break the balance by doing this. Everyone was shocked when they saw spiritual Master Liu appear. Even Yifeng revealed a slightly surprised expression. But soon, he let out a faint smile and recovered his composure. Breaking the balance, Taoist Master Liu, then let me ask you a question. Since I didn't break the rules, why can't I monopolize the martial spirit qi here? Moreover, Ghost Shadow is not some monster. Alright. You sure are stubborn. Then tell me, what exactly is this monster made of spirit energy? Sage Liu coldly harumphed. This is my martial spirit. When these words came out, not to mention spiritual Master Liu, even Master Yang was startled. His brows creased. Yifeng, are you joking? Are you saying you want to come here and awaken your martial soul when you already have one? That's right, Li's reply was simple and concise. If one were to observe carefully, one would be able to discern whether Yifeng was speaking the truth or not. Therefore, Yifeng did not lie to him and directly told him the truth. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. Do you believe that I will directly disqualify you? Master Yang's face darkened. Sage Liu, listen carefully. After this, you will ask Sage Zhao how he chose this time in the martial spirit awakening storm. He is someone who has already reached the martial disciple realm and awakened his martial spirit. Yifeng quickly followed. No, Master Yang, Zifeng just broke through to martial disciple the day before he came to the grand mysterious sky platform. Anger surfaced on Master Yang's face. Ridiculous, I just broke through to martial disciple. Without any external assistance, I immediately awakened my martial spirit. Yifeng, are you kidding me? This is true, I can testify for Brother Zifeng. Yi Shui lightly pursed her red lips and said. Master Yang chuckled, call him Brother Zifeng. Come to think of it, you are his relative, what's the use of your testimony? I can also testify. Liu Bingqian raised her hand and looked at Master Yang seriously. Master Yang was still smiling. I'm afraid the two of you have a deep friendship with each other. Even if you testify, you won't be able to do it. Unless you have the ability to, let Elder Zhao's disciple testify for you. At the same time as he said that, a stern expression flashed between his brows as he glared at the two people from Starlight Academy. Regarding this, Master Yang, I am also not willing to lie. What Zifeng said is true, and it is because he broke through to martial disciple realm in the first 4 days and won the bet from Master. That is why he came to participate in the martial spirit awakening storm the next day. Seeing that her senior brother had already said this, Qin Xian could only nod and sigh. Senior brother is right. I can also testify. You all. This. Dong Tianrui muttered on the side, I've also heard about this. When Brother Yi became a martial disciple the day before yesterday, there was quite a commotion. Master Yang was startled. Logically speaking, when the martial spirit awakened, it was to compete for resources with others. Even friends wouldn't be willing to go against each other. However, these people still helped Zifeng. Could it be that this was an irrefutable fact? After Zifeng broke through to martial disciple, he had awakened his martial spirit. Master Yang frowned deeply. He turned around and looked at Master Liu. Taoist Master Liu, tell me honestly. Whether this is true or false, if there is even the slightest bit of deception, you should know the consequences. This, honestly speaking, Taoist Master Liu wanted to take this opportunity to make things difficult for Zifeng. However, the matter of Zifeng breaking through to the martial disciple stage had caused a huge commotion. Many people in the heavenly Dao City knew about it. As such, rather than telling a lie that could be easily worn out, he might as well just tell her the truth. Reporting to Senior. I have indeed heard of Yifeng's recent breakthrough. Master Yang was completely stunned. He forcefully held his forehead and shook his head. He was unable to stand steadily. Even spiritual Master Liu had said such a thing. It seemed like this matter could not be faked. Master, Zifeng is not messing around. He sincerely wants to join the martial spirit awakening storm. He paused for a moment as a glint flashed across his eyes. My goal is to fully awaken it. Yifeng's words were sonorous and forceful, like a giant boulder smashing into Master Yang's heart. Completely awakening, what kind of concept was this? Even Master Yang couldn't help but be curious. Although he was shocked, it was just as Zifeng had said. He did not violate any rules. Alright, since so many people have testified to you, let me turn a blind eye to this matter. I shall leave it to you. Halfway through his words, Master Yang suddenly realized, wait, Zifeng, did you think that I would disqualify you, which is why I isolated you from the detection of the spiritual sense? About this, Yi Zichen smiled, but didn't explain anything. For some things, there was a difference in the number of onlookers. For more people, it would become official business, and for less people, it would become private business. The final result would often have subtle differences due to the face of the decision-maker. Alright, Spirit Shadow, have you heard what Master said? I've already let you go. Master Yang blurted out in annoyance, Zifeng, I didn't say that I would let him go. If he talked too much with Zifeng, he would get angry easily. How could Guiying care about this? He laughed heartily and soared into the sky, his body constantly changing. While Zifeng was holding the conversation, it was still busy absorbing the overflowing martial spirit Qi on the rooftop. Unknowingly, it had grown quite a bit, reaching the height of 2 people. Just looking at it made people's hearts tremble. Alright, let's not waste time. The rest of the group also stopped thinking and started to sit still to absorb the martial spirit between heaven and earth to awaken their martial spirits. Although, with the existence of ghastly shadow, a lot of martial spirit chi would be absorbed by ghastly shadow, and the total amount would be reduced. However, there were only 7 people who had managed to step onto the Supreme Mystery Heaven altar, the lowest number in all of history. Furthermore, after purifying the Dark Thunder, they were able to break through their limits. Therefore, the possibility of them awakening a high-quality martial soul still existed. In fact, it might even be slightly higher than that of their senior brothers and sisters. Bingqian, Shui, calm down as well. After absorbing the purifying energy of the dark lightning, prepare to awaken your martial spirits. Yifeng did not forget to remind them. Okay, the 2 women answered at the same time with solemn expressions. After the 7 of them separated, they sat cross-legged on the ground with the Grand Master in the middle. As for the spiritual Qi monster, it was as tall as 2 people. No doubt it was a sleepless night. Everyone kept absorbing the martial spirit Qi for the whole night and didn't close their eyes. They tried their best to absorb the martial spirit resources in the spaces. Wisps of thick Qi spread out from everyone's bodies like white fog. The strange power would occasionally burst out into a glimmer of light and flicker around everyone's body. The vast expanse of starlight would converge and shine brightly. On the morning of the second day, everyone was tired from the night. Their minds were in a state of haziness. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Master, Master, save me! My whole body is burning. I can't take it anymore." Hearing what was said, Master Yang suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes, and he then exchanged a look with the person beside him, Taoist Master Liu. It seems that the first person to awaken his martial spirit will appear soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304. C304. Is the first one to awaken the starlight? Yifeng heard the pained cry for help. He slowly opened his eyes. A huge firelight shot up from beside starlight. Occasionally, it would transform into a fierce tiger. Occasionally, he would transform into a flood dragon. Rushing forward, Tung Qingshan leaped up. The radiance of the stars shrouded his entire body. This scene. This was the first time everyone had seen such a thing. He was naturally surprised. He did not know what exactly had happened. Big brother boorish, look. Should I help him? Liu Bingqian saw that the fire was burning quite fiercely. It was as if he was roasting a living person. He could not help but want to stand up. She had not yet stood up. However, he was pressed down by Yifeng. He indifferently said, "Wait. Don't attack." He looked up suddenly. He looked to the other side. "Qingxian. You don't need to move either." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Senior Xing Hui, he." Qingxian's eyes were extremely anxious. He looked a bit distracted. Other than Yifeng, no one had expected the result of absorbing martial spirit Qi. It turned out to be this way. It's not that I don't want to help him. Instead, it was a question of helping him now. Instead, it will harm him. Hearing this, Qingxian froze. Originally, she was on the verge of running to Starlight's side. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing. "What did you say?" Yi Shui was slightly stunned. He was a bit suspicious. "Yes, brother Zifeng." "What do you mean by that?" Yifeng raised his face. He solemnly explained. Now is the critical time for him to awaken his martial spirit. If he can stand on his own 2 feet, the quality of the martial spirits he could awaken would likely be higher. However, if he was awoken by an outsider, then it was very possible that he would only awaken a lower grade martial spirit. my entire life will be dragged down by it. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Shocked. He then started to ponder over the matter. Therefore, if you don't want Starlight to blame you afterwards, now, it would be best if none of them moved. I pray that he can survive by himself. Qi Zimo turned her head. He took a long look at the radiance of the stars. The current him. He was completely incinerated by the raging flames. It seemed as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. Miserable cries of pain could be heard. She clenched her fists. He held his breath. Zifeng smiled in relief. Don't be too nervous. Qi Zimo. There's a great master here. You want? There were only 7 people that managed to step onto the Taishan heaven altar. If the situation was not good, even if it was for his sake, he will make his move too. How sharp is Master Yang's hearing? Yifeng's words. He naturally listened to every word that was said. A trace of anger appeared on his face. This Zifeng. What do you mean for my sake? Can it be that you can't say that I am cherishing the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders? Master Lu stood to the side. He wanted to seize this opportunity to make use of this opportunity. When Yi Zichen cursed Zifeng a bit more, he saw that in the direction of the radiance of the stars, the fiery light that filled the sky suddenly condensed and took form. The raging flames then dissipated. A man whose body was as black as coal rushed out from the smoke. He could not help but exclaim happily, "That's great! I succeeded. I've finally awakened my martial spirit." Qi Zimo and the others looked at each other. The shock in his heart could be imagined. Really? Senior apprentice brother Starlight. Congratulations. Also, you awakened it. What martial spirit is it? It should be a martial soul related to fire. I haven't tried the specifics. It was the first time that Xinghui had awakened his own martial spirit. His heart was naturally incomparably excited. He only had the feeling of awakening. He didn't even have time to try. He couldn't help but shout out. Master Yang chuckled, "There's no need to demonstrate anything. Since you have already awakened your martial spirit. That Taoist Master Lu. Take him away and assess his martial spirit's grade." Starlight shook his head. Wait. At least let me test the power of this martial spirit. Bring her down. Master Yang's expression suddenly turned a little cold. Yes. Master. Master Lu immediately rushed forward. He placed his right hand on Yun Che's shoulder. That's enough. This brother. Come with me for a walk. Starlight was excited. His expression showed that he was unwilling. Zifeng advised, follow Master Lu out. Starlight. Don't forget the 3 rules Elder Zhao had warned before the martial spirit awakening storm. The second point was, once the martial spirit awakened, someone will take you out to assess your martial soul's grade. Resistance of any kind is not allowed. Then. Alright then, Starlight listened to Yifeng's words. Only then did he gradually calm down. He raised his head. He followed Sage Lu down. And so, amongst the 7 of them, it was only the morning of the second day. The first person to awaken their martial spirit. After Starlight had gone far away with Lu Zhenren, the rest of the group accepted the invitation. He started to awaken his martial soul. After all, I saw a successful case. Without a doubt, this inspired them. And put a lot of energy into it. The power of the martial spirit after purification of the Dark Thunder divine incantation. It never stopped. Everyone is greedily absorbing. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, on Uncle Qin's side, there was a deafening roar. A majestic pressure. It was mixed with a monstrous heavenly energy. It sent chills down one's spine. It seems the quality of this martial spirit. It should be pretty good already. Master Yang nodded his head in approval. Uncle Qin was already an old man. He had always been suppressing his cultivation. In terms of true strength, at the very least, he could be considered to be at the second or even third stage of the martial disciple realm. Thus, he did not suffer as much as Starlight. Yi Zichen merely frowned, clenched his teeth, and endured the pressure of the heavenly energy. His face was pale. Sage Liu. Take him out. Find someone to evaluate your martial spirit. Once Uncle Qin was brought out by someone, Dong Tianrui no longer had any reason to stay. In terms of this harvest, purifying the Dark Thunder soul. Either way, it would be a good reference for his future cultivation. After Dong Tianrui left, Tung Qingshan noticed that, as a result, out of the original 7 people, there were only 4 people left. Xing Xian looked around. Yi Zichen looked at the 3 people on Yifeng's side. Yi Zichen smiled wryly. I never expected that this would be the end. We're the only ones left. Could it be that our perception is lacking? Can't we compare to them? Yi Wen laughed. He shook his head, of course not. Qing Xian. You know. The strength of a martial spirit. The specific time of awakening does not have much reference value. Would you admit that? Did I lose to your senior brother by a huge margin? Of course not. Xing Xian muttered. A rebuking expression appeared on her beautiful face. That's it. Therefore, you might as well calm down. Let's focus on preparing for the awakening. You're right. Xing Xian pondered for a moment. Yi Zichen nodded. With Yi Zifeng's reminder, Xing Xian's entire person had undergone a huge change. He saw the matter of his senior martial brother awakening his martial spirit as a positive motivation, and no longer have any negative thoughts. After an unknown period of time, an extremely cold aura emerged from Xing Xian's head. A green light appeared on her forehead. From the looks of it, it's not as painful as it was before Starlight. It seemed that the wind was quite gentle. It was like nothing had ever happened. However, a moment later, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Her lips turned white from the cold. She was so cold that she couldn't even speak. Master Yang's eyes lit up. Is this a martial spirit based on the path of purification? From the type of martial spirits, it is indeed rare. What? Could it be another auxiliary martial spirit related to purification? Xing Xian heard Master Yang's words. He almost vomited a mouthful of blood. She had become a disciple of Elder Zhao. He had always been learning offensive techniques. Who would have thought that after meeting Yifeng, a future female martial artist of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was forcibly transformed into a female assistant? Now, he couldn't even avoid his martial soul. Don't be so discouraged. Xing Xian. I'll bet you. This martial spirit of yours must be of a relatively high grade. But, in any case, the effect of this martial spirit, it can only be used as support. Xing Xian sighed heavily. His heart was in a daze. Although she hadn't tried it yet. However, he already had this feeling in his heart. What should he do in the future? She felt a little lost. Master Yang turned around. He called on Master Liu, who had just returned, and said, "All right, Master Liu. Take her down." After Qing Xian left. On the Supreme Mystery Sky platform, there were only the three people on Yifeng's side left. Big Brother boorish, I really don't know what's going on either. Why do I feel it's hard to gather martial spirit power? Liu Bingqian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still chose to say it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. That's right. Brother Zifeng. Bingqian was right. Not just her. I also feel the power of this martial spirit. It doesn't seem to be as easy to gather as other people. Yifeng laughed lightly. You guys are so close to me. The martial spirit Qi was completely absorbed by ghastly shadow. How could they possibly gather here? Brother Zifeng, then what should he do? Martial spirit Qi in this space. There didn't seem to be much left. I'm afraid Sister Bingqian and I won't be able to wake up. Yi Shui slightly sighed. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of loneliness. However, she didn't have any complaints in her heart. After all, she was able to participate in this martial spirit awakening storm. Climbing onto this Tai Xian heaven platform, they could only be accomplished by relying on Yifeng. Rest assured, Spirit Shadow absorbed the martial spirit Qi all night long. It's not for me alone. Yifeng smiled calmly. What do you mean? Brother Zifeng. Could it be? A hopeful expression emerged on Yi Shui's face. Brood brother, Liu Bingqian's heart froze. Her clear, bright eyes shone with a strange light. Yifeng's gaze gradually sharpened. He chuckled, not bad. Didn't the others get caught and sent out to assess the grade of their martial spirits? Then now. It was about time. He let Spirit Shadow spit out all of the martial spirit Qi that he had absorbed. The three of them enjoyed the martial spirit of 7 people. Do not want to wake up. It is rather difficult. And so? He raised his head, ghastly shadow. Do you hear me? Time to go to work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305. On the grand mysterious sky platform. The clouds changed. In the dense clouds. From time to time, a few loud noises could be heard. Terrifying. Boom. 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 Looking from afar. CLU.S. Tours of strange lights. It was mixed with a dense martial spirit aura. It floated back into the space of the supreme profound sky platform. The crowd in the surrounding area of the sky platform saw this strange scene. He could not help but start discussing. Taoist Master Zhao. What was going on? Didn't you say? Have the martial spirit Qi of the grand mysterious heaven platform almost run out? Why does it feel like it has been reborn? That's right. In the end, the amount of martial spirit Qi he absorbed became less and less. Just what is going on right now? Elder Zhao glared at them snappily. Ask me. Then who should I ask? Ever since he had lost the ability to scan the roof with his spiritual will. As for the information on the field, and there's almost nothing to understand. This. Everyone looked at each other. Even Elder Zhao did not know what was going on. Not to mention them. Elder Zhao raised his head. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His vision was extremely deep and profound. Yifeng. Is this because of you? The three of them absorbed the martial spirit of the 7 people. The speed at which he was awakening. Faster is more than twice as fast. Another 2 hours passed. Said. Suddenly, there was a strange sound of hiss from inside the SPACE. An anxious atmosphere. The heat wave rolled. Liu Bingqian's entire body was covered in a fiery red color. His light clothes were drenched in sweat. Flames flew in all directions. And it's giving off heat all the time. His complexion alternated between red and white. Bingqian. You, a hint of surprise flashed across Zifeng's face. After a long time, he couldn't help but get up. Brother Zifeng. What's the matter with you? Looking at Sister Bingqian's appearance, it was almost the same as when Starlight awakened. You should be able to persevere a little longer. No, the two are completely different. Hearing this, Yi Shui was startled. A worried expression surfaced on her pretty face. What? What's going on? Yifeng shook his head. He muttered to himself, based on my experience, if he didn't guess wrongly. Awakened by starlight. It should be an offensive type flame martial spirit. The quality of the flame will not be too high. What do you mean by relying on your experience? Brother Zifeng. Listen to your tone. You make it sound like you have awakened a martial soul before. On Yi Shui's pretty face, a smile appeared on his face. That's not the point. Yifeng laughed awkwardly. The main point is, table of contents, it could very well be. Martial spirit of the alchemy Dao. Martial spirit in alchemy. This martial spirit. I've hardly ever heard of it. It should be extremely rare. Hearing this, Yi Shui nodded. His heart was startled. Martial spirit awakening, generally speaking. It's not random. It was related to one's cultivation direction, potential in a certain aspect, and even one's own personality. Bingqian had practiced the Tao of pills since she was young. Intoxicated in this. No wonder she was able to awaken such a martial soul. At the same time that Yifeng explained, he raised his head and looked at Liu Bingqian's position. His brows gradually became deeply furrowed. But this sort of Tao of alchemy fire. Even medicinal herbs could be roasted into pills. The heat is extraordinary. I'm afraid Bingqian might not be able to hold on. Brother Zifeng. I think you're just worried. Even if the two types of flames were of different quality. However, it depended on the person. He was crying out in pain like he was slaughtering a pig. I didn't see much of a reaction from you. Bingqian's current situation was still all right. Yet, you are clearly panicking a little. Hearing that, Yi Zifeng was shocked. What his sister said made a lot of sense. It caused him to be stunned for a moment. He was actually unable to refute Lin Ming's words. Brother Zifeng. You have always made Bingqian believe you. Then this time, you should also believe in her. Yi Shui smiled sweetly and said. Yifeng pursed his lips. However, he did not answer. He looked up solemnly. She continued to stare at Liu Bingqian. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn. Suddenly, an extremely anxious flame power. Suddenly, Liu Bingqian's body exploded. At the same time, the surrounding flames also gradually became smaller. It gathered to a point on her fingertip. Done. Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up. He let out a long breath. The suspenseful thoughts in his head finally disappeared. Not everything was within Yifeng's control. What kind of martial spirit did Liu Bingqian awaken? It was still up to her. Huff, Liu Bingqian's pretty face was pale. He looked extremely weak. He looked like he was about to fall down. Teacher Yang looked at her meaningfully. Martial spirits in the pill Daoha? It was rare and strange. Master Liu. Take her down with you to test her martial soul grade. I think if there's a chance at the back, it might be time to nurture her. Yes. Master. He awakened his unique pill Dao martial spirit. This was definitely something every apothecary yearned for day and night. It was also a guarantee for their bright future. After all, with the help of his martial spirit, the success rate of refining a pill would be greatly increased. He might even be able to break through his own limits. Forge high-quality pills and supreme-quality pills. A talent like this. Naturally, the celestial sect of wonders took them seriously. Liu Bingqian. Although he was young, he already possessed such potential. After spiritual master Liu sent Liu Bingqian away. Back to the roof. Yi family's siblings. There was still half a day left. If the two of you are unable to awaken your martial spirits, the sky platform is about to close. He paused for a moment. Laughing, he continued, if you miss this year, next year, I wonder if I will be able to meet all of you. Liu Zhenren's disciple was harmed by Yifeng's lightning array. None of them stepped onto the Taishian heaven platform. Plus, he and Yifeng didn't like each other at all. Thus, now, he saw that the Yi family and Yi Mo were still not making progress. He couldn't help but mock them. Yi Shuai was provoked by his words. He was feeling a little anxious in his heart. Brother Zifeng. Snowy. Don't be influenced by him. Before the awakening, do not be impatient. Yi Wen sat with his eyes closed. A breeze caressed his cheek. His state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He was someone who had experienced 2 lifetimes. Naturally, he knew what to do and when to do it. When should I not do something? Liu's sarcasm. To him, it didn't have any effect. Yi Shui acknowledged. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Yi Zichen also calmed down. To return consciousness to the chaos. An hour passed. Said. Brother Zifeng. It still won't do, on Yi Shui's pretty face. With a hint of frustration. This time, even Yifeng felt that it was a bit strange. Logically speaking, according to the conditions that Yi Zifeng had given her, such abundant martial spirit qi, it was about time for Yi Shui to awaken. However, yet, the other party had dragged things out to this point. There was no sign of awakening. It was truly strange. He frowned deeply. A strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? He had already made up his mind. His face immediately darkened. Shui. Hurry up and turn around. Let me see your back. But Yi Shui was caught off guard by his request. Her cheeks were completely red. Hurry up. Yifeng yelled with a stern expression. Yi Shui saw that her brother had suddenly become so serious. He was also somewhat afraid. He then turned around, trembling. However, as soon as she turned around, Yifeng was slightly surprised. He took a deep breath. On Yi Shui's back, the light of a small sword shone through his clothes. It was emitting a bit of radiance outwards. If one didn't look carefully, it's hard to notice the difference. So it's like that, it seemed like. It is also because of your sword seal inheritance. What? Why is it this sword seal again? Yi Shui's delicate eyebrows couldn't help but frown. This sword seal legacy. Earlier on, when he had broken through to martial disciple stage, she had almost failed to achieve a breakthrough. He didn't expect that at this time when he was awakening his martial spirit. He gave her more trouble. Snowy. Don't be too depressed. This sword seal legacy. In the future. It might be a lucky chance for you. Yi Shui sighed lightly. Currently. She could only use this reason to comfort herself. Yi Feng smiled, as for now, just like when you broke through to the martial disciple realm. He avoided the sword seal and continued to absorb the martial spirit Qi. Do you understand now? Good. I'll listen to Zifeng. Let's do it again. Now that he had found the source of the mistake, Yi Shui's confidence had naturally increased by quite a bit. As expected, Yi Shui no longer channeled the martial spirit Qi into the small sword. The speed at which he awakened his martial spirit increased in an instant. Lu Zhenwen was surprised. That girl doesn't know what's going on. There was no sign of awakening just now. Why did he say a few words to Yi Feng? It was as if he had become a completely different person. From the looks of it, he should be awakening his martial spirit soon. Teacher Yang shook his head. He said seriously, not immediately. Instead, it has already been awakened. What? Daoist Master Liu widened his eyes in astonishment. With her at the center, a strong vortex of energy continued to rise. A fierce wind swept through the entire arena. It makes people's hair flutter. Layers of cyclones covered the sky. It wreaked havoc on the rooftop. The wind blew against his face. It was like covering one's face with dirt. It was so hard to breathe. It's just a martial spirit that has just awakened. It actually had such power. It seemed like I don't even need to go in AS. Says my martial spirit's grade. Master Yang's eyes froze. Her eyes were full of praise as she said, originally, I was still a bit worried. After all, the number of people who had stepped onto the rooftop this time was truly too small. It was inevitable that this would affect the next hunt for Demon Pet in the Nine Abyss. But now, for someone to awaken such a high-grade martial spirit, I think it was all worth it. Insufficient quant.I.tai. Quality to make up for. That's right, Sage Liu. What's her name? Her name is Yi Shui. Sage Liu quickly responded. Yi Shui, huh, good. Master Liu. You can use the rainbow clouds to send her out later. Remember. On this road, do not let her suffer even the slightest of bumps. Master Liu was startled. No way. You have to treat her with such respect. Master Yang chuckled, isn't this a sign that our celestial sect values talent? Okay. Let you do what you have to do. You may leave now. Yes. Master. Master Liu smiled helplessly. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, he could only do what his master said. On the huge grand celestial arena. Empty. Only Yi Feng was left. Yi Feng. I have to remind you. Your time. There are only 2 hours left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306. Supreme Mystery Sky Platform. The Outer Regions. The night was getting darker. However, outside the arena, it was still brightly lit. Because 2 hours later, the annual Martial Soul Awakening Storm was about to end. It's already been 2 hours, what the heck is Yi Feng waiting for? Master. Yi Feng couldn't awaken his martial soul. Was it to avoid losing face? He is purposefully stalling for time. Elder Zhao's brows gradually furrowed. A calm face. He closed his eyes. However, he did not answer. Master. You? Elder Zhao saw that they were noisy and clamorous. He turned his head and shot a fierce glare at them. What are you guys arguing about? Table of contents, all of you, shut up. Everyone was scolded for no reason. They looked at each other. He was stunned, speechless. A moment later, some disciples of the other adepts quietly walked over. He softly said, "Your Taoist master Zhao has a temper. This was way too popular. It's really fortunate that you two are able to get along with him. It is you who have misunderstood. Normally, Master wouldn't be like this." However, Yifeng was involved in every conversation. His mood would change dramatically. Zhao Jingyu. Remember this in the future. Don't casually mention Yifeng in front of Master. Yifeng is just like that when it comes to him. It can't be. A real person. How could he be so worried about a fellow who had just become a martial disciple? Are you joking? Hearing this, Zhao Jingyu nodded. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Inwardly, he was unwilling to believe it. Sai, another disciple of Elder Zhao, walked up to him. He sighed heavily. Of course I'm not joking, Martial Spirit Awakening Storm. It was arranged by Elder Zhao. The last thing he wanted was for it to happen. It's just trouble. Zhao Jingyu laughed and said, "What a mess. A student of the martial disciple realm. It was only the awakening of a martial spirit. What could possibly go wrong? Could it be? Yifeng was alone. To be able to destroy this Tai Xian Heaven platform. Did the entire thing fall apart?" The disciples of Elder Zhao looked at each other when they heard this. A surprised expression flashed across his eyes. So that's how it is. At this moment, the two of them. They finally understood their master's feelings. And so, the group had dark expressions. He raised his head. He looked at the location of the Supreme Mystery Heaven altar from afar. Suddenly, someone pointed at the rooftop. He shouted, "Quick, look! There's movement over there." On the balcony. A surging martial spirit Qi. Just like the convergence of rivers and seas. They all entered Spirit Shadow's body. Under the influence of ghastly shadow. Yifeng sat down cross-legged. One of them was soaring in the sky. He was sitting quietly on the ground. Between each other. A private, invisible spirit line. Pull exchange between two people's spiritual energy. Promote integration. The current hymn. In other words, it had completely enveloped the entire mysterious sky platform. Suddenly, a mournful sound of ghosts howling could be heard. It resounded through the entire SPACE. It was the voice of Spirit Shadow. As the ghostly wail faded away, circle after circle of rainbow light with it as the center. The ripples slowly spread out. It was spinning faster and faster. It was like a storm. He wanted to involve all living beings in this. A gloomy and deathly aura. It was mixed with a thick scent of blood. Someone was standing right next to him, sniffing at his scent. And you feel like you're going to break down. Ghastly shadow. There was no one there now. Let it out as much as you want. Naturally. Yifeng slowly said. An extremely cold, murderous and ice-cold aura instantly engulfed the entire arena. Spirit Shadow's momentum reached its peak. The spiritual Qi monster was only the size of two people. Suddenly. To keep on expanding. Distension. It was filled with the martial spirit that he had absorbed for the past 2 days. Spirit Shadow had been holding his breath for a long time, because it can't find a place to vent. And now, this was the last hour. There was no one else to disturb him. And without the restraint of Yifeng, to be able to release his energy to the fullest. A short while later, in the incomparably dark sky, it was an incomparably large hand. A gash appeared on the back of the monster. Oh! Yifeng's eyes narrowed into a line. He was looking straight at the changes that were occurring in ghastly shadow. Above the giant hand, there was not a shred of flesh. There was no trace of blood. Some were just a pile of bones. Master Yang originally wanted to praise Yifeng. Seeing this scene, his entire face turned green. Could this be White Bone Giant Hand? Master Yang was extremely astonished. He was astonished. He even stood up straight. Master, what is the White Bone Giant Hand? Is there a problem? Taoist Master Liu looked at him with suspicion. In his expression, he didn't seem to understand. Master Yang did not have the time to pay attention to Liu Zhenrun's question. He just kept inhaling the cold air. He murmured, "I don't think so. It was my imagination. This huge white bone hand. It's impossible for a young man like him to have such a martial spirit." As he was talking to himself, his face suddenly changed. Not good. What's wrong? Spiritual Master Liu was slightly surprised. He was in existence at the level of a high master. Master Yang's perception of the surrounding situation. Naturally, it was very profound. He saw the huge white bone hand suddenly raise its hand horizontally in midair. The golden light that filled the air was dazzling. A huge Buddha wrapped in a peerless aura. The palm was aimed at Master Yang and Taoist Master Liu on the grand celestial platform. He suddenly slammed it down. This, Liu Zhenrun was surprised. He was at a loss for words. He obviously didn't expect this. This brat actually dared to use me. They simply didn't put him in their eyes at all. On the other side, Master Yang did not have the leisure to think about these matters. If he dodged it, naturally, there were no problems. However, once he left, he would no longer be in danger. Then the entire supreme profound sky platform. Perhaps he would suffer a calamity. Perhaps after the storm of martial soul's awakening, it was not impossible to rebuild it. He had already made up his mind. In the end, he decided to take action himself. He saw exquisite pag.o.de shining from his palm. There were a total of 8 layers. It began to enlarge continuously. Go! Within the SPACE. The sound of the explosion exploded like a clap of thunder. The exquisite pag.o.de and the huge skeletal hand collided. The shadow of the Buddha suddenly dimmed for a moment. He gradually disappeared. In terms of power, in the end, it was still unable to break through the exquisite pag.o.de's magic treasure. After all, the exquisite pag.o.de could already be considered a relatively high-level magical equipment. And the user is a master. A moment later, the huge white bone hand gradually retracted back. He then merged back into Spirit Shadow's body. It was as if they had never existed. Yifeng. He actually forced me to take out the exquisite pag.o.de. You have enough to be proud of. However, the bone palm was different. What was going on? Why did it appear on this young man? This is quite surprising. Master Yang frowned deeply. Regarding what happened just now, he was still a bit upset. However, moments later, he gathered his thoughts. He raised his head. He said seriously, "That's enough. Master Liu. What are you still standing there for?" It was just like before. Use the rainbow clouds to send him out. Wait, Master. I haven't finished awakening my martial soul. It is not yet time. Yifeng suddenly squeezed out those words from his mouth. You mean the ability to use the white bone giant palm? Could it be that your martial spirit is still not complete? Master Yang looked at Yifeng in shock. She was so surprised that she didn't move an inch. Even Ghastly Shadow's form hadn't changed. What kind of awakening was this? Master Liu was also stunned. Master. Then I will now. Should I send him off? Master, please grant me your wish. Let me continue to complete the awakening here. Yifeng said respectfully. Forget it. Well then. He decided to wait a little longer. There is still no need for these final half an hour. Master Yang gazed at the tip of the leaf. He slowly set out. If Liu Bingqian was considered a genius, then Yi Shuiyi could be considered a genius. As for Yifeng, yet, he was absolutely a genius. Master Yang's interest and expectation for him were as clear as day. As time said, he had also reached the highest point. He had obtained the approval of Master Yang. Yifeng suddenly wiped away the SPACE ring. He took out a Wind King dagger. Oh my god, table of contents, what do you want to do? When Liu Zhenren saw this, he was shocked. Yi Zichen's face stiffened. Currently, on the grand mysterious sky platform, it was just the three of them. One of them suddenly pulled out a dagger. Naturally, it would cause one to feel a chill. Nothing. However, it's just a little bit of blood. Whose blood do you want to bleed? Liu Zhenren was shocked. Yifeng saw Yi Zichen's shocked expression. He finally understood what he was thinking. And then he laughed. Sage Liu. Don't be too nervous. Rest assured. It's my own blood. The martial spirit had just completed its first step of condensing force. The second step is naturally to recognize the owner. When Master Yang heard this, he was stunned. He was shocked. He mumbled to himself. Could this be the method of ancient soul tempering? I only heard about it. But then again, this young man called Yifeng. I know of this method. And then, Yi Zichen saw Yifeng pick up the tip of the Wind King's dagger. He slashed at his left arm with all his might. The blood trace shot out. Ghastly Shadow. Come here. Guiying heard Yifeng shout. He hesitated for a moment. He did not leave immediately. According to Yifeng, as soon as they recognized him as their master, he would probably be trapped for the rest of his life. He wanted to escape. You have to take a huge risk and you have to pay a huge price. If you don't come over soon, the only thing I can do for you is to improve your martial spirit cultivation technique. For example, Yifeng had already begun to shout out the first word on the martial soul cultivation technique. Hurry up. Guiying, upon hearing this, he was instantly shocked. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. Stop, stop, stop. Let me. I have come to do it. Not long after, the ghostly figure flew over with a whoosh. He cursed. As he did so, he sucked Yifeng's blood into his stomach. A red glow appeared. Spirit Shadow's previously empty body began to take on a more substantial form. A surge of boundless energy was unleashed. A short while later, The huge bone palm that had appeared just now appeared around its body once again. Why are you here again? Master Yang's complexion slightly changed. The exquisite pag data in his hand could not help but tighten its grip. He didn't want to be careless. This caused the result of the demolition of the grand mysterious sky platform. However, at this moment, in terms of size, the gigantic hand made of bones in front of him looked extremely huge. It was dozens of times smaller than the previous one. It's no longer just a pile of skeletons. They began to form blood and flesh. It formed the shape of a human hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the tendency of the spiritual energy to condense and take shape. It was spreading towards the surroundings of Spirit Shadow. From this hand, in his body, at the end, to the other four limbs. A long time later, it gradually took the form of a human. Yifeng also looked at the scene in a daze. After a long time, he said, Guiying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307. 2 hours later. Just right and proper. No more, no less. The martial spirit Qi on the Taishan heaven platform suddenly dispersed into the air. However, at this moment, it could be said that Spirit Shadow had completely awakened. How is this possible? This martial spirit could actually condense Qi into a human form. What kind of grade was this martial spirit? Even I have never seen one. Master Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Zichen opened his eyes wide. Motionless. On the side, spiritual master Liu became even more dumbfounded. He couldn't even speak. At the same time, a beautiful dazzling hand. Her skin was as white as jade. The first thing to complete was the condensation. This was because Spirit Shadow's spirit energy had been congealed from spirit energy. Therefore, this jade hand was somewhat translucent. Illusory dream. It was extremely smooth and tender. Dim at times. Sometimes bright. It was as if he shouldn't have existed in this world from the very beginning. Her face was like a piece of fine jade. The overflowing aura of spiritual energy glimmered. It completely illuminated her graceful and beautiful figure. She gripped her small waist tightly. She had long, straight, jade-like legs. Her figure could be described as extremely beautiful. In her eyes, it was filled with the vigor of a newborn baby. Pure and flawless. No impurities were added. Icy muscle jade bones. Brilliant like the stars. He raised his eyes occasionally. It had its own kind of agility. Charming and pure. Two completely different temperaments. It actually existed in her body at the same time. Such a beauty existed in this world. It felt like. It didn't seem real. Yifeng was speechless. Stunned, he stared at her. Ghastly Shadow. You are actually a woman. The voice was as low as an old man's ghost. It was actually a woman. This point. It undoubtedly shocked Yifeng greatly. In an instant. It was almost impossible to accept. However, the reality before him was irrefutable. Spirit Shadow's eyes seemed to wander a little. Her beautiful eyes were half open. He seemed to be getting used to his senses. When her gaze landed on Yifeng, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. And then, she lowered her head. He lowered his eyes and sized himself up. His mind couldn't help but be shocked. He stepped back a few steps. Because she's not really used to walking. He staggered. He almost fell down. Here. She opened her mouth. Her voice was extremely hoa.r.say. It was like a baby speaking for the first time. What do you want to say? Yifeng was stunned. He didn't quite understand what she meant. Give it to me, within Spirit Shadow's beautiful eyes. He looked like he was about to cry. Her tears danced in the wind. She really wanted to say the last few words out loud. However, he realized that for a moment. It was hard to do. Yifeng was still confused. This is for you. I'll give you something. Master Yang was astonished. He finally regained his senses. He turned around. Her old face turned red. Yi Zichen coughed. He could not bear to continue watching on. Yifeng. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and give her a set of clothes. This. Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up. Yi Zichen finally came back to his senses. Even if it was before. He had never met one before. He was going to throw away his clothes to his martial spirit. Furthermore, this kind of thing. It was estimated that in another few decades, no one would ever encounter such a situation. And then, he took off his coat. Yi Zichen chucked it to Spirit Shadow. He then turned around. Put it on yourself. The loose coat fell into Spook's hands. She pursed her lips slightly. He raised his hand. He wanted to reach into the sleeves of the coat. But because she couldn't control her hand well, the result was a failure. A smile flashed across her pretty face. He raised his head again. He made an effort to give it a try. Yet another failure. Where? I can't put it on. Yifeng sighed helplessly. Following which, he walked forward. He held up the end of the sleeve for her. All right. Hurry up and reach your hand in. Looking at Spirit Shadow's currently clumsy movements, Yifeng was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Originally, he looked forward to his martial soul. Or he could have great destructive power. Or he could have the defensive ability to protect his master. Or else, in terms of pill refining, it could give him a hand. However, the ghostly figure in front of him. Yet, he had completely lost all of his hot blood. A moment later, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and asked, "All right, Master. Table of contents, my martial spirit. Do you still need to evaluate your grade?" After a long time, Master Liu regained his consciousness. He was also aware of this problem. That's right. This humanoid martial spirit. In the past, during the awakening of his martial soul, it seemed like it had never happened before. Just how should we evaluate it? This, Master Yang was stunned by the question. This was an unprecedented event. It was truly difficult for anyone to make a decision. Because once you make a decision, this meant that a precedent had been created. If there is no evaluation, that's either. We might as well not comment on it. Master Yang was silent for a moment. Yi Zichen frowned and said. He was still a little hesitant in his heart. I agree. If so, in order to have a proper reason for the martial spirit to be absent, then Zifeng humbly requested Master. The matter of awakening my martial spirit. In terms of failure, Yifeng thought about it for a moment. He raised his head with a serious face. He spoke in a leisurely manner. Master Yang was startled. His expression slightly changed. Do you know what you're saying? You took the initiative to awaken your successful martial spirit. Qualified as failure. Yes. Master Yang. And I did. not just for myself. From the perspective of the benefits of the celestial sect of wonders. He should be happy to accept it. Master Yang was deep in thought for a long time. He paced back and forth a few steps. Her eyebrows were tightly locked together. Ugh, that was true. Zifeng's human-shaped martial spirit. Once word of this got out, or it might affect the kind of research that some people do that is taboo. Therefore, this matter really should be concealed as. He paused for a moment. He said seriously, awakening failed. Master. I'm afraid, hearing this, Taoist Master Liu was startled. His face was filled with astonishment. Sage Liu. I know what you're trying to say. However, luckily, Zifeng told me to isolate all the spiritual will in the roof. The adepts on the outside of the arena weren't able to detect his presence. Zifeng was also the last person to awaken. As long as the three of us don't say anything, then no one will know. Master Yang's sharp gaze swept over him. He continued in a serious tone, so, this matter. I hope that Master Liu will remember to keep this a secret. Despite all the unwillingness in Liu's heart. However, Teacher Yang was one rank higher than him. He had no choice but to obey. All right. Everything. According to what Master said. Secret. The agreement has been reached. Zifeng had gotten rid of one thing and one thing more. After all, the matter of ghastly shadow. He didn't want to let too many people know. He turned in the direction of Spook. Seeing her slightly clumsy movements, Qi Zimo shook his head. Qi Zimo sighed. That's right, Spirit Shadow. Before leaving the sky platform, let me ask you something. The gigantic hand made of bones from before. Can you still materialize? Gu Ying, upon hearing this, he shook his head slightly. He spat out the word no from his mouth. The smaller ones won't do, right? Zifeng asked. No. Then, do you have any other abilities? Nope. Spook found it difficult to speak. He was still shaking his head. Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. If he had known this would happen, he should have stopped when he was forming the white bone giant hand. He shouldn't have allowed Ghastly Shadow to fully materialize. Because, after the transformation was completed, the blood mist started to dissipate. Even walking and talking was difficult for her. How could they be useful in battle? A mod.s.civ amount of martial spirit chi from the Grand Celestial Platform. It was all for her to form her own flesh and blood. Alright, Spirit Shadow. Come back. Since it was useless. From now on, you don't have to take human form anymore. It was still the same as before. Change into the form of a spiritual energy monster. Gu Ying, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. That's right. If she wasn't used to this human form, he would return then. She had made up her mind. Qi Zimo thought about it. The spirit body instantly transformed into a wisp of soul remembrance. Qi Zimo crawled back into Zifeng's mind. Brat, you. Spirit Shadow was just about to spit out a few words. However, the other party had blocked their communication. After all, the hour had come. Compared to his conversation with Ghastly Shadow, it was about time for him to go down to the roof. The people outside were still waiting. If they waited too long, they would be suspicious. All right. Master Yang. Master Liu. Let's go. The outer regions. A sharp-eyed person suddenly shouted loudly. Wake up. Wake up, all of you. Look. Zifeng finally came out. A cacophony of noise rose in all directions. Big brother bore. Brother Zifeng. Yifeng had spent too much time on the grand celestial platform. After Liu Bingqian and the rest finished with the martial spirit evaluation, a series of discussions broke out. He had been waiting for a long time. Liu Bingqian giggled. He walked up to me. Brute brother. Just now, some people said that you must have failed to awaken your martial spirit. Sister Shui and I've been reb.u.t.ting for you until now. Speak. This time, he had a martial spirit. It's probably of some sort. No Bingqian. Yifeng's face was calm. Liu Bingqian froze when she heard this. The smile on her pretty face faded slightly. What's wrong? Big brother barbarian. Very simple. His martial soul has failed to awaken. Master Yang walked up. In front of everyone. He said solemnly. Silence. Extremely silence. There was a sound of a needle dropping. What he said. That was authority. This was the conclusion. Even Elder Zhao. And he dares not doubt the truth of what the master has said. He was just in a daze. A moment later. The people, who disliked Yifeng to begin with, suddenly burst out in laughter. Did you hear that? Like I said. An exchange student from the countryside. How could he awaken some kind of martial spirit so easily? Ha. Those two beauties just now didn't believe us. This Yifeng must be doing it for face. It took me so long. The way look at it. Could it be that it is still fake? Brother Zifeng. That can't be true, right? Yi Shui slightly shivered. She looked at her brother in disbelief. Others didn't know. However, she was very clear in her heart. Her brother had been preparing for so long. On top of that, Spirit Shadow had also absorbed a lot of martial spirit Qi. If he failed. In the end, who would be able to succeed? Master Yang swept his gaze over the crowd. He spoke solemnly. All right. Everyone was silent. What did he want to say? Come with me to the nearby side yard and we'll talk. The martial spirits of the others must have been evaluated. There should already be a result. Everyone. Follow me. He pointed to a spot not far away. He was the first to take a step. He walked forward. Everyone looked at each other and said, let's go. Let's follow them and hear the results. That's right. Furthermore, Yifeng had no choice but to go. We can take this opportunity. Enjoy his dejected expression. Who asked him to be such a cloudy brother before? This is his retribution. What they didn't know was, in the distant grand mysterious sky platform, tiny cracks gradually appeared on the floor. It spread from the edge of the corner to the entire rooftop area. Hiss, hiss. A rock fragment fell from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308. A short while later. A rumbling sound could be heard from the horizon. The entire balcony shattered from the middle. It caused the world to shake violently. In such a large area, rocks fell from the roof. Some of the debris had not yet completely fallen to the ground. It directly exploded in midair. A majestic impact swept across the area. Even the surrounding area of the sky platform was affected by this. Dust filled the air. One couldn't help but to cover his face with his hands. Some of them were still talking about people who were mocking Yifeng. One of them wasn't paying attention. He was actually blown several meters away. He even hung it on a tree. He landed heavily on the ground. A miserable scream filled the air. What is going on? Most people have a lower level of mastery. Being blown by this fierce wind. It appeared rather miserable. They all looked up. It was obvious that he did not know what had happened. On the rooftop, the black Qi spread out. Just like the afterimage of Yifeng's death aura martial spirit as it streaked across the sky. How wide was Master Yang's line of sight? Of course, he could see everything that was happening in the sky. And it was because of this that his mind went cold. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. Yifeng. Could it be? Because on the grand mysterious sky platform, there was no one left. Then, there was only one explanation. It was caused by Yifeng's martial spirit in Master Yang's palm. Master Yang's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, he used the exquisite pag.o.de. Yet, he was still unable to block the attack from the huge white bone hand. The power of this palm strike. It had actually completely shattered the entire supreme profound sky platform. What kind of strength did his martial spirit contain? It actually had the power to fight him head-on. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look deeply at Yifeng. Elder Zhao's eyes widened. He took a deep breath. He took a few steps back. He looked like he was about to faint. Master, are you all right? Xing Xian came back to her senses. She saw the color of her master's face. He rushed over to help him up. Elder Zhao supported his forehead. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. He was unable to exert any strength at all. One must know that. Martial Spirit Awakening Storm. Elder Zhao was responsible for this matter. Rent the grand mysterious sky platform. He was also the one who handled the situation. Who would have thought? The roof actually directly shattered. This way. How was he supposed to report this to the overseer of the roof? This mystical heaven stage. What was going on? That's right. Table of contents, is it because of you, Yifeng? Elder Zhao seemed to have thought of something. Yi Zichen suddenly turned his head to look at Yifeng. The other side was equally astonished. Because of this. Even Yifeng himself. It was also unexpected. Master. You must be tired. The balcony collapsed. He thought about what Yi Zichen was going to do. What virtue or ability did he have? Can tear down the entire supreme profound sky platform. Yes, Master. He hadn't even awakened his martial soul yet. What could he do? I think it could also be that the dark thunder this year was especially powerful. It must have destroyed the structure of the roof. Otherwise, even if all the partic.I.P. ants added up together, it is impossible for it to cause such great damage. This. Elder Zhao's words made sense. Seeing that Yifeng was no longer calm like before, Yi Zichen could only shake his head. He calmed down a little. After a long while, he could only sigh deeply. All right then, this matter. Let's just assume that it was like this for now. Everyone, please follow me. Let's first deal with the matter of the martial spirit evaluation first. Not far from here. In the meeting hall. Congratulations on awakening your own martial soul. This is truly a cause for celebration. Everyone entered the hall one by one. Old man Sua laughed. He turned around. He stroked his long beard. Yi Zichen said with a smile. Thank you, Sage Suo. The 6 people cupped their hands together. Thank you, Old Man Suo. When they were evaluating the grade of their martial spirits, it was one of Old Man Suo's men who was responsible for the operation. You are the celestial sect's future hope. He was one of the best of his peers. I'm proud of you. After he awakened his martial spirit. Regardless of the evaluation result, what kind of benefits you get? I hope that you can all keep your spirit of enterprise. Raise the name of our celestial sect. Yes. Sage Suo. Sosuke smiled in satisfaction. When his gaze swept past the tip of the leaf, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Finally, his expression quickly returned to normal. Everyone. All of you, sit down. The 6 of them began to move. Only Yifeng was left alone. He was silent. He stood aside without speaking. Yi Shui, Liu Bingqian, and the rest all turned their heads to look at Yifeng. He was a little worried about his mental state. Brother Zifeng. It didn't matter if he could awaken his martial spirit this time. 1 year later. Thickening. I will definitely awaken a top-grade martial spirit. That's right, big brother barbarian. This setback. Then the laughter would pass. Even if others were to mock you like this. It was just a matter of time. I believe. With your strength. Sooner or later they'll all be shut up. Old Suo could see that there was still some noise coming from the arena. Then he coughed. All right. All of you, quiet down. Below. I'm about to announce this time's martial spirit awakening storm. The result of everyone awakening their martial spirit. He first shifted his gaze to Uncle Qin's position. You are a servant of the Dong clan. Qin Wuyu. Uncle Qin walked out of the crowd with a perturbed expression. One must know that. He had been suppressing his cultivation base for the rest of his life. It was all for this moment. How could he not be nervous? Old Man Suo laughed and said, Oh. The servants of the Dong clan. After all, he had suppressed his cultivation level before. Thickening. His martial soul was very good. Your awakened martial soul. His name was the martial spirit of Heavenly Dipper. It could increase one's own strength and that of others. 3rd level of the spirit grade. Medium in length. When Uncle Qin heard this, he was stunned. He let out a long breath. In his heart, he was extremely happy. Young master. Do you hear me? I made it. I can reasonably teach you in the future. Dong Tianrui smiled helplessly. He thought to himself, it was one thing for Uncle Qin to not awaken his martial spirit. Now, if he went back. Furthermore, he was going to capture him. He had started cultivating his martial soul every day. In the future, he would feel much better. Next. Starlight. Starlight was startled. He turned around and glanced at Elder Zhao. After he received a look of affirmation, he took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, Starlight. Greetings, Taoist Master Suo. Yes. Elder Zhao was adept at attacking martial spirits. As expected of his good disciple. Xinghui respectfully replied, Thank you, Taoist Master Suo. The blazing flame martial spirit. At the end, it allowed the attack to have a fire attribute. 3rd level of the spirit grade. The adult length is higher. I heard the words adult length is higher. A trace of joy flashed across Starlight's eyes. He followed Elder Zhao, a person proficient in martial spirits. For a long time. He had learned a lot about martial spirits. Naturally, he understood what it meant to have a high or low length. To a certain extent. It even determined his future strength. Next. Xingxian. Xingxian walked forward with a slightly dejected look on her face. He looked depressed. Elder Su chuckled, "Since you've come under Elder Zhao's tutelage, I'll accept you as my disciple. I rarely see it. Someone was able to awaken such a top-grade auxiliary-type martial spirit." Xingxian helplessly sighed. What use is there to be so outrageous? He's just helping others. For a long time, Elder Zhao had been instilling the importance of an offensive martial spirit in her mind. Naturally, auxiliary-type cultivation technique. It would not enter her eyes. Old Su shook his head and smiled. Then, what if it's this martial spirit? Naturally, it was the 8th level of the spirit level. It's quite long. Hearing this, Xingxian froze. His expression froze. What? It can't be. Could this lousy martial soul be that powerful? It should be related to you comprehending the Tao of purification. Your martial soul is called Qingfeng. Can purify other people and their own undesirable state. At the end, there's going to be a cure. Healing function, huh? This is quite useful. Xingxian pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he realized something. That's not right. Even if there was a slight healing effect, then in the end, he's even assisting others. Ever since she was dragged along by Yifeng to understand the Tao of purification. Now, his martial spirit had awakened to such a state. This road. It was dark now. All right. The next one was Liu Bingqian. When old man Suapiao announced this name, the expressions of the disciples beside him all changed. Liu Bingqian noticed the change in their expressions. He was a bit suspicious. Old man Sua. Just what is going on? Lady Bingqian. It doesn't matter. Don't be nervous. It was a good thing. They're surprised by your martial soul. This, Liu Bingqian heard this. A strange expression flashed across her beautiful eyes. Old man Sua laughed. He sighed and said, "It was appraised. Your martial soul is called the flame martial spirit. Used for alchemy. For specific purposes. I think you can ask your old ghost master. I don't know much about it here." The initial level was spiritual tier level 4. The length is, 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 the length, the length is, the length is. He paused for a moment. She looked deeply at Liu Bingqian. It's very shocking. It's extremely shocking. Surprise flashed across Liu Bingqian's eyes. Master Yang also nodded with a smile. That's right. Table of contents, your alchemy martial spirit. Looking at the entire celestial gate. Not many people can match up to you. After a while. Let me see if there's a chance. I want you to become a disciple of another esteemed master. That person's pill refining skills were also being used at the same time. You will definitely be enlightened with your training. Bingqian. Congratulations. Yifeng smiled. Yi Zichen nodded towards her. Brute brother. Liu Bingqian was overjoyed. Yet, he didn't dare to show too much happiness on his face. He was afraid that Yi Zichen would feel troubled. As for the others. Table of contents. They discussed in whispers. They were all envious of Liu Bingqian's good luck. Since Master Yang had spoken in such a manner in front of the crowd today, it must be true. This recommendation. He should be unable to escape now. Perhaps. They were witnessing this. The birth of a future female pill king in the celestial sect of wonders. There's still one more left. It's Yi Shuai. Old Man Su's expression suddenly changed. He began to become serious. After all, amongst so many people, Yi Shuai was one of them. The only person who was sent away by Liu Bingqian in the form of a rainbow cloud. Thus, it could be seen that the martial soul she awakened. What a great deal of attention he had received. As he spoke, even Master Yang's smile gradually froze. Yi Shuai. Listen, he cleared his throat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Yi Shuai was also slightly nervous. One must know that at the beginning, she was originally just a bystander. Being able to sneak into partake die.p.8 in the martial spirit awakening storm was already not bad. If not for the fact that someone was so scared, they would have already left the compet.i.tian. If it wasn't for her brother leading the way to break through the heavenly thunder array, she might not even have the chance to step onto the grand mysterious heaven stage. 2 days ago. Who would have thought that? The martial soul she awakened. Even High Master paid particular attention to it. Yi Shuai. Your martial spirit. His name was Feng Huang. The initial level was spirit level 5. The length is. Old Suo gave Yi Shuai a deep look. Then he continued, immeasurable. The 4 words immeasurable. It was like a clap of thunder. It exploded in everyone's hearts. It shocked everyone on the spot. This sentence, if it was said by a disciple, others would laugh it off. However, this came from Old Man Suo's mouth. Even he said it was immeasurable. Just how high was this length? Yi Feng muttered to himself, could it be? Is this the effect of the sword imprint inheritance? However, he was also thinking from the bottom of his heart to rejoice at the success of his sister. Brother Zifeng. It's all thanks to you. Only this way would I be able to awaken such a powerful martial spirit. I am now. I don't even know how to express how excited I am. On Yi Shuai's face. His face was filled with surprise. Yi Feng smiled and said, yes. Congratulations. Snow Machine. All this time. You've been working so hard, it seems like we have reaped some rewards. He. At the same time, several cold laughs came from behind Yi Feng and the others. Martial spirit awakening, what does it have to do with effort? It was all about personal talent. What you're saying is, it is quite funny. Yi Feng turned his head. His eyes lit up. He looked at the well-dressed young master. So it's young Master Hua. Then let me ask you a question. Why are you not even qualified to partake .i.p.8 in the martial spirit awakening storm? In the end, it's because you're not working hard, and you're not doing anything. Or should he say, you have no talent at all. You? Young Master Hua was told by him. He was so agitated that sometimes his face turned red, sometimes even white. A mocking expression flashed across his face. So what if I don't partake .i.p.8 in the martial spirit awakening storm? Better than you, Yi Feng. It's good to lose face on the stage. Yi Shuai and Liu Bingqian's expressions changed. One on the left, one on the right. They took a step forward. Yi Zichen glared fiercely at young Master Hua. Her pretty face was filled with anger. Snowy. Bingqian. Yifeng slightly frowned. Yi Zichen gave her a look. Tell them to calm down. Young Master Hua. What's the matter? He decided to settle the matter privately. Zifeng, me. I'll follow you to the end. After all, there's a real man and a master here. A public struggle under their noses. That was slapping Master in the face. He had completely disgraced them. Master Yang looked at Yifeng meaningfully. In his heart, however, he felt admiration. The other party had covered up the fact that he had successfully awakened a martial spirit as a failure. Now they were being ridiculed. He was neither arrogant nor impetuous. No radical action was taken. Such a temperament. It was truly suspicious. Yifeng's real age was now. He's someone who does great things. Master Yang sighed. Some people were able to increase their cultivation base after the cultivation base had been raised. It was like being a nouveau riche. Showing off his strength. To go about provoking hatred and hatred. Not teaching people a lesson. Is to be taught a lesson by someone else. However, Yifeng had his own plan and goal. Not affected by the outside world. Apparently, he had already considered some matters that would come later. In order to prepare for the future. Young Master Hua's old servant. Look at the situation around us. He had also dragged his young master along. After a few words of persuasion. Only then was he able to temporarily suppress young Master Hua's anger. Young Master Hua moved closer to Yifeng. He said harshly, Yifeng. Don't think that you won't be able to awaken your martial soul. I'll let you off the hook. You wait. The matter of Brother Tianji. My business. We'll deal with you in a while. After a round of noise. Master Yang and Old Suo looked at each other. They politely gave in to each other. It was still Master Yang who spoke. All right. Table of contents, in this martial spirit awakening storm trial. Until now. It was finally over. However. Master Yang said. He raised his head and scanned the crowd. However. This doesn't mean that you can relax. He had mentioned it before. The 9 abyss would soon be opened. The hunt for a pet was about to begin. Force all students of the martial disciple realm to partake. I.P.8. If he didn't want to be buried in the belly of a demonic pet. I hope you guys can train harder. As the sound of his voice faded. He turned around and looked at Elder Zhao, Elder Su, and the others. You all. Is there anything else you want to say? Under their shook heads. Master Yang gave a knowing smile. He turned serious. He said seriously, all right then, I declare. The martial spirit awakening storm had officially ended. Yi Shui, Liu Bingqian, you two stay behind. The rest of the group followed suit. It's time to go back and rest. From his tone, one could faintly tell that he wanted to nurture the two girls. This won't do. Master. I'm afraid that if we stay here, Brother Zifeng was alone. Someone will harm him. As they spoke, Yi Zichen looked up at young Master Hua secretly. That's right. Master. Master Yang frowned, I told you to stay. In other words, you are giving up this opportunity. No. Master. They're joking. Yifeng smiled warmly. He walked up to the two ladies and said, Master wants to give you two a great opportunity. How could he not grasp the truth? Rest assured. I'm fine by myself. But Big Brother Barbarian. Brother Zifeng. The two girls were still a little worried. Yifeng smiled, "Don't worry. Besides, aren't I still with Qin Xian and the rest?" He smiled. He glanced at Qin Xian's position. Qin Xian unhappily glared at him. She coquettishly scolded, "Look at what I'm doing. Are you sure? Aren't I the one who beat you up?" Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui stayed behind. The rest of the people slowly walked out of the meeting hall. 2 days and 2 nights. They were truly tired. Yifeng. Stand still. Yifeng smiled, "I didn't run away to begin with." Young Master Hua was stumped by his words. He felt somewhat depressed in his heart. And then he coldly snorted, "Yifeng. You have a woman to back you up. Is it that amazing? Those with skills. You and me. And you." It was just a double defeat in the Tao of alchemy and martial arts. There was no need for martial spirits. "I'll still beat you to the point where you have to look for your teeth on the ground." Yifeng sneered. Seeing his arrogance, he felt like he was about to cover himself. He naturally had no reason to tolerate it any longer. Young Master Hua was stunned for a moment. His expression was somewhat embarrassed. Said. He continued, "Who said I fought with you? I mean, you should just fight with my senior." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. And then they all started to laugh. Young Master Hua's face could be considered rather thick-skinned. Naturally, he ignored the laughter of the crowd. To him, to be able to shock Yi Zichan when he was at his most disappointed. Without a doubt, this was something that made him feel great hatred. As for the method and process, it was not the main point. The real point was the result. Yifeng. Didn't you feel that you don't have a martial spirit? Is he really that powerful as well? That's good. I'll let you know. Martial soul or not? Just what kind of difference does it mean? Young Master Hua paused for a moment. He continued, "My senior brother. He told me about it before." He was already in the outskirts of the sky platform. He estimated that it would only take a short while. "We're almost here," Young Master Hua said. He pointed to a spot not far away. Suddenly, his face lit up. "Look! He's here." A familiar voice rang out, "Which blind guy is this? How dare you bully my brother Hua? Is he tired of living?" Young Master Hua laughed loudly. He stepped forward to welcome them. "Senior brother Jean. You came at the right time. With you at the helm. What a SCU bag. Still not completely convinced." "Oh." Yifeng looked up. His eyes lit up slightly. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Golden Rock." Amongst the crowd, there were also people that recognized the Golden Rock. At this moment, he looked at Yifeng with interest. Could it be Adept Bailey's first disciple, the Golden Rock? He was his opponent. Yifeng should escape as soon as possible. That's right. This Yifeng. For his sake. Lying on the balcony. After stalling for time. And now he could not bring himself to run away. He is really willing to give his face up and suffer. Young Master Hua let out a cold laugh. Table of contents, you've also heard of my big brother Jin's name. Yi, table of contents, why is it you? The Golden Rock opened its mouth wide. His heart was moved. He slowly said one word at a time. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was rare for his elder brother to lose his composure like this. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. He turned around and said, "Big brother, what's wrong? Do you know him?" Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Big brother, eldest brother. Don't go. You didn't promise me. You're trying to save my face. Golden Rock's eldest senior brother flee without a fight. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked speechless. What virtue and ability did Zifeng have? They didn't even fight. It could actually awaken a person's martial soul. He was willing to flee. Let go, let go. The Golden Rock was being dragged by young Master Hua. His heart was anxious. He turned around fiercely. Young Master Hua, you're not going to make things clear to me. He's just trying to trick me into coming over to help you. Just bluff. Young Master Hua was stunned. He didn't understand. What was wrong with him? He had just made the connection. Upon becoming Adept Bailey's disciple, he fawned over Golden Rock, the head disciple of the Taoist master. To him, it was like a person who had awakened a martial spirit. How could he be afraid of a junior who had just broken through to the martial disciple realm? How could young Master Hua know? The Golden Rock and Chu Hongbao had once intercepted and killed Zifeng along the way. Instead, he was tormented to his heart's content. The soul was damaged. Planted a deep-seated fear. He would never be able to get rid of it. This matter. It even caused him to lose sleep for a long time. Thus, the Golden Rock saw Zifeng with its own eyes. It was like seeing a god of pests. He really wished that he could take a detour and leave immediately. Not to mention having another fight with him. Finally, he shook off young Master Hua. Follow the same path. He quickly fled. The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a faint smile. He placed his large hand on young Master Hua's shoulder. Young Master Hua, did you just invite senior brother Golden Rock alone? Young Master Hua's face was ashen. From your tone, it seemed that he had indeed invited a person. Since you are free, then come with me to the grove. Let's calculate this properly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310. As young Master Hua was being dragged away, many people could only look on helplessly. However, no one moved. Because every single one of them was doing something. Then, he would be fiercely glared at by Zifeng. What kind of eyes were those? It was just a slight match. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. No, stop fighting. Not long after. From the grove, there was a scream that was more painful than a pig's death. After a while, it was more painful than before. Oh my god, Zifeng, he. Everyone looked at each other. They all swallowed their saliva. A moment later, Leaftip pulled up her sleeves. Yizichen patted off the dirt and dust on his hands. He walked out of the forest. At the location of the two fists, faintly, mottled bloodstains could be seen. Zifeng. Could it be? Just give young Master Hua. Rest assured, he's still alive. Yifeng's reply was simple and concise. He's still alive. It was such a simple reply. However, this caused everyone to feel even more astonished. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be Zifeng? Originally, they had wanted to beat him to death. Everyone thought so. In their hearts. He couldn't help but sink his head at the same time. Go. Hurry up and go. This scourge. We cannot afford to offend him. That's right. Let's be smart. Hurry up and disperse. Some of the people who had just been mocking Yifeng earlier. At this moment, how could he dare to say that Yi Xiu was wrong? They all dispersed. They were afraid that he would set his eyes on them. Who would be willing to go to the next young master Hua? That would be courting death. Even the golden rock from before. He had also escaped without even meeting face to face. This way. The crowd gradually thinned. On a starry night. Finally, there was what the stars should have been like. The surrounding environment. It was beginning to quiet down. Qin Xian smiled sweetly. He caught up to Yifeng. What, table of contents, your martial soul cannot awaken? His mood became somewhat dejected. Therefore, you should be the one to take it out on young Master Hua. Yifeng smiled. He turned his head and glanced at her. Look at you. He seems to be very happy to see this happen. Qin Xian raised her nose. He harumphed, don't blame me for gloating. I look like this. It's also because you caused me to awaken that cleansing path. For the rest of my life. We have to go all the way to the end on this side of the road. You said. Should I gloat? Yifeng was slightly surprised. For the woman who spoke so frankly. He felt somewhat helpless. Qin Xian laughed lightly, actually. I'm just joking with you. I'm here to ask you on behalf of Shixiang Starlight. Tonight. Is there any place to go? Subs.I.Toot senior brother Hui. Yifeng turned around. A helpless expression appeared on Starlight's face. A look that only a man would understand. He already understood in his heart. How could Qin Xian be asking for senior Xinghui? It was obviously him who wanted to ask. Yifeng shook his head and laughed. About this, there is nowhere to go. Since he didn't have a master. There was no special place to rest. Originally. If Qin Xian had not mentioned it, he intended to go to the place where the outer sect disciples were. Spend some gold to make it a night. Hearing this, Qin Xian's expression turned into joy. However, in an instant, his expression returned to normal. It's a pity there's no place to live. Then if you don't mind, come to our martial spirit palace. At that time, he could find a random place. For example, Senior Xinghui. Just squeeze. Starlight pointed at himself helplessly. Qin Xian gazed deeply at Yifeng. There was a trace of antic.I.P.ation in her beautiful eyes. How is it? Yifeng. As these words came out, the seniors and juniors by Qin Xian's side could not hold it in any longer. What? Junior sister Qin Xian. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Did he treat our martial spirit palace as a guest room? Can you just casually let someone stay here? That's right. Master also hates Yifeng so much. Even a fool could see that. You look like this. Isn't it because I angered Master? Qin Xian refused to budge. He did not give up. You can't see it. Senior Xinghui and I were still able to see through it. Yifeng should be on good terms with Master. Elder Zhao was still in the procedural hall. He decided to work with other people to develop Liu Bingqian and Yi Xue. Otherwise, if he heard Qin Xian's words, in a fit of rage, she might even directly expel Qin Xian from the sect. She then turned to Leaf Peak. And Master had always been adept at martial spirits. Since your awakening has failed, he could have come to find out the reason for his defeat. There were many ancient books on martial souls that were open to the public. I can let you go through it. Oh. A book about martial spirits. A ray of light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. What truly attracted Yifeng's attention was, it was still Qi Xian's last sentence. After all, ghastly shadow was the most mysterious aspect of a humanoid martial spirit. There were still a lot of places. Something worth digging for himself. All right. Qi Xian. I decided. I'll come over to your place tonight. Seriously. Qi Xian's face lit up. Yifeng smiled, of course. Zifeng spoke. He's never a liar. He paused for a moment. He continued, but may I ask? On your side. Is there anything alone? A room for one person. You want a separate room. Why? You wouldn't want to squeeze in with Senior Xinghui. So I'll come and find you. It is more convenient. Starlight couldn't help but say, Qi Xian. Don't go too far. The Martial Spirit Palace had the rules of the Martial Spirit Palace. It was fine to let an exchange disciple stay in the guest room. Live with me. That would be a violation of the rules. Qi Xian stuck out her tongue. That was why he stopped joking around. All right. Table of contents, then, he didn't say anything further. Senior Martial Brother truly liked him. Of course, there was a single person's room. You'll have to follow them all the way. Come with me. Qi Xian had been tricked by Yiwen before. However, the Tao of purification that she had comprehended. And this clear wind martial spirit. No matter what. From a level point of view, it was still quite high. Thus, even if it was to repay a debt of gratitude, she also wanted to be in certain places. It could help Yi Zichen. However, her mouth refused to admit it. After Qi Xian had settled the scores and convinced all her fellow disciples, she then brought Yifeng along with her. They walked towards a remote guest room. Open the door. Light a candle. Can be found. This room was a little small. But inside, the sparrow was small. Everything is ready. Not bad, in the living room of the Celestial Gate. In the end, this is still more imposing than the martial house. Yifeng said with a smile. Of course. After all, this is Heavenly Tao City. He is without a doubt the number one sect. Qi Xian giggled. He continued, speaking of which, table of contents, it was already so late. Do you still want to study martial spirits books? Otherwise, let's wait until tomorrow. Qi Xian understood. She and Yifeng had been tired for 2 days. It didn't matter whether he had awakened a martial spirit or not. His body was reaching its limit. No, when he woke up tomorrow morning. If Elder Zhao picked him up and chased him out, it wasn't impossible. I will naturally take advantage of today to watch a little more. This. Qi Xian looked worriedly at Yifeng. He then shook his head. He murmured, forget it. I'm not like Liu Bingqian and the rest. What is there to worry about? She smiled in relief. He rubbed the SPACE jade pendant with his spiritual qi. He took out several books on martial spirits. Here. Table of contents, these few books were all related to martial spirits. I've already put it on your table. As she spoke, he stood up. He seemed to be about to leave. Yifeng was slightly surprised. Wait. Qi Xian, are there only these few ancient scrolls? What, that's all you've got for one night? You want to see some? This time, it was Qi Xian's turn to be surprised. Generally speaking, even if he failed to awaken his martial spirit, just read a few books to comfort your mind. How could she be like Yifeng? He was going to go through the night to regain his knowledge. Give me a few more books. All right. Qi Xian was stubborn. He could only agree. Ugh, is there anything else? Qi Xian was startled. It can't be. It's not enough yet. Forget it. How about this? Qi Xian. Why don't you leave behind all of your martial soul manuals? I looked at it. I will naturally return it to you. You? Do you really not want to sleep anymore? Qi Xian's eyes widened. Yi Zichen looked at him in shock. Let's just treat it as this. Qi Xian was astonished. Yi Zichen shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what kind of medicine the other party had taken wrong. All right. I will leave you all of the martial spirits manuals. However, Yifeng, don't be too reluctant. It doesn't matter. Try to work hard for a year. In the coming year, there's still a high chance of awakening a martial soul. Qi Xian comforted her. All right. I got it. Qi Xian. You put down the book. Let's go and rest early. The tip of the leaf smiled back. Yes. Then I'll go. You should rest earlier. Qi Xian described the origins, cla.s.sification, history, and uses of martial souls in a large stack of ancient scrolls. He placed them all on the table. And then she gently stepped forward. When he reached the entrance, Yi Zichen looked back. Yifeng had already opened the first book. He started flipping through the books in 10 lines. His expression was especially serious. From the looks of it, he seemed to have quickly entered the state of reading. Qi Xian ignored him. Yi Zichen sighed. He felt a slight sense of loss. However, she could not bear to disturb him any longer. After all, the matter of him failing to awaken his martial spirit had fallen on his head. It would definitely cause her to feel even more depressed and frustrated. The next moment, she opened the door. Get ready to go out. Right. Qi Xian. Hearing this, Qi Xian froze. And then he replied, Why? What else is there? Today. Thank you, You? Qi Xian's eyes lit up. A bright smile appeared on his face. In the dead of night, a candle is burning. One person. At a table. A cup of tea. A martial spirit book. Yifeng stared at the martial spirit book. In his hand, one book after another. He kept flipping through it. There was no pause. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, his gaze suddenly fell onto a page of a martial soul manual. He seemed to have found something. His eyes suddenly lit up. That's great, I've finally found it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Human Form Martial Spirit. On this continent, there are indeed records. On Yifeng's face, he revealed a knowing smile. Although in the martial spirit book, there were very few records of a human-shaped martial spirit. It was almost a simple stroke. However, being spot on r.s.e does not mean it does not exist. After flipping through it for a while, Yifeng's expression, it started to become more and more exciting. Ghastly shadow. I will let you come out here to get some fresh air. Then he smiled. As the sound of his voice faded, he gradually relaxed his control over ghastly shadow. A wisp of soul consciousness slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Spiritual chi quickly gathered in the center of his palm. A soft and smooth jade-like hand gradually took shape. It was incomparably white. It was as gentle as jade. One couldn't help but want to grab hold of him. However, suddenly. Metamorphosis. This jade hand had just been completely formed. Qi Zimo directly attacked Zifeng's face. He grabbed him by the neck. It faced towards the ground. He poured it all in. There was a loud noise. The ground cracked. A small hole had been made in the middle of the hole. Luckily, Zifeng was already prepared. Furthermore, after he had reached the martial disciple realm, his physical body was much more powerful than usual. He didn't know how much stronger he had become. Therefore, this smash, it only caused him to feel slightly numb. It did not cause any injuries. What? I've been locked up for too long. I'm angry. The tip of the leaf lay flat on the ground. His expression didn't change at all. Qi Zimo looked at the peerless beauty with a smile. Her jade-like skin was revealed. Exquisite facial features. A pair of cold eyes. The cold light shot out in all directions. She was wearing an old-fashioned flowing cloud dress. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. His hair was tied up in a bun. She did not answer. He just continued to hold onto his throat. He continued to increase the strength in his hands. If I die, you will disappear, too. This matter. You should understand this very well. In Zifeng's eyes, a cold light suddenly flashed past. Brat Guiying was startled upon hearing this. Zifeng's words had undoubtedly hit her sore spot. However, although her pretty face was filled with bravery, the strength in his hands had already started to relax. Zifeng's expression gradually turned cold. Let's continue. You want to try the martial spirit technique from before. For the fully awakened you, there is also the effect of not having any constraints. He was under pressure to speak. He kept suppressing Spirit Shadow's confidence. She sighed heavily. He finally let go of her hand. He wanted to resist. He would definitely have to have the chance to resist and win. As for Zifeng, apparently, he did not intend to give her any hope. And then, he smiled. Just as he was about to stand up. Who allowed you to get up? A fierce light suddenly flashed through Spirit Shadow's beautiful eyes. He once again grabbed Zifeng's throat. Even his nails were embedded into Zifeng's neck. It caused him to ooze out a bit of fresh blood. She was unwilling. Brat, don't be too proud. Now that I'm used to this body, and got a complete awakening. In the future, don't even think about ordering me around again. Otherwise, even if I die with you, I will definitely not be humiliated by you again. Spook had her pride. If it wasn't for Zifeng, no matter how one put it, he was also one of those people who was able to steadily suppress the others. Naturally, she was not willing to give up after being fully awake. He still listened to Zifeng's orders. Zifeng smiled. The light in his eyes suddenly froze. He spat out 2 words. The saint level. Guiying was startled upon hearing this. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. It was as if he had turned into a rock. Immobile. If I'm not wrong. Zifeng noticed her reaction. His eyes lit up. He paused for a moment. He continued, you should. They must be from the saint level. This. Spirit Shadow was silent for a moment. Her voice trembled slightly. You? Little devil. How do you know the word saint? You want me to speak? Let go of me first. You're stuck in my throat. Spirit Shadow was stunned. In an instant. He didn't know if he should let go of her. If you don't take back your hand, then I'll do it myself. Qi Zimo laughed. As he spoke. While doing so, he stretched out his right hand, holding Spirit Shadow's delicate, boneless jade hand. He let go of his throat. And then he slowly stood up. Spook stared at him. His eyes shone with a cold light. That's enough. Little devil. You can say it now. Actually, I don't need to say it. Yi Ci pointed at the martial spirit book with a smile. You just need to read it. What? Gui Ying's beautiful eyes revealed an expression of surprise. She raised her head and glanced at Zifeng. Although he felt it was strange, he still found it strange. Still, he quickly walked to the side of the desk. Qi Zimo stared straight at the ancient book. Yifeng's expression became serious. Qi Zimo walked over and pointed at a part of the ancient book. He indifferently said, "Take a look at this page of the martial spirit summary." The word human-shaped martial spirit appeared. They say that this is a type of origin martial spirit. He paused for a moment. He continued, there's also that book, Origin equals of equals martial equals arts equals. The history of martial spirit awakening is narrated. It explains some of the origin martial spirits. Actually, they come from different star fields. It can't be. You, Spirit Shadow was stunned. You believe the theory in this book? On this martial spirit continent. Most people believed that. Martial spirit continent was the entirety of the world. Very few people would imagine that. There were other starfields outside the continent. Absolutely. Yifeng had no choice but to believe it. Because he wasn't someone from the martial spirit continent to begin with. If not, how could he come from the Black Tortoise continent? Arriving at the martial spirit continent. Spirit Shadow was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He realized something. Brat, even so. The two words saint. Just how did you guess that? Actually, it is not entirely based on speculation. Yifeng shook his head. There was a slight pause. 7 books were arranged on the table. Look. He casually picked up the first book, these 7 books. The rings were intertwined. He didn't say from the beginning that the human-shaped martial spirit came from a Saint Realm expert. However, in each book are more or less recursive, under layer after layer of propulsion. To be able to come to this conclusion, it is not too difficult. Spirit Shadow was somewhat stunned when he heard this. In her opinion, this was a principle that could only be comprehended after 7 books had been read. That you have to keep making bold assumptions in order to reach this conclusion. How could it not be difficult? Yifeng coughed. He cleared his throat. Do you want to hear the whole story? First book. There was a fragment of the human-shaped martial soul, as well as a second book. It's about the steps to awaken the martial spirit, and the third book. Stop. It's enough. Guiying frowned. He sighed. I finally understand. Yifeng smiled. In that case, are you admitting it? He came from the saint level. Guiying's expression changed slightly. And then he sighed. It's not a difficult thing to say anyway. He just felt that. You're not qualified for me to tell you the truth. Then now, Yifeng smiled faintly. His eyes flashed. Since you can guess that I have a martial spirit from the Saint Realm, it has already proven your strength. I have nothing else to hide. Spirit Shadow continued coldly, but Little devil. Don't think you can be close to me just by guessing my background. I still say the same thing. Don't think you can humiliate me in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely perish together with you. Yifeng smiled calmly. You just said that we would perish together. From the sound of it, you're a woman. It really is not beautiful. Beautiful. What is the use of beauty? Guiying revealed a gentle smile. I came to this martial spirit continent from the Sate realm. He had been imprisoned for too long. As long as someone can give me freedom. Even if he ruined his appearance. So what? Since you have that much awareness, I can help you. Yifeng gazed at her. He smiled faintly. Guiying's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at him, stunned. Do you know what you're saying? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. You are willing to let me take over your body? Yifeng shook his head firmly. Of course not. Then what are you still talking about? Spirit Shadow rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Let me look through these martial spirit books. Even the news that you are a Saint Realm expert was released. Do you think? The possibility of letting you go free. Will it really not exist? Guiying's pretty face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Is that true? Then what was he going to do, to get me back to freedom? I don't need to rely on others anymore. Yifeng saw her disbelieving expression. He took a few steps forward with a smile. He held up one end of the martial spirit book. This book is... Guiying's heart went cold. He hurriedly stepped forward. He wanted to seize the martial spirit book in his hands. Zichen saw that at the tip of his fingers, there was a hint of a smile. A streak of blood-red flame suddenly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye. Then, he completely ignited this martial spirit book. No! Spirit Shadow couldn't help but shout out. A blazing flame. It brought up pieces of ashes. He had also burned all the hope in Spirit Shadow's heart. Yifeng. Ubastard. Spirit Shadow was extremely depressed in his heart. It was almost impossible to make any more. She glared fiercely at Yifeng, clenching her fists tightly. It was as if he could make a move at any time. Yifeng smiled. Don't look at me like that. Also, what I want to tell you is this. Although the martial spirit manual from earlier was gone, however, the method recorded is already in my head. Guiying was slightly stunned. Her clenched fist relaxed a little. She calmed down a little. He said angrily, Yifeng. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? There is no way to set me free in this book. Yet you insist that this is the case. And here I thought I was going to fail. As you yourself said, you have been imprisoned for a long time. He was even willing to lose the beauty that a woman valued the most. He also wanted to emphasize the possibility of freedom. Thus, some calculations. You will do so voluntarily. Yuan smiled and stared at Guiying. That's why He wanted to use this as a bargaining chip. To make an ultimate blood contract with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312. Ultimate Blood Contract. Guiying was startled upon hearing this. And then he laughed. He actually wanted to form a blood contract with his martial soul. This argument is rather interesting. Yifeng smiled calmly. Ordinary people do not have a human-shaped martial spirit. Naturally, he couldn't form a blood contract with his martial spirit. However, I have this condition. Then there is no reason for me to let it go. Ha ha ha, alright. Gui Ying smiled sweetly. The expression on her pretty face gradually turned cold. He continued, then. What is the content of the blood contract? Tell me about it. Zifeng's suggestion. It had even piqued her interest. Very simple. I can help you regain your freedom. And you. Until I reached the realm of fighter. You must do your best to help me. Do as I say. You mustn't betray me. Before the martial realm, Gui Ying was slightly stunned. He didn't think that Yi Zichen would. He had actually brought the matter of him regaining his freedom back. It was so easy to see. From your tone. I think I can wait until you break through to the next great fighter realm. And it's going to be able to get out of your bindings. Zifeng laughed lightly, that's right. Spirit Shadow sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Chen Changsheng in confusion. Where did you get that confidence from? Could it be? Your basis, is it because of those books on martial spirits? Actually. To Zifeng, a martial soul manual was very important. It could only be considered a reference. He was confident. It came from his previous life. He had a deep understanding of martial spirits. Thus, on the surface, he had borrowed quite a few martial spirit books to learn. Actually. In other words, it was to compare the difference between martial spirit continent and black tortoise continent. This was why he was able to flip through the books so quickly. Zifeng laughed slightly, ghastly shadow. You don't have to care where my confidence comes from. I believe you should know about this as well. If I can't fulfill the terms of the blood contract, he would be severely punished by the contract. I am such a cautious person. Look. Would I joke around with my life? Gui Ying saw the sincerity in his words. In his heart, he could not help but believe it a little more. This? Gui Ying pondered. He then asked, seriously? Zifeng nodded, I am not lying. If she could really do as Zifeng said, it could recover one's freedom in the realm of martial arts. Naturally, she was willing to help Yi Zichen out. After all, so much time had already passed. Said. Even if it was just for a little longer. So what? All right. You, Zifeng, actually dared to sign this contract. Why would I not dare? In any case, with your apartment I tud. From a martial disciple to a martial disciple. There is always hope. Gui Ying pondered for a moment. In the end, he nodded his head and agreed. Zifeng started from the point where he saw a useless level 2 Qi condensation student. He had perfectly broken through the martial disciple realm all the way. He had fully awakened his martial spirit. All of this ghastly shadow had been seen for himself. Feels good. Zifeng laughed loudly, in that case. He then took out a blood pact from his interspatial ring. He lightly pinched the tip of his finger. A drop of blood fell onto the contract paper. His movements were extremely familiar. Then let's begin. Let's sign an official blood contract. Gui Ying was slightly stunned. A few drops of blood also oozed out from the finger. It fell onto the blood pact. The two wrote down their agreement. Gui Ying immediately laughed. It's been so long. I've been watching him sign the blood contract with you. Unexpectedly, this time. To think that it would be signed by you and me. Then you should know. The contract I signed. In the end, I am still confident. The corner of Zifeng's mouth raised into a faint smile. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Gui Ying took a deep look at Yi Zichen. In her heart, she knew very well what was going on. The other party was definitely not lying. All right. The contract has been completed. A moment later, Leaves let out a sigh of relief. Actually, he could use a martial spirit technique to force Spook to obey his orders. However, it was not sweet at all. Secondly, the other side might be like today, to give birth to the mentality of breaking a pot. So sometimes, you can't blame the person closest to you for betraying you, because you gave people a reason to betray you, and chips above the value of betrayal. Or maybe it was just pushing the opponent too hard. Now that the contract had been made, Spirit Shadow was also looking forward to Yifeng breaking through to the martial disciple realm. When he was absorbing spiritual energy from the pills, he would also be able to restrain himself a little. Brat, why are you staring at me like that? Guiying snappily looked at Yifeng. He looked at Spirit Shadow for a long time. In Yifeng's heart, he felt a wave of disappointment. After all, he had spent so much effort to nurture Ghastly Shadow. Apart from the fact that he was relatively pleasing to the eyes and possessed a certain level of strength, there was almost no other use for it. Ghastly Shadow, try condensing the previous spiritual Qi monster for me. Yifeng suddenly said out of the blue. Spirit Shadow shook his head. Snorting, he said, Don't. Why don't you let me try? I want to listen to you. However, Suddenly, her mind felt as if it had been struck by a gigantic bell. It was extremely painful. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. Yifeng laughed, just based on the blood contract that you and I have just signed. What you have to say to me, I will listen to whatever you say. What? You? Guiying was stunned upon hearing this. He finally understood what was going on. Just a moment ago, she had been extremely excited. Within the blood pact that he had made with Yifeng, there was indeed such a rule. Brat, so you were trying to trick me? Spirit Shadow cried out. Her beautiful face turned pale. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit from the contract's rules. Yifeng smiled, things have already come to this. And then I want to change it. It was all in vain. Therefore, you have the time to think about these things. It would be better to do as I say. Immediately. He paused for a moment. He continued, think of it as, I've already prepared the contents of the blood contract. You, Spirit Shadow, gazed deeply at the tip of the leaf. And then he sighed. Only then did he calm his mind. It was obvious that he was resigned to his fate. It wasn't that she didn't think about fighting to the death with Yifeng. However, the other party had given her the greatest hope. She was unable to refuse. The spiritual energy around Spirit Shadow's body gradually dispersed. Streams of mist rose into the air. The malevolent spirit beast that had revealed its bloody mouth began to appear once more. It's good to be able to maintain this form. At least, my original fighting strength can still be guaranteed. It could be stored in Yifeng's mind. Being able to turn into a young girl. Being able to transform into a spirit energy monster. These 3 points. Only Yifeng was not satisfied. Someone else. It was a blessing that he would never be able to get his hands on for half his life. Yifeng smiled and nodded. And then he said, it's just that. Ghastly Shadow. The power of your white bone giant. Is there really no way to recover it? The monster was hovering in the air. The sound was melodious. If you wish to form the giant white bone hand in a short period of time, for the time being, he had no other choice. However what? Hearing that, Yifeng seemed to have changed his mind. His eyes lit up. He could not help but ask. But to be honest, the nature of the bone hand. It was actually formed by the accumulation of spiritual energy. If he could obtain a large amount of high-grade medicinal pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he would be able to do so. It is not impossible to create the conditions. I'll use it once more. Spook hovered in the air. He replied plainly. Oh. Yifeng smiled, so there is a lot of elixir qi. It can even awaken the skeletal hand. What's wrong? Table of contents, do you have any plans? Gue Ing was slightly stunned. That's right. I had already decided. After the martial soul awakened, the storm would begin. He would go up to Herb Mountain and pay a visit to Fairy Feng. Talk to her about old times. To pick some medicinal herbs. Gue Ing snorted. I almost laughed out loud. Yifeng. It can't be. How long have you known him? It's already your fortune that she doesn't want to blast you out. You actually had the nerve to talk to him about old times. It is really fortunate that you were able to say it out loud. Then. After all, she was trying to kick me out of the house. It was better to welcome me as a guest of honor. At that time. You should watch carefully. The next morning. Thousand Herbs Peak. Fairy Feng closed her beautiful eyes. Sit at the summit of the mountain. He carefully felt the incoming wind. Lord Fairy. Lord Fairy. Far away. An incomparably tender voice of a child sounded out. How is it? The information that you're supposed to be searching for. What is the situation now? Due to Master Yang having previously isolated his spiritual will for a period of time. This caused Fairy Feng to lose contact with the Supreme Mystery Heaven Altar. What's the matter? Naturally. She could only find someone to take a look. He then returned to report. Lord Fairy. That Sister Bingqian is really too strong. She had awakened a martial soul in the Tao of alchemy. He even received the appreciation of the high scholar. It was likely that she was still in the great assembly hall of the Supreme Mystery. I will train them individually. Bingqian's potential. I knew it all along. As for her awakening of her Pill Tao martial spirit, the matter of obtaining the appreciation of the High Master. As long as she slightly increased her speed on the path of cultivation, it will not make me feel too weird. Fairy Feng thought for a moment. He casually asked, what about the others? For example, Yifeng. The boy's face froze. Yi Zicheng shook his head. What happened? Say something. Yifeng, the boy bitterly smiled, his martial soul. Awakening failed. What? Fairy Feng's heart went cold. That can't be. With his abilities, he was even able to acquire an innate divine ability. The awakening of a martial spirit has actually failed. Not long after he finished speaking, suddenly, another servant's voice sounded. Lord Fairy. Yifeng asked for an audience. He said he's here to deliver a gift. Gift. Fairy Feng was startled. How long had it been? Why did Yifeng come to his side again? The child was stunned for a moment. Lord Fairy. Can't see him. Or should he say, let me out. They directly chased him away. Fairy Feng thought for a moment. Don't do that. Why did they chase him away? To provoke him. I wonder what kind of outrageous things he will do. She paused for a moment. He continued, how about this? Go and change your clothes. In a moment, he would use the etiquette of treating distinguished guests to pick him up. I'm afraid. His gift was a fake. The true answer is to request for medicinal ingredients. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313. Although Yifeng was only a student. In fact, they were just students from the Thunder Prefecture Martial House. However, in just a short 1 month's time, no matter if it was a good name or a bad one. In short, his reputation had already spread far and wide within the boundaries of the celestial sect of wonders. The news spread like wildfire. The glory of Fairy Feng accepting him as a disciple the last 2 times. It had already been overshadowed by the new incident that Yifeng had created. She heaved a sigh of relief. Back to normal life. However, today, Yifeng used the name of gifting gifts. He once again set foot on the Thousand Herbs Peak. The anger that Fairy Feng had just relaxed. He raised it again. Thousand Herbs Peak. At the entrance of the mountain. Gui Ying laughed. Brat. That's just something I've been thinking about. A situation was considered. Apart from being blown out of here, you're not the only one. It was also possible for him to be kept in the dark. One must know that. You're just a student. He might not even be able to enter the eyes of a Taoist. Yifeng smiled. Yi Zichen shook his head. Don't worry. Perhaps. They were preparing to receive the guest of honor. He was changing his clothes. That's why we were delayed for a while. Spirit Shadow didn't believe it. He was still smiling. You are being stubborn. In my opinion. Even at this time tomorrow. Other people might not be willing to see you. Here. Look. Wasn't there a commotion at the door? Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed at the door not far away. What? Gui Ying, upon hearing this. Yi Zichen raised his head. The smile froze on his face. His expression froze. It can't be, someone has really come. All right. Ghastly Shadow. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and come back. Gui Ying regained his senses. He hastily condensed the spiritual energy into a new form. He flew back into Yifeng's mind. The mountain gate opened. The medicinal fragrance diffused into the air. A beautiful silhouette appeared in Yifeng's line of sight. Fairy Feng has personally come. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zifeng. Yifeng took a few steps forward. He said respectfully. Students going on top of Yao Feng. There had been almost no real person to welcome him. However, Yifeng, this troublesome person. He really was an anomaly. If Fairy Feng didn't come out herself. Take a good look at him. He really didn't know what he would do. Fairy Feng looked him up and down. Seeing how calm and composed he was, a flash of understanding appeared in her eyes. So that's how it is. You are using your innate divine ability. Only now did you know that I would come and pick you up. When Fairy Feng was about to awaken her talent, he had seen the entire stadium. Naturally, they knew of his ability. Yifeng smiled. No comment. Out of the corner of his eyes, he peeked inside the mountain gate. Can you, Fairy Feng frowned. He immediately said, there's no need to go in the door to have a chat. I have a busy business here. There wasn't much time. Since I've heard that you're here to deliver a gift, then you can leave the gift to me now. He placed leaf tip on the Thousand Herbs Peak. It's like putting a mouse in a bag of rice. When the time came, he would go and stop them. Then it would be too late. Muff. Zizi. What were they waiting for? Go to Lord Yi. Bring the gift over. Moth was the woman who had just proposed to take away Yifeng. Originally, she felt that it was a bit inappropriate for the fairy to personally receive Yifeng. Now, she could be considered to have completely understood Fairy Feng's intentions. Yes. Lord Fairy. She even allowed others to feel the fairy's demeanor. He had given Yifeng a certain amount of face. He blocked him from the door. This was killing two birds with one stone. All right. Lord Yi. You also heard what you said just now. He should have already understood what she meant. Take out your present. If not, then please return. Moth's voice was slightly cold. That's right. The gift was put down. If there was nothing else, please leave. Zhizhi, who was standing next to them, also said the same thing. Gifting gifts was an excuse that everyone understood. Since even Fairy Feng didn't mind openly exposing Yiwen's true colors. As a maid, she was even more indifferent. Yi Feng's face was expressionless. He didn't say anything. He retrieved an item from his spatial ring. Zifeng's gift is sincere and sincere. Since the fairy refused me at a distance of 1,000 miles, I'll go find Lord Old Devil then. Goodbye. After finishing his speech, he then placed the gift on the ground. He did not say much. He immediately turned around. They walked back. Seeing that Yi Zichen was so obedient, Fairy Feng didn't even dare to believe her eyes. He walked away so easily. Could it be? He didn't come to ask for medicinal herbs. Fairy Feng's beautiful eyes widened. Yi Zichen looked at Ji Feng's leaving figure in shock. After a long time, he said, Moth? Zizi. What kind of gift did he actually send her? Show me. But, Lord Fairy. Fairy Feng frowned. What's wrong? If I tell you to take it, take it. Cut the crap. Lord Fairy. Why don't you come over and see for yourself? We don't dare. Just a present. Why would I not dare? Fairy Feng's heart filled with an unexplainable anger. He quickly walked to the side of the two maids. In an instant, it was as if lightning had struck her. Motionless, he froze on the spot. Inside was a GLA.S.S container that looked like a shield. Lightning flashed. Now and then there was a hissing sound. The color of the electric light was slightly dim. Now and then, however, there were searing sparks. It was no wonder that these two maids did not dare to touch her. They were afraid that they would accidentally be electrocuted and die. The dark lightning of the heavenly Tao. Fairy Feng's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. He was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Lord Fairy. What is the dark lightning of the heavenly Tao? Moth and Zizi looked at each other. He was shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of doubt. The two of them had never been to the area where the martial spirit awakening storm was. He naturally did not experience the terror of the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao. He would never understand it even more. He who dares to intercept the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao. To what extent did one have the guts to do so? Could it be that when he was purifying the dark thunder, he had also stored a portion of the dark thunder divine incantation with ease? Should I put it in my storage ring? Fairy Feng ignored the maid's question. The glimmer in his eyes froze. He was astonished. He began to think. One must know that. At the time when the dark thunderbolt struck, dark clouds covered the sky. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. Yifeng was about to do something small. Even though this was the sole sense that Fairy Feng and the others had sent out, he couldn't detect anything either. This. Not good. I remember what he said before he left. He's going to look for old fogey Mu Yun. Fairy Feng's heart went cold. After some careful consideration, she instantly reacted. Although she and the old ghost were both concocting pills and medicine, there didn't seem to be any conflict of interest. But it wasn't absolute. This was because of the dark thunder. There's only one chance a year. Regardless of whether it was refining medicinal herbs or not. Furthermore, it was a cleansing pill furnace. They all have great uses. The dark heavenly lightning had been given to old devil Mu Yun. Then Fairy Feng would have nothing left on her side. And who knew? That damned brat, Zifeng. Just how much hidden lightning was stored inside? Fast. Hurry up. All of you, keep your spirits up. Follow me and catch up to Zifeng. Lord Fairy. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. All of them were stunned. However, even if it was them, it could also be seen that Zifeng had given him this gift. It was indeed not simple. Who would fall behind? Tonight's dinner. Don't let me eat it. Everyone. After a moment of silence. On Thousand Herbs Peak. The rainbow clouds flew one after another. From the entrance of the mountain, it extended all the way to the outer regions of the peak. A brilliant splendor. It was incredibly dazzling. It was like a wondrous scene. Zifeng. Table of contents, wait a moment. Fairy Feng's voice rose an octave. He shouted towards Zifeng from afar. However, Zifeng acted as if he didn't hear anything. They continued to walk quickly towards the exit of the Gate of Wonders. This stinking brat, he clearly had a soul talent. His vision and hearing were much sharper than before. Now that things had progressed to this point. How dare you pretend to be deaf? Fairy Feng was soaked in the spirit energy of Herb Mountain all year round. It is very good to be well bred. Yi Zichen touched the tip of Yi Zichen's clothes. Ah! His mentality couldn't help but slowly deteriorate. Then, Lady Fairy. He was such a bastard. Should we chase after him? Moth faltered and said. Her martial arts cultivation was low. He was out of breath. Nonsense. They had chased him all the way here. Could it be that there is still a chance to stop? Fairy Feng snappily glanced at her. After the time it takes to blink an eye. She raised her speed again. All of you better work harder. Hurry up and catch up. Fairy Feng had almost caught up to Zifeng from behind. Suddenly, Zifeng stopped. He turned around slowly. Fairy Feng's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. He hurriedly stopped what he was doing. Because it was too close. She might just run straight into Zifeng's arms. You? What are you suddenly stopping for? She took a few steps back. An obvious panic flashed across her pretty face. This was her future life as an adept. A rare expression. Zifeng looked at her and the group of disciples behind her. He smiled and said, I still want to ask you. Why did you guys suddenly chase after me? Fairy Feng suddenly thought. His expression turned awkward. She paused for a moment. He straightened his face and said, I wanted to ask you something. The dark thunder of the heavenly Tao was stored inside the GLA.S.S cover like before. How much do you have left? I asked you this question as soon as I came up. The G.O. Des didn't think that. Was it a bit inappropriate? After all, this was not Yao Feng. Too many people and too many eyes. Yi Feng said with a smile. Fairy Feng thought this made sense. Then, Lord Yi is saying. I mean. Actually, it's very simple, Yi Feng smiled calmly. His eyes narrowed into a line. He looked towards the Thousand Herbs Peak from afar. His vision was extremely deep and profound. Fairy Feng came to a sudden understanding. He pursed his lips, as if he had made a decision. He finally opened his mouth. May I invite you, Lord Yi? Let's go to Medicine Mountain. And then, she turned around. Yi Zichen looked at the disciple behind him. Everyone looked at each other. As he understood. They all lowered their heads. Yi Zichen cupped his hands towards Yi Feng. Please, Lord Yi. Let's go to Medicine Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314. Thousand Herbs Peak. In a small stone pavilion, located at the boundary between the training grounds of the disciples and the back mountain, the feeling of qi was the most abundant. Come, Lord Yi. Taste the tea that this rain swallow gra.s.s steeps. After all, this was a 10-year spirit herb. It is of great benefit to cultivators. Fairy Feng smiled sweetly. Then, he raised his hand. Yi Zichen glanced at his maid. Moth and Zizi heard this. He had already understood what was going on. They exchanged glances. The two of them divided their duties. A perm cup is preheated. One of them peeled off the outer skin of the spirit gra.s.s. He began to grind it in real time. A moment later, a cup of fragrant spirit tea was served to Yi Feng. Lord Yi, please have some tea. The etiquette that only the distinguished guest could enjoy. Now, the tip of the leaf. He also felt it. If at that time, if he chose to acknowledge Fairy Feng as his master, how could there be such an opportunity for him to sit on equal ground? He was just a follower carrying his master's shoes. He didn't dare to go west. He smiled and raised his head. Fairy Feng. There was no need to be so careful. I, Yi Feng, a COA.R.S.E person. I can't even drink this spiritual tea. You even let this fairy waste such good ingredients for nothing. What are you talking about? Since this was Medicine Peak. What I don't like the most are medicinal herbs. Fairy Feng only spoke half of her sentence. Yi Zichen was stunned. He then lightly covered his own mouth. Although she was a real person. However, he was too drunk to grow medicinal herbs. Less communication with others. In terms of experience, he was still a bit inexperienced. She didn't expect to find such a thing. He had actually followed Yifeng's train of thought. He said something that shouldn't have been said. If he were to say now that he didn't lack medicinal herbs, who knew what kind of price Yifeng would offer later on? Then, I'll have to thank Fairy Feng. How could Yifeng give her the chance to defend herself? He picked up the teacup with a smile. He took a sip. That's right. It really was a precious tea. Thinking of the precious tea ingredients that could be found everywhere on this peak, Hanli felt a chill run down his spine. This caused Zifeng to feel deep envy. I wonder if there's any lightning in the sky. Upon hearing the words Heaven's Path Dark Thunder, Fairy Feng's eyes lit up. Her reason for being so tolerant and polite towards Zifeng was he wanted to obtain the Heaven's Path Dark Lightning. How's the dark lightning of the heavenly Tao? Fairy Feng stared at him without letting go. Yifeng smiled, I don't know about the Dark Thunder. How many days can I exchange for the temporary stay of the Medicine Mountain? What? Fairy Feng was startled. She thought that Qi Zimo was definitely going to ask her for some precious ingredients. Who would have thought that? The other party actually wanted to exchange time to temporarily stay at Yaofeng. No, I don't agree. You can't live on Medicine Peak. Fairy Feng didn't think too much about it. He blurted out. Why not? I am just temporarily staying. Yifeng slightly frowned. Fairy Feng unhappily glared at him. Last time, you also stayed in the back mountain for the time being. Have you forgotten how big of a mess you've created? Joke. Yifeng was allowed to live in the Medicine Peak. This was simply luring a wolf into a room. Right now, the other party's words were even more pleasing to the ears. Who knew what this medicine summit would be like, But the last time. It had already been proven to be a misunderstanding. Fairy Feng. I am so sincere. Could it be? Are you going to refuse me at a distance of 1,000 miles? Yifeng smiled faintly. He still didn't seem to give up. If I can't do it, then I can't. There was no way to discuss this matter. Why don't you change the terms? At most, I'll just add some chips for you. Fairy Feng decisively said. As soon as the words left his mouth. In his heart, he felt that something was wrong. Why hadn't the other party paid any price? He had already been adding chips for him. Ugh, alright then. In that case, I want the medicinal ingredients for the mysterious cultivating spirit pill. Medicinal ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill. In other words, you want to break through to the next level? Exactly. Yifeng did not lie to her at all. Since Fairy Feng had already heard the name of the medicinal plant, he then heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this medicinal herb was not too expensive. You, Yifeng, do not ask as loudly as a lion. Alright, let's talk. How much do you want? Fairy Feng relaxed. He then picked up the brewed teacup of Yuyan. Take a sip. Yifeng smiled. 30. Kft, a loud sound was heard. Fairy Feng almost sprayed all of the Yuyan tea in her mouth onto her own body. The other disciples also listened to Yifeng's words in shock. He was unable to say a single word for a long time. This joke. He had overdone it. And to Fairy Feng, he had lost his composure in such a scene. It was something that hadn't happened in almost a decade. In front of his own disciple. There was no doubt about it. This caused her to feel infuriated in her heart. What did you say? Are you crazy? One person could only absorb 3 similar pills at most. Yet, you now want 30 sets of ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill. Why do you need so many medicinal ingredients? Don't ask me why I want it. I'm going to ask you something. Should I change it or not? You, Fairy Feng paused for a moment. He continued, no. You want too much. It was as if he wanted to sweep up all my stock at once. In any case, I have to prepare some myself. Leaftip stared at her for a long moment. Then, he pointed at the empty land in the distance. In my opinion, based on the size of that piece of land, there should be more than 30 sets of medicinal ingredients. Therefore, I just mentioned 30 sets of herbs. Not 37 sets. So you gave me 30 sets. How many more can you possibly have? 37 sets of ingredients. Fairy Feng was surprised. She turned to look at the moth. Because As for the number of medicinal ingredients on this peak, she had no idea. He had always maintained the habit of recording things. A moment later. Table of contents, he unwillingly nodded his head, Sir Fairy. He was right. On the other side, the medicinal ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill. There are indeed 37 of them. It seemed like. It's all because of your innate divine ability again. Fairy Feng looked meaningfully at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and said, "Don't worry about these details." Since the fairy's maidservant had already found out, then it would be more convenient to talk. For these 30 sets of medicinal ingredients, Zifeng was willing to offer more dark thunder of the heavenly Tao. Assist Lady Fairy in refining the medicinal ingredients. His words were very tactful. Sounds like. It was as if they were looking at Fairy Feng from her point of view. Always making a point of departure for the other party's benefit. Yifeng, you really are, at the time of the martial spirit awakening storm. I've already thought of the usage of the heavenly lightning tribulations. Fairy Feng couldn't help but praise him. One must know that. Back then, when he was purifying the dark thunder, the whole process was extremely dangerous. Under these circumstances, the other party was still able to seize the dark heavenly thunder slash. It was truly unexpected. All right. Tell me about it. I offer you more dark thunder of the heavenly Tao. Just how much is it? Fairy Feng looked at him deeply. Yifeng smiled calmly. He wiped the SPACE ring on his finger. Accept the first gift. After giving it to Fairy Feng, the second was the heavenly lightning conjuration, which was sealed by a GLA.S.S cover. It immediately appeared in front of everyone. And then, it was the third GLA.S.S cover. A fourth GLA.S.S cover appeared. He actually still has more. Until Yifeng took out the fifth GLA.S.S cover. Only then did this movement come to a stop. Oh my God. How could you have so many containers of dark lightning? Fairy Feng was surprised. His face lit up. After all, he used the dark heavenly lightning from the 5 GLA.S.S covers to exchange for 30 ingredients for the spirit nurturing pills. It was quite a good deal. With this, he would be able to. It could greatly improve the quality of some precious medicinal herbs. As for the rest of the group, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. She was stunned speechless. Fairy Feng laughed and nodded, all right. Table of contents, you want to use 5 of the Dark Thunder's GLA.S.S containers. In exchange for 30 elixir ingredients. I can promise you that. Yifeng blocked her figure that was walking over. He smiled and shook his head, take your time. Yifeng. What else do you want? Fairy Feng unhappily rolled her eyes at him. Zifeng separated 2 of the GLA.S.S covers. Zichen smiled. Don't misunderstand, the 5 heavenly thunder containers. 2 of them can be given to you. The other 2. I intend to use this as a bargaining chip. To ask you something. As a bargaining chip. To ask things. Fairy Feng's heart went cold. Just what was so important? Yifeng actually allowed Yi Zichen to be willing to use 2 containers of the dark heavenly lightning to exchange for it. I'm afraid it won't be easy. It's about the 9 abyss. Yifeng stared at Fairy Feng. Yi Zichen looked at the disciples on the left and right of her. Then he looked back at her. He gave her a meaningful glance. 9 abyss. As Fairy Feng heard this, her expression changed. His expression suddenly changed. This place is Yao Feng. I don't know anything about the 9 abyss. Really? Fairy Feng. But? Yifeng smiled. He continued. I think. The herbs on this 1,000 herbs peak. It did not seem to be produced by the celestial sect of wonders. I also think. It was one of the fairy's real friends. For you to bring back from the 9 abyss to cultivate. Fairy Feng's beautiful eyes flashed with a complex light. Xiao Yan mused for a moment. He turned around. He opened his mouth and chased away all the disciples. All right. All of you can leave now. This is none of your business. Some disciples. On the other hand, he did not understand the situation. Lord Fairy. We. After all. Not everyone had ever been to the martial spirit awakening storm site. Naturally, he didn't know about the matter of the 9 abyss demon spirit beast. All right. Let's go. They should have heard the fairy's words by now. Moth greeted him as well. Moth. You should also go down with them. Fairy Feng sternly looked at her. I will also go down. Moth and Fairy Feng had been together for a long time. It was rare for her to be this serious. That's right. You too. Some things. I can only talk to him alone. Alright then, even though Moth had 1,000 doubts in his mind. But Fairy Feng's words. It was a command. She had no choice but to obey. Everyone retreated. Inside the small pavilion. Now, only Yifeng and Fairy Feng were left. Yifeng. I've underestimated you. It seemed like your gift is a fake. Medication was also a pretense. Asking about the 9 abyss. That should be your true purpose. Fairy Feng frowned as she said this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315. Fairy Lady has misunderstood. The gift from Zifeng was real. It was also true that he needed medicine. He was asking about the information of the 9 abyss, of course. It's just that it's true. Yifeng smiled. True. What you're saying is quite interesting. Is he trying to fool me? Within Fairy Feng's eyes, there was a flash of coldness. As the sound of his voice faded, a powerful cyclone exploded around her. An overwhelming pressure pressed down towards Yifeng. Do you think I would persuade the maids and disciples to leave? Is it to have a good talk with you? With just you. He should be qualified to negotiate with an adept. Her figure was like lightning, shooting towards Yifeng's location. Her delicate hand swung out a little green light. It pierced straight towards Yifeng's throat. Yifeng stood on the spot. He coldly observed her actions. The jade green light lit up in Yifeng's throat. A drop of blood dripped from his neck. However, Zifeng did not move. Emerald Ray Force Field. He quickly stopped. You? Don't tell me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Fairy Feng was startled. She saw that his expression didn't change at all. He couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. Yifeng smiled. He raised his hand. The dagger that was placed in his throat. It was gently pushed aside. Since Zifeng dares to ascend this 1,000 herbs peak by himself, naturally, he had prepared himself mentally. Than I had expected. What the fairy did now. It is already very gentle. Fairy Feng was surprised. Zichen looked at Yifeng in shock. You don't know your place. They don't even place him in their eyes. Yifeng smiled, of course not. However, Zifeng knew. Between the real people. The difference was huge. Fairy Feng was different from the others. He knew how to listen to the thoughts of his students. And he knew better. The benefits of the heavenly god dark lightning for medicinal ingredients. A compliment. In Fairy Feng's heart. It eased her anger a little. As for the words heavenly thunder, involving benefits, it calmed her down again. The dark thunder of the heavenly Tao was of little use to the other Taoist masters. To her, however, it had a very deep effect. Fairy Feng looked at this young man in front of her with a thoughtful expression. His expression was incredibly complicated. He slowly withdrew the weapon in his hand. However, the pressure was still there. The wrath of a spiritual master. Zifeng could not afford it. In case of any offense, please forgive me. Yifeng smiled. Following the other party's might and pressure. Sit down again. But the problem is, you are already enduring it. Fairy Feng saw his calm expression. An angry expression involuntarily flashed across her pretty face. If Yifeng was afraid of the real person, then he wouldn't have rejected Fairy Feng's offer to take him in as a disciple back then. He wouldn't defy Elder Zhao's wishes either. Furthermore, he wouldn't go and provoke her, Fairy Feng, to her face-to-face. Yifeng laughed. All right. Let's get back to business. Some information from the Nine Abyss. I hope Fairy Feng can tell me. Information, however. About the matter of the Nine Abyss. I don't know much either. Fairy Feng said with a heavy tone. Yifeng laughed softly. How about this? So, let me ask you 3 questions. After asking all the questions, I will pious.s these 5 dark thunder of the heavenly Tao to you. As for the gods, just give me 30 sets of ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Fairy Feng's mind. If not, then I will not disturb the fairy. He's gone to find Lord Muyun. Fairy Feng almost blurted out, please don't. I promise you. As soon as the words left his mouth, she was already regretting her decision. Why didn't Zifeng give him a chance to react at all? He immediately continued. Feels good. Yiwen laughed. In her starry eyes, a bright light flashed. Then the first question is. This was the hunt for pets in the Nine Abyss. How should we partake? I.P.8. Fairy Feng was surprised. The expression on her pretty face suddenly changed. Didn't you hear what Master Yang said? Were all martial disciples required to attend the convention? Don't tell me that there is some doubt. That's just. It was only the official caliber. I had observed the expressions of Master Yang and the other real people. That shouldn't be the case. And it was a hunting convention. However, all of the celestial sect of Wonder's martial disciples were allowed to partake. I.P.8. Was this to send most of the people to their deaths? I think. This saying. It is most likely just a pretense. A pretense. Then what do you think is your goal? Fairy Feng looked at him with interest. The tip of the leaf paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, the purpose is to get from the beginning. Those who see the bounty convention as child's play. Eliminate them all. If I'm not wrong, it was a real hunting convention. They might even be preparing for the final battle. The next day is about to begin. When he said the last sentence, his eyes suddenly shot out a beam of divine light. Fairy Feng looked at him, stunned. It was just as Yifeng had said. Forcefully forcing all of the celestial sect of Wonder's martial disciples to partake. I.P.8. A man who believes in nothing at all. From the very beginning. You don't have the right to partake. I.P.8. Even this martial spirit awakening storm. The purpose was also to select some outstanding people. Partake. I.P. Aiding in the hunting pet meat. Let the strong grow stronger, so that we can select the best people to do it with. Become the pillar of the celestial sect of wonders in the future. Because the resource is limited. Trust and wait for the sun to shine. Who doesn't work from their point of view? Not qualified to succeed. Fairy Feng returned to her senses. She looked at him with slight approval. Yi Feng. He had no choice but to admit it. Your eyes are very sharp. Not bad. The teacher's words were indeed a pretense. Hunting compet. I.Tian. A week later. Anyone who could not find out about this. Therefore, he didn't have the qualifications to partake. I.P.8. They are all considered eliminated. Yi Feng smiled. Yi Zichen nodded. Fairy Feng smiled and shook her head. It's a pity. The people who were partake. I.P. aiding in the hunt for pets. Apart from the people recommended by the real person. Only martial disciples who had awakened martial spirits could do so. Therefore, you're actually. We no longer have the qualifications to partake. I.P.8. Yi Feng was slightly shocked. In an instant, his face returned to normal. So that's how it is. Luckily, he had asked Fairy Feng. Otherwise, even if he was eliminated secretly, I'm still in the dark. Then I began to ask. The second question concerns the 9 abyss. Wait, don't you understand what I'm saying? I mean, you are no longer qualified to compete. Why did you ask the question behind it? Fairy Feng looked at Yi Feng with a strange expression. A trace of impatience appeared in her beautiful eyes. Since there is such a thing as being recommended by the adept, then the compet. I.Tian will be alright. Yi Feng smiled. What? Fairy Feng's face revealed a trace of contempt. Your words are quite simple. You didn't even acknowledge a single master. Which true disciple would let his disciple go without a care? On the contrary, I'll recommend it to you. There's no need for Fairy Lin to worry. Second question. It was about the 9 abyss. It should be somewhere. Fairy Feng snappily looked at him. About that, although not many people knew about it. However, this was not a secret. It was not far from Heavenly Lost City. It was about 20 miles from the East Gate. There was a mountain range of 9 mountains. The deep abyss is in this place. She paused for a moment. He looked at Yi Feng with a profound look, however. Why do you ask this? Could it be you still want to leave the city? Would you like to check out the situation over there? I advise you to give up this idea. An outsider like you from Liuzhou. Once they left the city in private, the guard won't let you in again. Thank you for your kind reminder, Fairy. Zifeng will remember this in his heart. Yi Feng thought for a while. He smiled again. You, Fairy Feng curled her lips. Then he frowned. All right. Quickly finish your third question. He then took out the 5 dark thunder of the heavenly Tao's containers. Give me all of them. Yi Feng didn't drag it out either. He immediately smiled and said, Third question. What I want to ask is, what is the reward for this session of the Demon Pet Gathering? You actually have the heart to ask about the reward. Fairy Feng was incomparably shocked. She had thought that Yi Feng would ask her about the demon beasts in the abyss. Or maybe there was a hidden danger within the abyss. Who would have thought that? He was indifferent to the safety of his life. Instead, it was to think. What was the final reward? Are you that confident? He will definitely return alive. Yifeng smiled. No comment. May I ask for Fairy Lin's explanation? All right. I'll tell you anyway. You won't get it either. The reward for this hunt was, other than the demonic pets that he caught. Top 5. It could also be used as an antidote to open the celestial gate. Peak spirit level cultivation technique, pills, weapons, armor, storage magic treasures. You can choose either one of them. One of each kind. This reward is truly generous. Yifeng's eyes brightened, and it sounds like. This seems to be training the elites. What do you mean by it seems like? To be able to stand out among so many people. Wasn't it just an elite? Our celestial sect of wonders has always valued talented people. The rewards will naturally be generous. Fairy Feng proudly smiled. Then, his gaze returned to Yifeng. All right. Table of contents, I've finished answering all 3 questions. It was time. Hand over all 5 containers of the Dark Heaven Lightning. Yifeng smiled, Zifeng's words. There was no lie. But these 30 sets of ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill. Isn't it just over there? Give me the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao first. Wait a moment. Just go and get it. He had taken the dark thunder. The initiative was in Fairy Feng's hands. At that time, Yifeng would be completely alone. Was it still up to him? Fairy Feng's thoughts had already been set in stone. He smiled indifferently. He turned around. He pointed to the empty land in the distance. No need. However, her gaze was still on him. Yifeng's King Wind dagger had already flown out along with her jade-like hand. The golden line swiftly flew a few dozen feet away. It stabbed into the empty ground. A cold light flashed. The flowers and plants danced. The roots of the 30 pills were all cut off. Yifeng. You, Fairy Feng's eyes widened. He was stunned. I still prefer this kind of. He would hand over the money in one fell swoop. A one-on-one delivery. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. Once a spirit plant was freed from the nourishment of the root, it would become extremely hot. It was impossible to survive. Fairy Feng stared blankly at Yifeng's actions. It was completely unexpected. The other party had actually made a move in front of him. This practice. It was no different from pulling a tooth out of a tiger. The tip of the leaf had been pulled out. And he had even pulled out the 30 pills. Zifeng acted recklessly. He didn't know his limits. What offense did he have? I hope that you can forgive me. Please forgive me. You want me to forgive you? Fairy Feng was so angry that her voice began to tremble. He could not utter a complete sentence for a long time. Yifeng smiled faintly. His expression suddenly became stern. In midair, a group of spirit plants extended along the golden line. They flew over from afar. All of them fell into his space ring. His movements. In one breath. Obviously, it had been planned for a long time. Because from the very beginning, he didn't plan to believe in Fairy Feng. He was alone in the Herb's Peak, at least 1,000 times. If he were to be so careless in trusting others, that would mean he wasn't confident. He was too arrogant. Fairy Maiden. The deal had been made. I'll take the 30 medicinal herbs. I will leave behind these 5 containers of dark thunder of the heavenly Tao. As a result, There is a clear line between the two of you. I can leave now, right? You, hurry up and leave. Could it be? Do you want me to keep you here for dinner? Fairy Fang's charming face turned cold. He almost blurted out. Then I will be leaving now. Yifeng smiled. I don't want to miss anything. He immediately took a step forward. He headed towards the mountain gate. Hold on. Fairy Fang bit her lips. His face was puffed up with anger. A complex expression flashed across his face. Yifeng turned his head with a smile. Fairy. I wonder if there is anything else I can teach you. It is late. You don't have a master. Tonight. Where are you going to live? Fairy Fang pursed her lips. Yi Zichen glanced at Yi Zifeng. Her voice was still cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. Faintly, he could sense a slight fluctuation in the air. Yifeng had twice rejected her invitation to take in a disciple. For a moment, she was extremely curious about him. And it was because of this that she did not hesitate to go to the Heavenly Mystery Palace to see Yifeng. He even released his spiritual will to check out Yifeng's performance on the martial spirit awakening storm. The purpose was to see what sort of confidence did he have. How dare he refuse her invitation? However, every time Yifeng surprised her. As time said, she faced Yifeng. There was actually some concern. However, she didn't realize it herself. Thank you, Fairy Maiden, for your concern. Before the bounty meet began, I plan to linger on for a few more days at Elder Zhao's place. Fairy Fang muttered to herself before reciting, so it's because I plan to stay with Sage Zhao. Since you already have a place to stay, just pretend I didn't say anything. If not. Yifeng smiled calmly. He repeated, otherwise. How is it? Fairy Fang looked up. I rolled my eyes at him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad. Okay. Before I change my mind, let's hurry up and leave. Thank you, Fairy. Yifeng smiled. He then started to walk towards the mountain gate. Fairy Fang deeply looked at his fading back. Only after a long time did he let out a sigh. What the hell am I thinking? Between us. That's it. Walking out of the mountain gate, Yifeng walked forward alone. He quickly walked towards Elder Zhao's territory. Spirit Shadow's voice sounded. He sighed, hi. Little devil. It's not that I'm talking about you. Although the ingredients for the spirit nurturing pill were good. However, the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao could only be seen once a year. It also had a good effect on nourishing the martial soul. You used all of the Heaven's Path Dark Thunder vessel on you to exchange for herbs. This is too lucky, Fairy Fang. If you don't eat, you will suffer a small loss. How could anyone else be willing to trade with a lowly scholar like me? What's more? Yi Zifeng paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. He lightly said, who said that, the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao that I gave to the fairy is all I have. What? Guiying was shocked. In that case, in your spatial ring, don't tell me there are still any more heavenly thunders? Exactly. In Yifeng's eyes, a resolute expression flashed across his face.